Blazing room.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what up, dude? All right, I'm just moving shit over so that I got you on screen.
Sure. Oh, I know the problem is. I got this. Fucking headphones. Okay. Hey. I can hear you now. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me now? I can hear you now.
I can. I just had my headphones off. Sorry.
Oh, gravy.
I have these cheap headphones that literally broke on the last Prime panel I was on. I had to like fix them in the middle.
Oh man, that's right, dude. I've had all sorts of weird mishaps while I'm on the panels with him, dude. I'm like, well, and my biggest thing is like, I just don't understand how somebody sits on these panels like he does for so long, and like doesn't go pee. Like, that's literally the thing I always think about. I'm like, how do you do this? How do you accomplish this? Like, you've been on for so long, like 8 hours. Like, do you use a catheter? Do you just never drink water? Like, I couldn't.
Man,
I couldn't even.
That's just a Sigma male mindset. I'm sure he's like practiced it so much it has to be an art form at this point, right?
Right.
Yeah, I was watching. I caught a little bit of your panel. My Discord was pressuring me to do a stream, so I jumped on and then I said, "Oh, he's doing the Reverie," so I'll raid into him. How do you think you did?
You know, it's really hard when you have people like Counterpoints and Woody who have been doing it for a while and like really like have a very strong ability to create the rhetoric they need and voice their arguments and know exactly the timing, you know, like when to interrupt and get their positions in, you know, when other people are talking type of thing.
Yeah, I've been watching Counterpoints for a bit, and I'm obviously disagree with him a lot, but his artistry, at least for these panels, like I don't know when like panels became the meta of Twitch politics, but it's an art. They're certainly pretty good at it. I mean, let me pull up your chat so I can also watch that.
Oh yeah, they are. They're ridiculous at it, and it's like so. I got a lot of the knowledge, you know, but it's kind of like one of those things where it's like, how do you bring it to the forefront so quick? You know, it's like I'll sit there and I'll be like, somebody will say something, and I'm like thinking on it, and I'm like, oh yeah, there was this, and that, and like somebody else is like 10 steps ahead of me already saying it, and I'm like, damn, I need to speed my shit up a little bit.
Yeah, the best time I had is I went on because I jumped on this Saturday. Terrible idea. I jumped on this Saturday because I knew Hans was going to be ending his thing, and I wanted to get the opportunity to speak to him again. And because I've had great chats with Hans, he's really nice. I'm sure you have too.
Oh yeah, he's a super nice guy. It's just like he can dominate a conversation like no other.
I went on last Wednesday, and I felt like I was like dominating last Wednesday because no one was on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Until CTV jumped on, but he's usually chill on like the smaller people actually.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's interesting. So I wanted to see how I would do on the Saturday one where there was both CTV and Prime. Prime's always there, and Hans, and it was a mistake because I had streamed for 4 hours previously that day. And then I was on for 4 hours that day, and that had been my longest stream. So I was doing pretty well until like 3 a.m. where I was getting super fucking tired. So that's why I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to jump on today because I have it scheduled where I'm going to be able to do it like every Wednesday because I think, and like I have it so I don't stream that day except for then.
Oh, nice. So you got like you've scheduled yourself out for it.
But so like that's usually good for my schedule, but sometimes you just can't resist, you know?
Yeah, no, that's what happens with me. And plus I gotta like, okay, so I've been into this whole thing now 5 weeks. 5 weeks. That's it. I had never touched Twitch before, bro. Like, you know, the closest I got to Twitch is because I watched TYT. I'm a huge TYT fan. I think what they've done to like push progressive politics is awesome. Well, I have some disagreements with Jank on certain things, and you know, don't agree with them on everything all the time. I think what they've done for like to bring more attention is just phenomenal. And so
really quick, do you pronounce it Chank or Jank?
Jank.
Okay, is that the correct way to do it?
Yeah, like with a J.
Okay.
I've met him a couple times actually. He's a really nice guy.
Cool.
He's so affable, dude. Like you see him get so like fiery on the panels, and you meet him, and he's just like a big teddy bear. He's a really really nice guy.
The reverse Alex Jones.
Right, yeah. No, he's so chill, man, and like you can tell. Like I mean, I'm pretty open about it on my stream. I smoke weed like a mofo, dude, and like you can tell that dude smokes weed. Dude. Like you can tell. You talk to him for a couple minutes, you're like, oh yeah, he's chill. He's alright, you know.
Yeah, I was on the panel the other day, and like you caught my eye because you took a really. I liked your. It probably seems you're like your typical approach, but you took a very dad approach to the entire conversation. I thought that was like very fitting for the spanking discourse that was happening.
Well, people always want to like it's always like they want to put things into these boxes of like, well, like in a perfect world. Well, you know what the sad part is like as much as we want that perfect world, it's not what it is, you know? And so like my problem that I was having, I was feeling a little bit conflicted on that panel actually as a father because so I guess the biggest thing for me is like, you know, I don't agree with spanking at all. I was spanked as a child. It didn't do much for me. As a matter of fact, I ended up getting in more trouble. But then I'm like, but if I remember, and my daughter reminded me, actually, while I was on the panel, she walked in the room and like, I was muted to you guys, but not to my viewers. She's like, you spanked me 5 times in my life, Dad. And I was like, holy shit.
I would say, it like, I wasn't pro spanking at all in that scenario, right? Mm-hmm. But like, what would have been a major power move if a pro spanker just got on, took out their daughter, and spanked them live on camera?
Oh shit!
That would have been the biggest power move.
But the funny part is I asked her why, and she's like, "Well, one time I ran out in the street. The other 2 times I tried to put my hand on the stove, and she couldn't remember what the other 2 were." And I was like, "So, like, what you're saying is like I was teaching you that if you did these things, it would hurt you." And she's like, "Well, yeah." And I was like, "Well, that was the point, is to teach you that if this happens, it will hurt you." That was the only reason I ever did it. And, you know, she was very young and very, very slight taps, you know. I'm too kind for that. I would have cried my eyes out if I really spanked my kid. I would have been bawling. I'm such a horrible parent. No, I wouldn't have been able to live with myself. So, like, but that's what I was laughing at, like, kind of thinking to myself is like, you know, like everybody's situation is different, and I kind of didn't like how they were calling somebody's, like, trying to almost make it like somebody's mom was kind of immoral. And I wanted to make it a point that, like, even though like she had to do what she had to do, like I didn't think she was necessarily immoral for it. I just thought she was put in a tough position, and parents have some shit to deal with, you know, like it's never easy, you know.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. My solution for this, like, that we didn't even, no one got to talk about solutions on that panel, you know what I mean? It was just about spanking or not spanking, you know?
Right.
But, like, my actual, like, solution to this problem is, because armchair, like, I mentioned this a little bit on panel, armchair psychology as much as we can. My slight, behavioral psychology class that I took, teaches you about, like, routines that you can do to, encourage these behaviors from not happening. Like, one of the things that makes spanking like ineffective or any form of punishment is that it's not directly associated with one behavior. What really works well is when you associate one punishment with one behavior. But
right.
When you associate just general punishment with a bad behavior, then it tends to not work as well. See, so that was one of the things as well. I didn't get to bring it up because Prime wasn't up for it, but
well, and I think you hit something right there, because to me it's like I said, as a parent, you know, the way I looked at it was like I swatted my kid for the purpose of, and again, I shouldn't say swatted, I basically tapped her, but for the purpose of teaching her, this is going to hurt you if you do this, you know what I mean? And I think that's different than being like, I would have rather tapped her on the hand than I would have like let her get burned, you know, or let her get hit by the car, you know. So it's like, ultimately at some point, even though they, you know, the old cliche, the lessers of two evils still evil, you know, you still like want to make sure that people are safe.
Well, like,
you know,
I was curious if anyone was going to bring it there because, like, if you want to like truly push the argument to the extreme, you could say, would you rather spank a child or let the world die? You know,
right?
if you
Yeah.
really, if you want to push it to that most extreme, and like obviously everyone's going to say it at some point, you're going to want to do it, but like there are like strategies that you can like teach parents which you can do the most enjoyable way as possible. But like what I really liked about and what caught my eye when I was there is it was just like no one else really did this, even though there were parents on. You took almost the dad approach to the conversation, you know?
Like just real world, like
Yeah.
just
Well,
what
no,
it is.
even like what we're speaking now. One of the things that like I would say is your tone of voice would remind someone of like, oh, this is someone I would like trust with a kid, you know? I don't know if it's something you're trying to do purposefully, but it comes across.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. No, I'm truly genuine and like in my expressions. Like the funny thing is like I see a lot of characters get on these panels and stuff, and you know they kind of do their thing or whatever, and they do their grandstanding and all that. And some of it I think is pretty entertaining. Like I honestly think CTV is incredibly entertaining. I horribly disagree with him on everything, but he is entertaining as hell. He's funny. Like
Absolutely.
I
half the time I think he like when he purposely tries to make a joke, it usually fails. But
Yeah.
him being himself is usually pretty good.
Yeah, and it's just like, and I went into the Wolf's Den. I don't know if you heard about that. I actually did the thing, dude. I went on his show, man.
Oh, I'm gonna do that at some point. I'm just like working out when I'm gonna do it. Like,
And it was something else, man. It was like I spent 3 hours in there, dude, and like he brought somebody else in because it wasn't just gonna be me, and like brought some other dude in to like kind of play like the and he was totally the guy that he brought in was playing like he was softening the blow for what it is that CT would be in favor of. Like he was kind of being the apologist, but I'm more centrist. I'm not quite as like far right as him. I'm just gonna like kind of apologize for it. And I'm like, oh, you bastard. I see what you're doing. You brought this guy in so that it makes you look more moderate, like, and that's totally what the game he was playing. I was like,
I gotta say, the panel that I was on with CTV, what happened is he brought in, he almost did the opposite. He came on, but he brought on, do you know Fabian Liberty?
No.
So he's an ANCAP, right?
Oh, yeah, I know Fabian. Okay, yes, I absolutely do.
So he brought on Fabian, and it almost did the opposite, where Fabian was so extreme that he could just play off the fun kind of person that was watching everything go down approach,
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and that dude. No, I think I was on that panel with him because I think that dude is such a pompous buffoon. Like, oh my God, when he talks about his views, I'm like, it's so cringe, and being like, okay, so a long time ago, I mean, dude, I'm dating myself. I'm 41 years old, man. I've been in the punk rock and metal scene my whole life. I played music, I did 13 years in a band, trying to make it big and shit, do the thing, Obviously that failed and our music sucks, but, I went for it, And, the thing that I got out of all of it is like, anarchists hate ANCAPs. It doesn't matter what brand of anarchist you are. If you bring up ANCAPs to them, they're everything opposed to what we believe, because the whole idea about anarchism is that you don't have like a caste system. You don't have there's no societal structure. There is no one greater than the other purely by circumstance of everybody being fucking broke, or like just because there's no system, there's no money, there's not supposed to be a market even, right? So ANCAPs are like, well, yeah, we can have anarchy, but I'm going to keep all my money and resources, and then we're going to have anarchy. And I get to go get my own military. I get to get my own police because everybody needs to have private police now because that's how we're doing it, because we don't believe in a public system. It is seriously like it's feudalism or fascism disguised.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually went on his show and to have a private conversation, and I actually gave him like a pretty fair chance to explain it. Because I realized like you mentioned, you went into the wolf den essentially.
Yeah.
Nothing I was gonna say was gonna come across to any of his audience as like it was. The thing that I don't understand at all is that how ANCAPs decide to work with constitutional conservatives.
Yeah, because that's totally like
Yeah.
contradictory to terms, you know, like you don't want a constitution. That's exactly what you're fighting against, is having a constitutional state, you know, like everything should be so small it should be on a local level, basically a bunch of tribes running around, and whoever's got the most money or resources is just going to run everything.
Yeah, essentially. I'm trying. I think I got it. I'm gonna try and link this in my Discord, so they know that I'm talking with you. So are you thinking of going on tonight?
I was thinking about hopping in for a minute, dude. You know what's funny is I had a whole line of segments set up. I've got like my shit set up where I got like chyrons and everything that run underneath when I do like segments and shit. I put a lot of time into like that part of it, you know, like Prime hit me up at like the last minute. It was like I think 3:00 my time, which is 9:00 his, or 6:00 his time, and he's like, hey, can you come on the panel tonight? And I'm like, so like basically I was picking my daughter up from school, and I was like, okay, I gotta hurry up and make dinner, because I was actually working on the panel. I was working the last hour. I was like sitting there like waiting for tickets to come in. I work in like the work I do that wouldn't afford me to like have to really divert much attention or anything. It's just one of those roles. But yeah, so I was like, so I cooked dinner while I was on the clock, and then you know, was able to hop on the panel and like still work and like do the whole panel while I was on the clock for the last hour of my day. It was pretty G. But yeah, man, so it was just like, all right, let's do it on the fly. I'm just gonna go jump in. Let's do it.
I was like, I'm waiting for I'm hoping I can eventually get that referee invite. I like messed up at the end of the last panel I was on because I had I don't think you heard about what went on with me. So that day, I had streamed twice in that day. So my first stream, I'd gotten a hate raid, right?
Yeah. Oh, you said you got all your followers like deleted or like purged or something.
Yeah, pretty much. So what happened was I had the hate raid, and it like I was at 100 followers before, and then it shot me up to 350 followers, right? Because everyone on the thing also followed me, and I was told by everyone, if you leave these people on, Twitch is gonna think that you're botting, and they're gonna ban you, even though technically I was botted, but it wasn't me, right?
Right.
So I was sent this thing to remove a bunch of followers. And then, I don't know what happened, but it decided to remove every one of my followers, except for the ones that had followed me that day.
Oh, shit.
So I went all the way back down to 11.
That would have pissed me off so bad.
It happened, and then because I realized it happened at the end of that panel. So I was like, I had a bit, Prime like kicked me off of it almost. Because like, I got set back so far.
He was like, oh.
Yeah, and I was like, I just gotta go, I'm sorry. And then I had a little chat with Hans about it to try and get things fixed. I managed to like hit up the people that like were really in the community, but it like I'm still at like 12 from 350, so that's not great.
Well, we followed you back, right? I followed you back.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, I don't know if you got nuked from it, so I guess you have to
Let
check.
me make sure, because I'm gonna check right now, man. Like I was oh, we're friends. Yeah, I followed you. We're
Okay.
like homies.
I don't think it removed friends, it just removed followers. That's good.
Yeah, so
I don't
we're
know
still, we're still in
but
the
I
thing.
was just so upset that well, it was like on top of losing the followers, I somewhat embarrassed myself a little bit on Prime. So it was like at 3 a.m. when I was dead tired. So it was like, I don't know how to handle this. I'm just going to bed.
Right.
And then I got up and I was like, okay, I'm taking Sunday off. I'm gonna like recuperate, and I'm gonna start strong on Tuesday.
Hell yeah. You know, sometimes you gotta do that, man. It's like, shit.
Yeah.
Damn it. It hasn't happened to me yet, but I've had a really good mod that's done like a lot of stuff on Twitch prior to this. So he's actually...
Yeah, Mike seems cool.
I've
been watching him.
he's been babysitting me, man. Like, I wouldn't know what the hell I was doing without him. Like, he's been asking me to do this shit for 2 years. 2 years. He's been like, Jay, you're always posting this shit on Facebook. You're dealing with all these crazy right-wingers that are Ben Shapiroites. Why don't you get on a different platform where people actually listen to you or actually, like, want to hear your voice and, like, you know, maybe you can sway some heads a little bit. And I was like, no, nobody wants to hear me talk and shit. No, nobody gives a shit about what I gotta say, dude.
Hey, I will say, we need older leftists. That's like a demographic that we do not have currently. We're like seen as the young people who are all of our ideas are stupid. We need, not, when I call you older, I'm not meaning like you're older or anything. I mean like past 20s, you know?
I don't take offense to it, because that's the reality. It's true. Like, and the funny thing is there's a lot of people like me that are leftists, that are my age, that are in my age group, that are closeted about it. They are very much leftists, and they will talk to me about it. They're very out about to me, but they don't want their peers to know about it because it's like, oh, they're just going to seem extreme. They're going to seem like they're crazy or some shit. And it's like, no, you guys, like, you're actually in the right. And you know what? You're catering to what the future wants, because you know who else sees this? All the people younger than us. And they're really smart about this shit. They know what they want, and they know what's going to be good for our country moving forward, because they're living in the worst economic time for young people, you know? So we should heed what they're saying. They're seeing things we're not. And if we're not willing to listen or look or watch or pay attention, then the only people to blame is ourselves.
I mean, I don't disagree. My whole strategy, unfortunately, is just spread the ideas and hopefully move past the current culture at some point. Because
it'll happen, and it's spreading. And the thing is, like I said, you're hitting people my age. Hell, my dad was 82 when he died. He died right between Trump getting elected and the 2020. I want to say it was like I can't remember, but he kept talking about Bernie, for example. He's like, he's the new FDR. My dad voted Republican his whole life, and he was voting for Bernie. He was like, no, he's the new FDR. Like, no, I loved FDR. Everybody loved FDR. Like, that's what we want, you know? So there were some older people that really saw it, you know? But there was a lot of people that just been jaded by life and shit, you know, and jaded and taught this idea that big government bad, you know. It's like, well, it can be, you know, it can be bad. It can be corrupted. It can be flawed, but that's why you have to play an active role in it. It's not an autocracy. If you're not doing something about it, if you're not involving yourself in it, if you're not voting and activating and spreading awareness or doing something, Twitch panels, you know, then you're not helping the situation. You're going to perpetually be in the same spot, because those in power are going to retain that power, and they're never going to learn that there needs to be a check. Conversely, oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, that was like my main disagreement when I had to pull out like why I specifically chose to go into to fight with Fabian. We didn't even like talk about it that much, but like my big problem with what he said, which he conceded in the beginning, but didn't really say at the panel, is that extending democracy is not, because a lot of people would think extending democracy is an extension of authoritarianism, and it's like, democracy technically is a form of authoritarianism, but it's the least authoritarian.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so that was my big disagreement.
I just had this out with somebody else too. Like, okay, so they wanted, this person was talking about how they were scared of authoritarianism, and I said, but we need authoritarianism. Like, we don't need it as a central role of our government, but we want some authoritarianism. We want police that will bust murderers and rapists. You know, like, there's a level of authoritarianism that is acceptable. You know, like, We want,
Yeah, absolutely.
you know, and I think people get caught up on the word and don't think much about the fact that there are avenues in which it already exists in our society. It doesn't mean people want to live in an authoritarian government or, you know, society or anything like that. It just means that there are certain aspects we have to respect, that you do want some authority, because that's really what you're talking, authority, you know?
Yeah. Also, person in chat, Ranch Commander. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, let me
not
read
sure
it too. I don't know. Every government pork program that makes life better in each individual state is corruption to another living across the country. People forget that horse trading is how business gets done in a representative system.
I think you have to elaborate that a little bit more. Do you mean like to one person it's gonna, while it's making their life better, to the other it's gonna look like it's just government corruption? I think I'll just do a little bit more of an elaborate.
I'd like to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah. I like in my argument, which is, I feel like we cede too much ground to the Republicans, where we say that it's a freedom to not get a vaccine and stuff like that, or it's like you're free not to kill other people. You know what I mean? Like I would even like say that that's not a form of authoritarianism. I would say that the forces like increasing our government can be absolutely forms of liberation, where they just view it as nonsense.
Exactly. Well, they want to disconnect. Well, here's the problem.
It's positive and negative freedoms, and it's annoying. But.
Well, and there's a lot of moneyed interest in playing this game too. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of moneyed interest in like playing the game of, oh, well, if we just, you know, if we just free these people, you know, then we're doing the right thing, you know. But screw those other people over there, because, you know, there's no moneyed interest in it for us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you want to read their response?
Oh, let's see. Was responding to Jason's point, big government bad. One person's pork is another person's essential public works project. Yeah, but it can be like that if you allow for that. I do know that they did just change some of the rules that does allow for more pork spending in bills, which I think is dangerous. I don't think we should have people being able to go in and say, hey, but I want you to work on my pet project too. You know, I don't agree with that. I absolutely don't agree with that. I think that if you're going to do something at the federal government level, it needs to be evenly distributed, or distributed based off of a means test that can be guaranteed every state will receive similar aid or compensation from the government for said program.
Yeah, I would pretty much agree with that. It's like, it's always annoying is because it's and like, I guess this would be my problem with Pan, because like you were talking with him on the panel, and every time I run into him, like, does he say he's a leftist? I'm not sure.
He's a libertarian with, you know what? He keeps trying to say that he's a libertarian that's more socially liberal, but the whole thing with libertarians they are socially liberal. They're very socially liberal. That's the whole point. They're socially liberal and fiscally conservative. That's like, it's a redundant statement when he says it.
My constant favorite is when libertarians talk about how they hate abortion. It's my favorite topic.
And you know that there was a really good, there was a libertarian author that actually wrote one of the best dissents for why abortion should be legal. And he said that a woman should not be conscripted to maintain the life of another, just like you would not conscript somebody to keep another in their home to maintain their life, or you would not conscript somebody to give blood to save somebody else's life. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, my opinion on that is like a libertarian should generally be pro-abortion on those stances. So I think it's like hypocritical if any of them ever say that they're like anti-abortion. I think it's the most anti-libertarian thing you can be.
Yeah, exactly. It's the totally, you know, and you want to hear a trip, man? I don't hate anybody, but I strongly dislike this individual in the media. But you know who's totally pro-abortion or pro-choice? Who's on the right?
Who?
Tommy Lauren.
Like, is it because she's
Huge,
had an abortion?
huge pro-choice advocate, huge far-right lunatic.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's the one issue where I'm like, everybody has their one issue. Like, a clock is right twice, a broken clock is right twice a day. You know, she gets her one. You know,
If she's had I don't know if she's talked about it, if she's had abortions. That might be
it could be.
like, you'll always often like it goes both ways. Where like you'll have a liberal, generally left-leaning person that gets an abortion and then thinks it's awful. Then you'll have a right-leaning person who requires an abortion and they become an abortion advocate. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
But
or I always equate it to like a Joe Manchin who's supposed to be a Democrat yet loves the tax breaks that the Republicans impose.
Absolutely. I'm so fed up with these. Like, I'm enjoying it to some extent because I think I want to get away from the libertarians. They've been the small groups that I've been arguing with right now. For some reason, and like I don't know if you can attest to this, Republicans hate getting outside of like CTV and like counterpoints.
Mm-hmm.
No, like small Republicans love getting in the weeds and love actually getting up to fight.
No, they don't. Even when I talk to CTV, I mean, he could say a couple things about the Constitution. He's got his knowledge of the Constitution as it is written is great, but some of the nuance is a little bit. Yeah. it's not great.
Pan, but Mike, I friended Pan. I was gonna like try and like say, hey, you're kind of confused me. Do you want to talk? He rejected my friend request on Discord.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that tells you.
Yeah, Pan is an interesting fellow. He's here in Arizona too. He was very open about that on one of the panels when we were talking about charter schools, and I was talking about how much they sucked, and he happened to go to a really good one, and I went to one that resulted in me having to get my GED because my actual public high school said they'd only give me 1/3 of a credit for every credit I got at the charter school. So I ended up having to get a GED, and it totally fucked up my college career and everything. That's why I'm so adamant about why I hate charter schools, why I have a problem with them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
I mean, do you mind if I like get it? Because we haven't really had a chance to talk really too much. Where do you like land yourself? I guess on the political scale, and like how left would you consider yourself?
I'm. You know, we could.
You don't have to put a label on it, but
we could go into some like specifics. It's real hard for me to pin it down. I call myself a dem soc, but there are things that. I don't know, maybe I do fall a little left of the dem socialism. Like, I think that we really need to democratize workplaces, go to more of a co-op idealism for, you know, how we manage our businesses. If not that, we need heavy unionization. I think that we need to provide a basic fundamental safety net for everybody. I think that everybody should have a home, should have access to food, should have access to healthcare, and I'm not talking about just access to it, but the actual tangible ability to get these things free. You know, this should be government dime shit.
As free as possible.
Yeah. Government healthcare, decommodifying food, decommodifying housing, decommodifying our public infrastructure such as water and electric. I do feel that there should be a market on some level, but that market should be for all the wants. I feel like our basic needs should be provided for, and that includes college, community college, university, and trade schools. I think it's important to include trade schools in there because there are some people that don't want to go to college and university. They want to be in a trade. They want to learn how to be a really good welder, and welders make, you know, some of them can make over $100,000 a year. You know, I mean,
Yeah, plus the jobs are super important.
So
we don't want to de-incentivize them by making them the only ones that you got to pay for.
yeah, so I want to make sure that everybody gets taken care of, and you know they can do that. I feel like, you know, as far as your car goes, if you want a car, you buy your own car, but we need to heavily invest in public transit. We need to stay the hell out of other countries as much as possible. However, I think we should provide humanitarian aid as much as we possibly can. We should definitely take in as many refugees as we possibly can, because if we want to make our country stronger and more developed and more filled out in the world culture and seen more respected in the world, we take in more people from other parts of the world. So I'm a big proponent of bringing people in. I'm a big immigration proponent. That doesn't necessarily mean, hey, free for all, just run through the borders, but it does mean, you know what, very let's get people through quickly, and let's make our immigration process super fast and super efficient, and allow people an opportunity to have some success here. Because right now what happens, and like I said, I live in Arizona, we see second-class citizens where we have people that are immigrants, and they're immigrants for the fact that, or I'm sorry, they're second-class citizens for the fact that they're immigrants who cannot actually appeal to like the NLRB, they can't appeal to a union, they can't appeal to the government when they're being mistreated for the work they do. They are essentially, you know, just above slave labor, and I don't think that that constitutes a healthy working environment. Me being very much for workers' rights, that is totally contradictory to anything that I think is ethical or reasonable, especially for a company that's making tenfold or 100-fold or 1,000-fold off what they're paying the employees.
Yeah, that's I you pretty much said it all there. To Mike's question in chat, where do I stand? Pretty much there. I would probably like add on a few other, which he would probably add on as well. Like, I'd be open to decommodifying transportation and decommodifying other industries as well. But other than that, yeah, I pretty much named it.
Oh yeah, that's rock and roll, man. See, we're we're in the game, dude. There's a lot of us out there, and you know what's funny? I'm gonna tell you the truth. The first time I went to a Bernie Sanders organizing party in Arizona, because we are a libertarian state like a motherfucker, man. Like, you want to talk about libertarians? Home of libertarians. Coke might as well have set up houses here right in our backyards, in every single backyard.
Do you want to know the crazy thing, though? When I was talking with Fabian, he said that he was a Bernie supporter.
Really?
So, yeah, at least in 2016. I don't know about 2020, but he was a Bernie supporter.
Maybe he just changed his viewpoint. You know, some people do that. I saw a lot of people that were Bernie supporters go to Trump.
Yeah.
And I was like, why? And they're like, I just want somebody that'll upend the system. I don't care how it happens.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's scorched earth shit.
When you get into that weird populism stuff, that's what you get, unfortunately.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not gonna lie, I honestly didn't vote for Hillary. I did vote for Jill Stein. I knew she wasn't gonna lose, but I honestly really thought Hillary was gonna win. I thought it would be no.
Yeah, absolutely.
No question. So I wasn't even worried. I was like, well, she's gonna win. You know, like, I mean, it doesn't matter.
I guess Arizona is typically it's not really a swing state, is it?
Now it is.
Now it is, but was it then?
We elected the first Clinton. We were pretty close to electing Hillary too. It looked like it was going to go that way at first, and then I think what happened is we had a lot of people that really were third party. We had a lot of people that were Green Party, and we always have a lot of libertarians. People forget, like in Arizona, libertarians will bleed off the votes from Republicans. They will not vote for Republicans. They are not Republican, and they will tell you that. Like, absolutely will not. And they have a very big foothold in Arizona. It goes the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Libertarian Party, and they always have it. We have people that get elected to state and local government that are libertarians all the time. We have no socialists in government, though.
I mean, you know. Unfortunately, they're hard to come by right now, right?
I might make a stab at. I might take a stab at it. I don't know. I got a pretty long rap sheet though.
I mean, hell yeah, I'd love to see that happen. One of the things I will unfortunately admit, and this will be showing my age, during the 2016 election, I would have absolutely probably voted for Hillary at that time. I was not old enough to do it at that time.
That's
so I get to refrain from blame. My other question, because you're talking about how many people you're running into from Arizona. During my stream, everyone that I run into is from my own state. You find that often?
On Twitch politics?
Yeah.
I've seen. Well, the only one I've done a panel with was Pan.
Okay.
And then there was a guy that hopped on one time on a walk-on just because we were doing a conversation about charters that worked for Basis. And I thought he was from Arizona, but he was actually from Virginia. And so he was trying to talk like charter school laws, and he was equating it to. He was equating it. Oh, are you talking about viewers or?
I mean
panels?
viewers or people that you run into.
Well, I have viewers from Arizona because I have a lot of friends from Arizona that know me from playing music and stuff, and they'll hop in. But panels, there's been just Pan. That's the only one I know of.
Yeah, I'm in the very strange situation. I live in Florida, so every Republican that I run into lives here.
It's so
CTV
funny, man.
Lives here.
Hey, so
a bunch of the people that I run in, like I now work with, live here. It's so strange.
So get this. I actually work for a company that's out of Florida, bro. And the people that I deal with are all from Florida. Everybody's from Jacksonville, dude. I hear about Florida Man all the time.
Okay, without doxing myself, you might have potentially named something very close to where I live.
I hear it's super segregated, though. Like, that's what some of the people were, some of the black guys were telling me out there. They're like, Jacksonville's really, really segregated. And I was like, really?
Yeah, it is. I went to, I had the advantage of going, because to fix segregation, so there's a bunch of drama that happens. So segregation is like one of the biggest problems in Jacksonville. So one of the solutions that they use to do this is they have like 5 schools that are magnet schools that are specifically meant to incorporate both, like bring forth people together. And no, I hate DeSantis. I have spent a large portion of my show ragging on DeSantis.
Oh, I don't blame you.
Yeah,
I got Ducey here. We call him Douchey, though.
But I've spent like I went to the school, like 2 of the schools that were specifically built to end the segregation. So I have the benefit of not really having to go through that, I guess. Because I've happened to meet a bunch of like people of all kinds, but if you don't, I can't imagine it.
Yeah, see, I was born into a mixed family. Like my older brother is Mexican, and well, my mom's white, but like there's a lot of mixed race all throughout our family, so it's kind of like there was no escaping diversity and inclusivity for me. It was gonna happen hell or high water, because everybody around me was like different, you know, everybody. I originally grew up in California, in San Diego, until I was about 6, and when I lived out there, we lived in an apartment complex, and we had Iranians that lived there, we had Filipinos, we had Vietnamese people, we had black people from Ethiopia, we had black people from Nigeria, we had American black people, we had Mexicans, we had Puerto Ricans, and like we all played together. We were, and like, so to me growing up, it's so different for me, because when people talk, like sometimes when people talk about how they can be disconnected from another race or whatever, I'm like, I kind of don't get it, just because of like how, like, because my whole early on influence from the time I was very young was always a constant like influx of different races, persuasions, religions, everything just kind of flowing around me, and we all like congealed and got along. And the only time that like there was ever a problem was when somebody tried to shit on somebody else for just being who they were, and then they got thrown in the dumpster, and that happened a couple times. Like, but that's just how it was, you know. And then I moved to Arizona, and it's like, oh, cowboys shit, and like super. I'm not even exaggerating back then, because I moved to Chandler when there was like behind my house was still there was a rodeo grounds, and I could hear the rodeo grounds every freaking Friday night. They'd ring those bells, and it'd be going till like after midnight, and the lights would shine through like my bedroom window, like over the over the barrier walls and shit, and you could see you could just see the light like coming through and the dust kicking up, and it's like none of these people are like me. They hate me. I went to school. I had the bleached tips. I was wearing the Jimmy Z's with the checkerboard Vans, and I was a skater kid, surfer kid from day one. That was always me, And they're like, "What you doing here, city boy? Your brain's been tie-dyed from being in California." And I'm like, "Oh shit."
If you don't even know the half of it. From living in a city in Florida, I get called city boy from other Floridians.
You're like, "But you're a city boy too."
I remember I was dating a girl who lived down in not down, but she was like in the villages, which is the really old people part of Florida.
Okay.
And I just remember constant city, like I couldn't do anything. Like I didn't know how to, because I still really haven't. I never went camping. So I went camping with her once. And every time showing that I didn't know how to do any of this shit for camping, I got called city boy. But
hey, you acquire those skills as you do it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't know how, I might not have built a campfire before, but I have never needed to.
Right,
It's
shit.
something I'll get on eventually.
We can all learn how to rub two sticks together. It'll happen.
But yeah, I also had it's not too different. I remember it played much more effect when I was a lot younger. But I'm very light. I say I'm very lightly Jewish, right? So I've had a little bit of that diversity experience, like in the slightest. I come off as pale as hell and white as much. So
right.
That's the slightest bit of diversity that I ever have to experience. But I felt a little bit of it too. I felt a little bit weird. Like I remember living in very conservative religious groups. I remember I would because before I'd even learned about other religions, I'd say, yeah, I don't. What is? They would be talking about Christ. And I'm like, wait, what is that? And I remember when I was in young schools, I'd be being taught about what all that would happen. And that's the most I ever got to experience the disconnect between, I guess, cultures. Not much with races, but more cultures.
Yeah, for sure.
And it was chill. I have it's half and half, because on one hand Jews get the worst of everything, but on the other hand they're pretty, if they want to try, they can fit in with society pretty well.
Right.
So
they're very passable as white, so to speak,
Yeah. Well, even if you don't consider them white, it's a balance.
Right.
But that was the most that I got to experience during the diversity things. And I remember the best experience that I remember having is I had there were a few friends that I was growing up, and we never talked politics, right? And then during 2016, I caught them talking about politics, and I just asked them a few questions. They were not a super close friend, but they were a good friend. And I because I'd been raised and I've since then changed my perspective on life. Mm-hmm. But when I was first growing up, I was I was listening to this person talk about how they were not supporting the left candidate, and I took a look at them and I was wait, are you how can someone that I know as a friend be a Republican? And I remember that being such a strange first experience for me.
Well, no, what's funny is because, like I said, I'm pretty open about it. I don't care, at this point in my life. I had a bad drug problem in high school, and I hung out with a lot of people that did drugs. And it was really funny to me to find out how many of them were so far right. And I'm like, but the people that you are supporting are the same people that are going to throw your ass in jail. And I'm like, how is that congruent? How does that make any sense?
It really comes down. My hope, because I've spent so much time around Republicans, the only real life friends that I have that wouldn't be Republicans are people that are gay and had to face the music, so to speak.
Right.
They could no longer even like choose to ignore how they were being treated. So that's like the only people that I've like, actually had experiences with. So like, it's incredibly strange to me. Like I recently, one of the worst things is I recently cut off a friend because they were refusing to get the vaccine. And I was like, hey, we can still like be friends, but if you don't get the vaccine, I don't think I can hang out with you. I have people that I live around that are like pretty old, and I don't want to have to expose them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's all this drama, and like this was a person who I had helped through with multiple breakups where they were like completely dead inside and like emotionally distraught, which I helped coach them through. And then as soon as I said, they realized, oh, it's about politics. Never heard from them again.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Like you're telling them something that will help them, and even like they just can't accept the fact that, you know what, sometimes the answer can be within the systems that were built to work for you. What's the problem? You know, like we should be happy that we have those systems in place. And we should be happy that we can have those conversations with people and, you know, try to sway them or at least provide some insight as to how shit really works, you know. And believe me, I'm not totally sold in every aspect of our government. Sometimes we do it wrong, you know. But that's why you have to be engaged and involved, you know.
Whoa!
Yeah, absolutely. To Ranch Commander's point in the comments, absolutely. I 100% agree to that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and me too. Ranch Commander on point with that.
Like, it's really unfortunate because some of the people that I meet down here, and I'm sure some people, since apparently y'all are libertarian a lot in there, but so at least in Florida.
It's the Florida of the West.
But you'll meet people who are like absolutely fine. I don't know what it is about some like Southern Republicans, but they're super nice. Not like once you start talking about politics, they're awful. Oh my god, I have a story for you, but I'll tell it right after this. So you'll talk to them and they'll be like 100% normal people, and then anything about politics comes up and they go crazy. The friend that I was just talking about, she didn't like immigration because she hated congested traffic and she wanted less people where she lived.
What?
That was her reason. She hated having to drive to work with traffic, and she thought that limiting immigration would stop the amount of traffic in the street.
You're like, that's not gonna change anything. And you know what's funny is I would always get the crime argument here in Arizona, and it's like when you look statistically, first generation immigrants are less apt to commit crimes than your average like born American citizen. As a matter of fact, the crime rate for first generation is extremely low in comparison to everybody else that's in this country. They just don't. Like, their crime is being here. That's their crime. You
want to know what goes on top of that? If we continue to criminalize them, it makes them less likely to turn into actual criminals.
Exactly. And that's why they continue to get victimized. That's why you, like, when people talk about child trafficking and they're like, oh, well, I hate child trafficking in one breath, in the same note they're like, well, screw those immigrants, we need to make sure that they don't ever have a voice and shit like that. It's like, well, do you understand that they're the very people that can help you stop the child trafficking? Like, they are the answer to the problem. It's kind of like the vaccine thing, you know. It's like, take the fucking pill. You know, like, stop being a dick about it. Like, I know you want to hate people just because their skin color ain't like yours and they speak a different language, but maybe, you know, we should just be like, hey, you know, it'll be all right. You know. But here's the linchpin to that. The reason they think that is because there are corporations that are telling them that, and they keep telling them that because as long as people believe that immigrants are the problem as far as sex trafficking, as far as crime, as far as all this, as long as they can demonize them, they can keep them as second-class citizens working in their farms, in their manufacturing companies, in their restaurants for less, and they have no way to assert their grievance. None. Zero. Because as soon as they do, they get deported.
Okay, are you ready to hear one of the funniest stories you've ever heard?
Let's hear it.
So, We haven't had anyone come through our house to clean since COVID, right? And in my house, the house cleaners that we get, the main house cleaners we have access to, are pretty much raging Republicans. So they would come through, but we hadn't had them over ever. They're not vaccinated. They're not anything. So for my stream, I had, and this was like one of those genius things I ever decided to do, because it is great bait for getting Republicans mad in your chat. I had a Communist Manifesto placed right on screen, like on my bookshelf, for anyone to come and see. And whenever someone would pop in chat, they would say, "Wait, is that the Communist Manifesto? What the hell is wrong with you?" Right?
I love it.
Do you want to hear the funniest part? And this makes it almost better. The day that the house cleaners came, and I didn't notice anything had happened, and they did a fantastic job cleaning. But I come upstairs, I sit down, and I look to make sure everything's right, and my Communist Manifesto is missing.
Oh shit.
And I look all over my room. They moved a bunch of stuff, and I check all the areas where they could have possibly moved it. And they cleaned the exact area where it was sitting, and all the other books are now organized well. But the Communist Manifesto is gone. So my
socialism.
It is my
Praxis.
favorite story where my Communist Manifesto was stolen by Republican house cleaners, and it is fantastic.
Praxis. I hate that word so bad, but I'll use it for that. I just hate it because you can say practice and it means the same damn thing, and it just sounds so pretentious. It's like, I'm going to use this as an educated scholar. Praxis. Praxis. It just asserts my educational dominance over you because I can say a word that has an X in it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's like that word. There's a few things that
it does sound very bougie.
There's a few things that irritate me. Praxis is one, and the other one is I used to like watching Sam Cedar, but I can't watch him anymore because he does this advertisement for CBD products, and he won't call them CBD products. He says CBD, and I'm like, CBD? Just say it's CBD, bro. You speak English. I've heard you say C, B, and D before. You're saying it this way, maybe to skirt some kind of weird policy in the YouTube shit or something. I don't know, but I'm like, just say it. Say it. This shit's legal in almost every state now, dude. Like, you can just say it.
Man, I can't. I try. I have trouble watching since I started streaming, I have trouble watching anyone in like any of their takes because I feel like the second I hear this is what will happen on stream. I hear someone's take on a story, and then as I'm saying it, even like subconsciously, I'll use language that they've used, I hate it because like I want to have my own like true opinions with that, and like because eventually someone's going to come along. Why did you say the same thing that person said on that stream? I was like, wait, no, I'm sorry.
But you know what, though? I think it's okay to agree with somebody, like to agree with somebody's take. As a matter of fact, sometimes what they present can make your argument better.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they can, bring other, because a lot of times they'll bring you the sources. Like, for instance, like I say, I watch TYT, and don't hate me, leftists. I watch TYT. I'm fucking gonna get bashed for that shit. But, I do, because here's the thing, is that, they make the left seem really, really reasonable, whereas a lot of people make the left seem fucking batshit crazy. Even though I don't totally like everything that they push, I can take some of their arguments and push them further to the left. You know what I mean? They've made it very easy to give me the ability to take what they're saying and go, we're moving it to the left just a little bit more.
I like watching other people's content for debates. If I'm prepping for a debate, that's what I'll do. I want to, whenever I'm just giving my stake on a topic, what I'll do is I'll usually watch my own, and then if there's someone else that I really like, I'll watch theirs. I try and come in fresh when I'm giving my first direct opinion.
I do and for straight news, I will go to AP, NPR, Those are my two go-tos. I know a couple of people that go to Democracy Now, but again, if you want something straight, if you want to get it straight, like those are the two. I mean, for me anyways, because I feel like otherwise you're always going to get a left bent of some kind. You know what I mean? Yeah, at least for me, because of the news sources that I choose. So I like to watch, like I'll even watch CNN sometimes. I'll watch TYT. I'll watch, maybe if PBS or something has like an interesting like interview or something, I watch that shit. But basically, like, I'm going to go read a shit ton of articles after that to kind of formulate what I feel about that. You know what I mean? Because I don't feel like any one news outlet is going to give me the exact honest report. But if I look at a few of them and get the story from a few different sources, I can kind of make a determination as to what it is that's legit and what's not. You know what I mean? Where the slant is in the story and where the slant isn't, and kind of find the empirical truths there within that, Fortunately.
Do you mind if I, as a, this might be changing the topic a little bit, but it's something I'm insanely curious with. And, like, I have a few friends that are TYT fans, but I love hearing people's take on this. While TYT is generally a pretty left, like, probably the left, if you consider it a main news network, it's probably the farthest left you can get.
Sure.
Why do you think it's created so many, like, weird people?
You mean like the Dave Rubins and Jimmy Dories?
Yeah, or like there's a third one, but yeah, there's so many weird people that just end up being.
Well, I mean, Hassan's Jenks' nephew.
I don't count Hassan.
Okay.
He's a little bit different. I would mean, like, I think Virgil Texas got a start on there, who's someone else who also plays in Shabbat.
Virgil Texas?
Is that, or is it? I think it. Let me look it up.
I don't know. Like, there may be a couple I don't know. Well, and I'll tell you, even Ojeda, who is not necessarily like up to par, and they're a big push in Ojeda, and he actually is not all right. He's got some serious problems. But I think what happens is you end up with interlopers. You end up with people that build up a high enough profile, and they get in contact with media people or people that are aspiring to be like bigger in the media, that are really trying to push. And they, TYT's got an agenda to push for the left. So they're gonna take in people that they feel are genuinely trying to represent that. But some of those people are just grifters. Some of those people are interlopers. And we saw this in the civil rights movement of the 1960s. We've seen this in the anti-war efforts of the mid-70s, during the anti-Vietnam stuff. There's always been interlopers that have come in and tried to basically they start out as saying they're allies, and then they work their way into a position where they can create division. And I think that's what these people have done. Now, I don't think that I honestly think Cenk is probably the worst out of all of them in terms of his views, because he's still the furthest to the right. But if you listen to Anna Kasparian and listen to what she's about and listen to her on Jacobin, like, you might have a different opinion about her specifically. I
mean, like, I think I personally, like, it depends on like where they get to it. I have no problem, like, because Cenk he's probably a neo-lib mixed with a soft dem, right? That's kind of where he is.
Right. That's kind of where I see him.
I personally don't really have major problems with those kinds of people. The only time that I have problems with people that vaguely want to push away from Republicans, because my biggest goal right now is just to push away from the craziness that we've reached. Is as long as they don't spend too much time just trying to punch left. And when I mean punch left, I mean push me away from their movement. I don't mean attacking tankies. I think that's fine, because that's the common narrative.
But people that push back against a good welfare state, a good positive welfare state, not necessarily straight communists like infrared or some shit like that, Not to name drop, but dude gets. I watched his debate with Superpower, his broadcasting, and Honestly, I thought infrared was pretty based in that shit. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm like, I'm not a tanky, bro, but you're kind of based in this shit.
I need to look more into infrared. He's weird.
He is very, very communist. He is very communist, and he's like, what's funny about him is he kind of flies in the face of the far right because he calls himself a communist alpha male.
I mean, that's what you kind of get to, right? Like,
I kind of love it because it's got to piss off like those alpha male Republicans. They're trying to be all alpha male and shit, you know? He's like, no.
I mean, it's super strange. Like, at the end of the day, like, when you get to those levels, like, I have no problem with, like, and the reason I say that's, like, if Cenk Uygur wants to spend his time, like, distinguishing himself that he's not a straight communist, I think that's fine. Because, you know, people on the right are constantly going to be calling him a communist.
Oh, sure. No matter what he does, no matter what political ideology he takes, because he's to the left of them, he's a communist.
Yeah, George Bush was called a fucking communist. God. But, like, I'm fine with, like, distinguishing yourself from them. Where I draw the line is, like, I'm unwilling to work with people as soon as they try and actively discourage my ideology. And if someone makes, like, if someone wants to say the same argument of mine, where, like, I will not work with, like, other people because I disparage their ideology, that's fine with me. I think that would be consistent.
Well, no, yeah, like, you're not going to catch me going and working with Rand Paul on much. I don't have anything that I would work with him on. As a matter of fact, he's done everything he can to shit on people like me, you know? And that goes for corporatist Democrats, too. We have our own Kirsten Sinema here. She can suck the shit out of my butthole as far as I'm concerned.
God. She's a very strange case. I remember her, like, thumbs up thing when we were doing the $15 minimum wage vote, and that was so strange.
Yeah, because she was for it. She's been for it for years. When she was in the House, she did a speech on the floor about it. Like, I mean, she went all out, man. Like, she went all the fuck out, man. And it's like, how do you backpedal so far? That Exxon money must be great.
Ugh, God.
I don't get it.
It's kind of like the Jimmy, like what you were just talking about, right? Where some people just try and push themselves into those positions of power, and as soon as they're there, they're like, "Well, got what I wanted."
Right. Oh, Mike said he's dipping out because Amanda Smash is on the panel right now. Whatever, Mike. You dipping out for Amanda Smash? Isn't she like a libertarian or something?
Here, wait, let me. I have not. Let me keep up with. How's Prime doing? Also, how many of his panels have you gone on?
I don't even know. You know, I've gone on one pretty much almost every other day for like a month. Like after the first week, Mike made me go on Prime's panels. Like, he was actually logging in as me on Discord and being like, "You're going on this panel. Here, by the way." And I'm like, wait, what? What? The first one I went on, I didn't even know. Like, he's like, nope, you're in it. You're doing it. Sorry, buddy.
I now see Mike in Prime's chat talking about the crush he has on Amanda. And then Amanda responds to him, "I'm hiding now." What happened?
That's wonderful. So, I have to make a confession. Since you're here with me, I'll tell you. This is pretty funny. So, last Saturday, I don't know if you noticed, Mike was on the panel.
Oh, it was?
And he kept saying, all I want to do is own Jason at the debate. I'm just going to own him. I get to tell Sen, whatever. He's here in the chat with us bullshitting, and that shit was funny as shit.
Hey,
Yes.
I'll let you know. I
This
surprisingly
is the Micros Tower, dude. He totally, he was like talking so much shit. I was like, damn man, I thought you liked me. He was just doing it to mess with me, to like jar me while I was debating. I was jumping in there. He's like, nah, have some fun. He said he had too many claws.
Dude, everyone's drinking on there. That's no excuse. Right? Everyone comes into prime.
Oh, that guy that mislabeled Red Charlotte. Did you see that shit? I was like, oh,
Wait,
American Nacho.
Oh God.
I was like, oh shit. Like, she went off. I was like, oh goddamn.
In that panel there, I felt so bad. That felt so strange. I forget. In that one instance, was it? I think they're in the call right now. Black Ryuji. I don't even remember. I think it was like.
Oh, he got real upset. Yeah, there was some because he was like, dude, like. And I get where he was coming from because he was basically like, stop calling everybody's parents horrible, you know, like.
Well, I remember. Was it Black Ryuji? It was either.
It was Black Ryuji because he was the one that got emotional, right? Like.
Yeah. But I tried to, because I thought, what was it? Who was it that ended up having to leave on the panel that we were on? That ended up having that he was like really rude to.
Fanatic?
Yeah, no, not Fanatic. Fanatic got kicked out. That was hilarious. I forget who it was, but I looked them up and then I ended up forgetting about it. But I felt so bad when that. Here, let me pull it on my Discord. I'm pretty sure I found them. I'll find them later. There was like one moment. That panel was so awkward the entire time. Like I can understand why Black Ryuji was probably upset because I think like Black Ryuji was actually a lot more down to earth than he like originally came off.
Oh yeah, no, I think he's a good guy overall. I think he's a good guy. When I listen to him talk, he sounds like somebody that genuinely cares about what he's talking about, you know, and cares about people. I don't think he's like a cold person or some shit, just like an ideologue, you know, just those are the ones I have the hardest time with because I'm like, you know, and that's what I try to tell people, like, you know, I'm a democratic socialist, but I understand that I'm a democratic socialist in a system that's not democratic socialist, you know, and so I have to like, even though I have an ideal system of government and function, I have to understand that like there are a lot of people that disagree with me, so I have to find a way to like find common ground and, you know, find a place to work from, you know. If I can move that even a little bit to the left, even incrementally, I'm okay with it, you know. I want massive change now, you know, but you know, if I can find common ground with somebody enough to move the needle a little bit, why would I be mad about that, you know?
I mean, yeah, also to really quick respond with Mike, I don't really know if like there's not really a bridge to gap here. I loved everything that he said in the panel and I pretty much agree with everything that he said here.
No,
there's almost like not a gap.
I think he was talking about like bridging the gap between different ideologies, you know, like we have to like kind of find a way to like come together even when we don't like necessarily agree on everything, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, the big thing that I'm like doing right now, which I have not written it enough, is I have this really big document that I'm currently writing that is my desired outcomes that I would like to push to at least be happy with the system. Now, like, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, you'll never like you can never truly achieve a system that like achieves its perfect goals, right? And you always have to adapt to what your surroundings are and change with that. But I'm trying to like create a document that I can like just push. So this is what I would prefer my society to function as, and how I would like it to look. And a large portion of that goal is like bridging that gap between a lot of the people that don't necessarily disagree with me, but are not open to my ideas as of yet. Like, I think if our system was like perfected, I don't have to like. Hopefully, I wouldn't have to work with a lot of people who are like anti-vax, right?
Right.
But the farther I'm like trying to shape it, where okay, I need to create the system that I will bring forth even people that disagree with me. Will work with them to the point where they agree with me, and then we'll have to convince them of more. So like I'm trying to create like this very incremental plan of how I would like to push for at least democratic socialism.
Bernie Sanders.
I also go by it.
You want to be
absolutely.
a Bernie Sanders, and you know what?
Essentially.
Everybody should. You know what? There are some people on the left that really want to push back against the guy lately, and I've seen it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you know what? Yeah, and you know what? The thing is like the reason that we're where we're at now, where these are popular conversations, is because the guy spent all his time chipping away at it. He was the amendment king for a reason. These are incremental changes. He's like, fine, if I can't do it bigly, I'm going to chip away at it, just like a piece of marble. You know, we'll just, you know, here and there. Oh, you know what? We can squeeze in some community health centers in the ACA law. Okay, cool. We're gonna carve that out. Oh, we can fix VA, Veterans Affairs, and do better for veterans healthcare. Okay, we're gonna chip out some stuff here to like make that work, even if I have to work with fucking Warhawk John McCain. You know, we're gonna do it. You know, and so like his aim. He's a democratic socialist. Nobody can deny what he is. He's been the same his whole career, right? But he's been willing to take the incremental change, and he does it very well. He's skillful at it. He's masterful at it. And
He's
it's
nice. That's what I've been like. That's the thing that I'm most impressed with him for. The worst. Did you see this? And I'll answer your question in a moment, Mike. Did you see the tweet going around where it was a bunch of communists and they were talking like they had like comrade and then like some like cartoon character's name, and they were making jokes about, okay, we all got into leftist politics because of Bernie, but he's a capitalist. Do we have to?
Can you hear me, comrade?
The guillotine at the end of the day, and it was like the most unproductive thing I've ever seen.
right.
And they were like, yeah, then they were like people saying, yeah, he gets the axe no matter what. And I was like, no, why?
Like, yeah, like that makes no sense. Because you know what, $1 million isn't a lot. Even the money, if you think about the money that he's making, it's. Was that a shoe on head tweet?
I don't think it was a shoe and head tweet, but I just remember seeing that image go around. Let me look for it real quick.
I know she does some sarcastic ass shit like that though, for sure. Like, but I also know that she says a lot of shit she's not totally genuine about, just to like,
yeah, she's
toss kerosene on the fire, you know. See, you know about that if you knew how to start fires, man. I'm just kidding.
You're gonna call me City Boy next?
What you doing there, city boy?
What's this Comrade Duck thing from the Washington Post?
Oh, I don't know.
I'll find that. I just remember seeing it around, and it was like the most annoying conversation I'd ever seen.
I don't doubt it though. You know what? I totally don't doubt it, because that's the mentality that some people have got to. It's like the Tulsi supporters or the Yang supporters. Oh, forget about it. And they think they're leftists. And I'm like, what kind of leftists are you? Have you read their policies? You're not a leftist. You're nowhere near a left. You want an autocrat? Like, go ahead and vote for Yang. You want a hateful, bigoted, like weirdo that wants to, I don't know what her aim is, destroy the Islamic world, I guess, and
Tulsi?
Yeah, give us just short of
Tulsi, as
the
far
free
as I
public
know,
health care.
she was like almost the opposite, right? She wanted to like completely cut off any communication with them. She was like an isolationist.
Yeah, well,
But,
I mean, she's had so much bad takes. She didn't even like the LGBT community for a long time, and she's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
now I'm all in favor of it," and blah blah. And
Do you know what the last thing she did when she was still a representative?
she sided with like the Trump administration on some LGBTQ shit, didn't she?
Yeah, she proposed some anti-trans bills. The
Yeah.
last thing she did before she left, and then she no longer was there again.
Yeah, well, she's. I gather she didn't get reelected or won't get reelected.
Yeah, I mean, like
she's not even on the left. She is on the right, and she again. That's what I'm talking about interlopers, man. The problem is when you're in a movement that has less resources, you take on anybody that you can take on, you know. And if they have a big platform, you're going to take them on because you feel like, especially if they say they're on your side, you're going to be more likely to take them at their face value because you don't have a choice. What's your alternative?
Do you know who the only Democratic candidate my Republicans friends supported was during the 2020? Tulsi.
Oh my God.
They liked that she was feuding with Hillary Clinton, and that was like all it took.
No, they were all simps for her because she was kind of hot.
I'm talking about, I guess,
I'm
absolutely
just playing,
true.
But, you know,
but
like, I think a lot of guys did that.
Absolutely. But and like I'll give a little bit of credit because like when I originally. After I looked into it more, because the thing that like actually got me a little bit interested back in politics, because I'll be like, this is just me. Like when I was pretty young when this happened, but seeing Trump get elected, kind of like blackpilled me a ton on politics.
It makes you want to throw everything away.
Yeah, I mean,
just throw it all away.
No one saw it happening, but like the thing that like kind of got me back into it was I remember. Andrew, like, not that I support him now, but I remember seeing Andrew Yang when he first started doing his claim, and like he did his little circuit on the online politics sphere, and not that his idea was like the way that he wanted to implement it was practical, but I really admired the way that he was going around like really fighting, not really almost for himself, but he was fighting for the validity of his like one proposal.
Right.
And I kind of respected that about him.
UBI.
Mm-hmm.
I never had a problem with UBI except for one thing. The problem with UBI is if you do UBI, all your landlords, all your utilities companies, all your retailers, everybody is going to take advantage of that, and they're just going to mark up prices by the amount that's proportional to the UBI that everybody's getting.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. When I ended up looking into it a little bit more, there are a few more problems with Andrew Yang's plan. There's
like stripping, he was stripping away all the like welfare programs and stuff too.
He wanted it to be an exchange, like instead of adding onto welfare, he wanted it to be like taking away welfare. And the other one is the tax that he planned to do it. While after I looked more into it, was a regressive tax, which the poor people would pay more for.
Exactly.
Which was the other problem with it. But besides all the nonsense problems with his actual ideology, I admired that he like got up and popularized the idea.
Well, and I think that was good because I like UBI on its face. I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like UBI and the social safety net, and I like UBI and national rent control. I would be all on board for both of those things. I'd be like, okay, you want to do that? Let's talk. All right, I'm with you, bro. You know.
Yeah, that's also the crazy thing now. Like, it hasn't like Andrew Yang was always too far on like the libertarian route, which was so strange.
Yeah, like, he had that. There was that little tinge, and it's like,
once again, when I was chatting with Fabian, his incremental steps to achieve his goal was to basically implement Andrew Yang's UBI. That was like the first. Because like I had like 3 questions that I wanted to prep, because I have 3 questions that I've developed to get an idea of what kind of libertarian I'm talking to.
Right.
Those 3 questions are, and I think you actually answered them pretty well. How did you think of Bill Clinton's presidency? What would have been your solution to the 2008 financial crisis? And what is your opinion on legislation to reduce the amount of corruption in politics? And those are my 3 questions, and I love hearing the answers to all of them. And, and when the 2008 financial crisis, he said if he had like complete control over the economy, besides, like he said that he would number one let the banks fail.
I would have let the banks fail too. I would have, and I'll tell you why. Because if the banks had failed, then they would have had a hell of a time collecting on those loans.
That's true, but well, the reason that I was specifically interested in that is because I'm wondering to what degree he's willing to adhere to his ideas. But then he said that in the first thing he would
Hold
do
on,
after
Sid,
that,
you gotta say hi to my dog. She's trying to say hi. You see her?
I'm currently tracking your. I'm actually, because I rated you,
Oh.
I can watch your stream on my OBS. So here, let me take a look.
Micah. She decided to hang out in my room. She just popped in. She like pushes the door open with her nose, even when it's like latched. I don't know how she does it. She can get in. She just like opens the door and like walks in.
I was like super excited for this, and it turned out to be the biggest waste. Where as soon as I started streaming, I started fostering a kitten, right? Because I was thinking this kitten, it would be perfect to have as like.
No, my dog's not a sock dem. Hold on. Mike's asking if my dog's a sock dem. No, my dog is a democratic socialist, leaning democratic socialist. Okay, she knows the routine. She knows what's up. She's from the proud German heritage of socialism prior to the Nazi coup. Sorry,
it's fine, Mike.
You can talk now. I'm sorry.
The first thing I was doing as soon as I started streaming, I thought, let me get a kitten that I'll foster for a few weeks that I can use as like the perfect display for while I'm streaming. Everyone loves watching a kitten, right?
Mm-hmm.
This kitten was I could not keep her in one place.
And she was all over you, huh? Like while you were trying to stream and shit?
Well, what would happen is she would come to me filthy, and then she would I would pick her up, and then I'd see she's covered in litter. So then I have to end stream to go clean her up. And then from that day forth, I was like, I will not have the kitten on stream anymore.
No more dirty kitten, but shit, she wants out. Hold on. Talk to Mike real quick. Mike, keep talking.
Okay. I guess I'll answer your previous question. So you asked what my goals are in streaming. At the moment, I have, you could call them short-term goals, but they're pretty much what I'm focused on right now. My two goals that are they're kind of dreams, but I'm slowly pushing towards them. My practical goal is I want to debate Destiny on actually talking about socialism, and that's why I'm forming that document that I was talking about earlier, because I'm going back and I'm proofing all my arguments, and I'm looking at the holes, and then I'm laying over those holes with other arguments. So I'm preparing to prep for him. And the second thing that I'm doing, that is my goal, is I just really wish I could get the chance to talk to it is a major goal, but it's what I'm pushing to right now. And at some end, I'm not going to end my streaming career. When I call that a short-term goal, what I mean is I'm not going to end my streaming career when I debate him, obviously. So I don't know where I'm going to go after that, but it's what I'm focused on right now. So I am essentially proofing the perfect argument for my position to eventually push to where to make that argument to Destiny. My other goal, which is my joke goal, which will probably be harder to achieve, is I really want to talk to my favorite goddamn Republican, Jesse Lee Peterson. As cringe as it is, I would adore the opportunity to talk to that man. I'm not even going for any kind of productive conversation. Destiny's debate with Richard Wolff. Yeah, I did see that debate with Richard Wolff. I was not really happy with how Richard Wolff did there. And what I'll say is, the reason I was not happy with Richard Wolff is because I don't think he's used to the medium. I think that was his major problem that you ran into. And yes, JLP is amazing. So those are my two end goals, but they're in a way that they're short-term goals, but they're also I'm pushing towards them.
All right, what are they? Because I just hopped back in. Sorry, I had to let my dog take a pee. You know, things happen.
I can't. So I have two goals. One is, and I was talking about the document that I'm writing earlier, is I'm basically prepping my perfect argument for whenever I make the Democratic Socialist pitch to Destiny, right?
Okay.
I want to have, and I'm willing to have like an 8-hour debate with him over pretty much all of the positions that I would push for as a Democratic Socialist, as opposed to his positions, right?
Well, he's
like,
kind of, where is he, center left or something? He's like kind of a neo-lib or...
He shifts between SocDem and neo-lib.
Okay.
But, and I was talking about earlier where I'm fine with all people on the left, as long as they don't ardently try and fight back against my beliefs.
Sure, I'm the same way.
Yeah. So like Destiny's one of the few people that I think spends a lot of his time, and whether it's justified or not, I think he's debated with a lot of crazy people on the left, but I don't think it justifies him demonizing the left as a whole.
Well, I think he does that deliberately to demean them, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
He picks and chooses so that he can make those arguments and create that aesthetic that, oh, the far left is just crazy, you know?
Yeah, and like that's my one of my end goals, as I was talking about. I'll show you my here. I'll send it to you just because I've been working on it for so long. I'm not nearly close to done. In fact, it is like I'll send like the first page where
Mike, you get nothing.
I'll like give you a quick idea of like what I'm doing. So I'm making this massive document because I have, number one, looked specifically at Destiny's like rhetorical strategies. I've looked into them specifically with a I actually have the advantage of I have a friend who has a doctorate in speech and
nice.
Like specifically focuses on debate and rhetoric. So what I'm doing is I'm essentially prepping one very long argument.
Oh, teach me. Teach me.
Debate with Destiny, right? And I'm like, I'm gonna prep everything because we've like looked at, not like, I love looking at his rhetorical strategies because they're actually the thing that Destiny, and the reason why he's so successful is because there's two things that he does that he gets to take advantage of that are inside of our, like the online debate sphere, but not in the academic debate sphere.
Right.
So the big difference between our sphere and the academic debate sphere is in academia, you have a judge who gets to rule certain things that you do as not allowed in the debate, right?
Right, yeah.
Destiny is incredibly sneaky at using some of the tricks that we rule out.
Like
so number one,
the fallacies and stuff like that?
Not even the fallacies, because you're allowed to make, because if you make a fallacy, it's incredibly easy to call them out. But they're even like go beyond that because they're just general debate things. So one of the things that he does all the time is Destiny has a constantly shifting like place of where he argues from. Like you can assume that you're going into debate SocDem and he's going to switch to the neoliberal position. You can try and debate a neoliberal and he gets the opportunity to switch to the SocDem position.
Oh, I see.
So that's one of the things that
he vacillates. He's vacillating his position.
And one of the things that you'll specifically see him do, he talks about this, is he avoids putting down his positions into a hard line. Like, are you familiar? Oh God, what's his name? Let me look him up real quick because I always forget this man's name. But
I'll tell you something, Sen. I do a lot of things in practice that I don't know where it came from because my dad was an attorney and he put me through rhetorical like arguments all the time as a kid. Like he would put me through it as a practice of punishment, you know, like, so debate and argument isn't something where I can tell you where something specifically comes from. I can only tell you that like I came to this because my asshole father wanted to make me like feel like shit, and I had to learn how to really exercise my brain enough to like counter a very skilled attorney's rhetoric, and that's it. Like that's where my shit comes from. As far as like the school of thought about how that came about or anything, that's stuff that I'm just starting to learn now. Like, I'm going to school for political science now just to learn all the shit that he kind of abused me with. And I mean that on a psychological level, man. Like, he did, you know? He used his law degree to, like, kind of torture me.
Being forced to debate him or going through a spanking?
Both. Like, he did both, you know?
Did he
like,
intellectually spank you?
sometimes. You just got it from J Society.
So I sent you the doc, and it's not nearly finished, right? But you can like see the work that I'm currently putting through.
I just sent a request for it. I think you have to like grant it.
Let me take a look. I got it. I hate having to do this.
Yeah,
But
I don't
anyway.
know why Chrome pulled up like this old ass email address of mine, like an old ass profile I have, but it's still valid. jsociety@gmail.
Here, wait. Let me try and. Oh wait, let me do this. This is all I have to do. I have to copy the link in the correct way. I hate Google Docs. I don't know why I'm writing it here. But
Oh, CTV's on? I should go on there just to fuck with him. Did you see the other night when like he was on there and I was mirroring him?
No, I didn't see that. Were you?
Dude, he was dying laughing. He couldn't stop laughing, bro. Like, I got him like so good because I was sitting there like, and I had like, you know how he does like the arms behind the head thing, and I had my aviators on and shit. It's like, dude, the whole thing exactly like him. He was crying, laughing for like 5 minutes, bro. Like, it was funny. He was like, I
He
can't
got out of
even
there
with this
pretty
guy.
quick too. He wasn't there that night. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, he like popped in and then he was well, he came out in and out a couple times, but dude, I got him. He was rolling, bro. Like he was just like, I can't believe this, because I was doing everything he was doing, you know. I had my aviators on the same way and shit. He's like, this motherfucker, dude.
So yeah, I pulled up the debate that I was talking about. Have you heard of Caleb Maupin?
No, I haven't. That would be a new one
Caleb
to me.
Maupin is a he's pretty much a communist, right?
Okay.
And I don't agree with any of his positions, but as an educational debate to see how skilled Destiny is, I think that's a brilliant topic, because Caleb Maupin, and this like goes into exactly the strategy that you see. What he did in that debate when he comes out is he's a communist. So Americans typically associate communism with bad, right? It means all these awful anti-American things.
Right.
So he comes out making all these arguments about how communism is actually strongly related to the American history and how entrenched it is in American folklore, right? And then Destiny immediately coming out with this brilliant answer saying, hey, that's great and all, but I don't care about America. I don't care about any one state. I care about just pushing for what would be the best system, right? And that immediately undercuts anything that he had just said previously, because he was arguing for a null point. So that is exactly like, it's not even a rhetorical trick, but it's something. Well, it is a rhetorical trick, but it's not even like a.
It's not.
fallacy.
It's not bad faith or fallacy type of thing. It's just like,
well,
fine. So what? It can be bad faith. Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's like it's one of the things that you'll see him do it all the time, and I think it's brilliant. And the way that you got to get around that is you have to hold his feet to the fire at the beginning of the debate. So, and that's what that's one of the things that I'm going to try and do that no one really seems to do.
Okay, so it's number 2. So you got two, right?
Yep, and these are the ones that I've observed right now that I'm currently activating for. So in debate, there's a term called clash. And what clash means is that there's a degree to which you can argue the points that are made. So you can say, like, the sky is blue, right? Or you can, like, I'll say, yeah, the sky is blue.
Right.
Most people are not going to argue with that. You can get into, like, specific science where it just has the hue of blue, but I don't care. For the purpose of what I'm saying, his statement has very low clash because it's very difficult to make an argument against it. And then there are arguments that have high clash. Like, for example, I can say statements that where you use good and bad. Like, I will say, cats are bad, right? Or dogs are bad. These statements have very high clash because there are two opinions that you can take issue with. So if I say one, you can immediately take the opposite side. These are very easy to have an argument about. So what Destiny loves doing is he will respond to a statement that has a lot of clash and he will argue it, and he'll say something that comes out of self-evident answers. So, like, I watched his market socialism debate, and with Vosh, and Vosh says all of these reasons for why market socialism isn't like the perfect system, but it makes all these like advanced changes and all these like slight pushes towards the goals that we all want to reach. And then Destiny's basic response to that, while being more complicated than this, he says, well, I don't think people can work together well.
Well, they don't work together well under capitalism, so what difference does it make? Like,
well, yeah,
I mean, you might as well try it anyways, you know, like.
Yeah, it's a dumb point.
The whole thing is like, he's making the negative, the point on the negative, which is really, actually, that's kind of poor if you think about it debate-wise, because you just opened everything up to yourself. You just said, well, yeah, but so could everything else. You know, like, there's any one thing you could say that doesn't equate to. You're like, so what? So what? You know, that's even more of a reason for a more socialist ideology, because if people don't work well together, then you need a system in which there is a construct which encourages that, almost like puts that as a mandate for society. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that, yeah. But like the point of making arguments like that is because if you can make and like you would call this out, like if you were in a academic debate sphere, you could say something like, sir, this is not really like something that you can be argued with. So like if he responds to high class statements with low class statements, it reduces the ability that you're able to really argue against it. So that's something that he's looking for all the time. And it's not necessarily like a bad faith strategy. It can be, and he certainly makes it, I would say, in like a specifically bad faith way. But there are things that you could reasonably see in normal conversation that could never come up in like the academic debate sphere. So that's why it's really fascinating to see. And like, you need to take really extra steps. You need to walk carefully to handle these kinds of people. So that's what I'm currently working on right now. In the document that I sent you, you can take a quick look. It's not nearly done. It's 20 pages long, but it's not anywhere close to being done.
Bro, you just gave me 20 pages and said it's not close to done. Shit, I can't write it that long for fucking to save my life. Like, I will heed that. Okay, I'm gonna try again, but it kept trying to give me like
the second one. Did the second one not work? The one that says sharing?
Post it again, because I lost it, and people like the music keeps posting and all that shit. I gotta just go ahead and pay Pretzel Rocks. Oh, never mind. You posted it in my Discord. Duh. Okay, let me try that. Booyaka! Yup. You need access. Okay. It's coming from Jason Society. Jason Society Streams.
Okay, let me take a look. Let me do this. Oh wait, wait. Yep, okay, done.
Alright, let me check my email, and then that shit'll come through. Yep. I've had to do this before with some people, so I'm very familiar with this process.
Yeah, I
being
think
in
I
the tech industry. I'm a techie. That's what I do. Like, I basically fix people's shits all the time.
So like, it's not anywhere near done. I'm still like working at the basic stipulations of it, but as soon as you can get it open, let me know if you can. I should have changed it, so anyone should look at it. But if not, I'll like try and open my.
Okay, let's see.
Just what I needed.
There it is. Sen's plan to fully achieve market socialism in the United States without revolution.
Yep.
Oh, bro. Economic democracy. Oh God, you are talking my language. Economic. We were just talking about economic democracy in the workplace. Oh my God, I love you. Yeah, I mean, OSHA's already almost halfway there anyways, dude. Like, there wouldn't take a lot to move that.
Yeah, I guess
their role in being able to execute on some of this, you know.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to share it for the stream, or should I post it to?
Yeah, let's share it to the stream. As long if you're okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Okay.
It's incomplete for sure. Like you can see the sections where I've labeled where I want to add stuff, and like I need to fix the realization section because that's where I got caught up on where I want to, like, the first section that I'm writing is what I want to achieve, right? And like I realized that until I can even get to the incrementalism section, I want to iron out the specifics of where I eventually want to get to, right?
Bro, you know what? I want to take some time to really read this and actually have you back on after I read everything in this, because I will read the whole thing. Yeah, I'll read it all and then have you back on, and we can if you're down, like I'd like to talk to you about it and let's
Yeah, sure.
I'm still down. And maybe I can throw you some counters just to help you prep.
Exactly what I need.
It's
can you put it on the image on stream?
Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah. Let's move
just
it
so
over
I can
here.
specifically refer to some of the stuff that I'm working on.
Oh shit. I closed you out. Hey, I'm pulling you back up. Are you still there? Yes, you're still there. Okay. I closed out Discord and I thought I lost you, but it keeps it up in the background. I was like, oh shit, I didn't mean to close out Discord. Oh, there we go. Okay.
So the thing that I'm currently thinking out right now, which is incredibly complicated, that all the reason that I'm annoyed by this is because the libertarians really love this point and they're trying to nail me in on this, is the specific way I want to handle contracting in a future society, right? Because I think it's a really complicated topic where on one hand, if you have a co-op that's mainly run by contractors, that's not really a co-op anymore.
Right, yeah, no, because they're all in it for individual interests, not for the collective.
Yeah, and also you can take away the voting rights, you can do a bunch of stuff, and there's steps that you can take away from negotiating within the contract. So I'm currently but I also don't think that contracting should be completely eliminated at the same time, right? I think there are useful reasons that you can have individual contractors to come over. So it's I'm trying to think about where do you reach that balance of not exploiting people, but also being able to allow it within the society. That's what I'm currently writing out.
Well, what I would do is I would hire on the contractors at the same wage. They would actually benefit because they would get in our current system. Okay, if we were to do it how we kind of have it now, they could facilitate themselves as an LLC or a PLLC, right? And then they could take tax write-offs for their business expenses while being a contractor for your company, right? So they get paid a higher wage, and they get greater tax write-offs than what a W-2 employee would get. So at that rate, they come out ahead because they can write off everything. I
think the solution that I've come up with for right now that's social shifting is I want a state-run individual government industry that would handle the I think it's called the United States Contractors Union that I have down in the governmental system and changes section, where I want to basically have it so contractors can apply to the government-run union. The union can either accept or reject them based on whether their job would be an acceptable thing to be a contractor for, and then that union will negotiate on your behalf to the businesses that you would be sent to. That's my current solution. I want to see it played out in practice. To Mike Lightyear's question, what I'm actually going to be advocating for to Mike is going to be some of the beginner steps that I'm eventually going to put in this document.
But socialism has been executed successfully in several places. Ireland is one of the biggest success stories of socialism anywhere, and people keep overlooking Ireland. But Ireland is extremely socialist. It's one of the top 3 socialist countries in the world if you look at what they do for medical care, benefits, their social safety net, everything, how they help their businesses, everything. They're a very socialized country, and people forget that.
yes, but like specifically if he's gonna like say, because when he's gonna be talking about it, it's gonna be basically why haven't like a mainly worker co-op society existed, right?
Why didn't Maoist China work? You know,
Yeah.
like come on, dude. Like,
Well, like
you know what I'm saying? Those are such like I hate those arguments because capitalism has never worked anywhere either. Like it's always been dysfunctional. It's always been a dysfunctional like disaster of an existence, and its base, the sole base of capitalism revolves around exploitation. You have to have a working or labor class to exploit in order for capitalism to work. So to make the argument that capitalism has ever been successful, the flaw in that argument is that you still have an exploited labor class. And as long as you have an exploited labor class, you can't say that capitalism has been successful because morally and ethically, it still hasn't met the bar to be moral and ethical.
yeah, I absolutely agree with that. When I go into like specifically with Destiny, because he is gonna make these arguments, and like my specific goal is gonna be to go in because Destiny's audience is gonna be very like specifically, and I need to like cater to them very specifically as well. And I've seen Destiny like admit the point that I'm about to be going for is instead of like immediately converting to a market socialist society, right? The advocacy that I want to say is I want to conduct these very specific tests that we would, number one, be able to see the effects of how these industries would change long term. I talk a lot about like the regulations that I think would be required to run these specific systems. But the problem that we have is until we see a wide worker co-op based society, we can't really we can use traditional firms to like predict how they'll function to some degree, but we have no idea how they will specifically play out economically when they're on their own. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the advocacy that I'm going to make is I'm going to say, okay, these are the specific economic tests I want to see of a worker co-op like dominated system. I want to like create a system that would run primarily by worker co-ops, not like you could have traditional firms, but they would be like the smaller size ones. But the bigger ones are worker co-ops. I want to see how they would play out, and I'm going to be looking for these requirements. I'm going to be looking for worker happiness. I'm going to be looking for overall wage increases. I'm going to be looking for productivity and how well they perform on their own compared to other stuff. And if we see a surplus of this conducted on traditional firms and how they dominate, then I would then advocate for a system change, which is I think what we need before we can push there, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, you're kind of hitting the nail on the head, man. Like, you've really thought this out. This is really, I mean, it's a very intricate and detailed perspective on things that I don't think most people, even on the left, have really put the mind into to put all this on paper like this outside of legislators, you know? And I think that this is exactly what people on the left need more of, is people that will outline these things and will detail this, you know, like, hey, it's not just that I want these things, it's how I want these things. Like, let's put the package together for people, right? And that's been the biggest flaw, is the left has a problem with being coherent. And you're making a coherent message, and that's the part that is going to ring. You know what I mean? That's the part that's going to capture people's attention, because the biggest problem we have is, even with Bernie Sanders, I love the guy to death, and he made it almost idiot proof, right? Like, he made memes about how his shit was going to work, and people were still like, I don't get it, you know? So laying it out like this, I mean, so I come from internet sales and marketing background. That's what I did, automated sales and marketing for a long time, and after that I did e-commerce, you know. And so this type of shit is the type of white paper that people need to create good marketing off of it, to sell it. And I don't mean that in the capitalist way, but I mean that in the most socialist way possible. Because they need an outline, right? Like, we need something dummy proof, you know, that we can just be like, here, dumbass, read, Like, you know, let's give you the 24 pages, and then you know what? I'm gonna make slides. I'm gonna make 24 slides of like stupid people smiling and shitty slogans to express this. You know what I mean? And then that gets it all out. You know what I mean? And then we can get it out to the public sentiment and get people interested and get people engaged. You know, the biggest problem is so many people are so like, as soon as you bring up the idea of like economic socialism in a functioning capacity society like market socialism, like you're talking about here, they don't get it. Like everybody's minds wants to go to the extremes, and we have to teach people. We have to re-educate them on what it means, you know, because they've been sold a bill of goods that's not accurate, you know, and you're doing the work, man.
To Mike's point in the chat, the specific thing, and yeah, I'll absolutely say a lot of this stuff is pretty much basic. Like this is a lot of this I would love to see under capitalism, like as a implementation. Like and a lot of this stuff is taken from like very basic capitalist, like or at least original American legislation. Like I have a lot of the original Antitrust Act stuff in here that I've been writing about and how I would like want to see that implemented and changed. Destiny definitely is going to agree with a lot of this stuff. This is not, it's not a document specifically made for Destiny, but what I have at the bottom that you'll get to is I have very specific arguments that are going to be phrased from different sectors with people who are going to disagree. So like if you scroll down to the bottom, and the one that I've written the most in because I'm focusing very specifically on Destiny at the moment is neoliberalism and social democracy, which are two very different ideologies, but they'll probably have similar criticisms of the system that we're trying to move to.
How far do you the right-wing libertarianism?
This is page 16.
Page 6. Oh, excuse me. I've never had White Claws before. This is all new. I usually drink wine and a little bit of Stella. White Claws are a little different. They give you the slight bit of indigestion. They're actually pretty tasty. Arguments against ideologies. Here we go. Right here. Can I read it? Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I'm not gonna go through all of it. I'll go through kind of like the number one though, just to kind of give a synopsis over kind of a broader view of one point you're talking about. Neoliberalism and social democracy. A common argument I have heard liberals use as pro-capitalism argument is that their sole interest is an economy that would accumulate the most wealth and then redistribute the wealth to their citizens. The reason they do not agree with socialists is because socialism does not create as much wealth as capitalism does. There are two sides to this argument. The first aspect is this is the argument being made by a liberal. They are lying about being a liberal.
Wait, I think I misread that. So the first argument, if this is made from a liberal, I think that they're lying about being a liberal.
Yeah, that's what it says. The first aspect is if this is the argument being made by a liberal, they are lying about being a liberal, which is clear to me. I mean, you're right. You're right on the money. Ethics is what capitalism was originally built upon. The beginnings of liberalism started by overthrowing an oppressive monarchist regime and instituting the system which brings forth the most individual freedom. If an economy was twice as successful as capitalism, but the mechanism to make that money was gained from the genocide of infinite other nations, would you still support that system? I have a feeling liberals would bend the knee and admit that their utilitarian goal is for the endless creation of wealth, is not for the endless creation of wealth, but for the success of the people. For the second part, if liberals do not bend the knee and say they would accept the genocidal hypothetical as a more moral system, I do not think that individuals could call themselves liberal anymore. I agree. 100%.
This is like this argument is the exact same argument that you'll hear Destiny say against every socialist that comes in. This is why I first started this argument. And it's his exact line. I'm sure Mike can guarantee it in the chat. He'll come out and say, I don't really care about which system I'm living in. I just care about which ones bring forth the most wealth, and then they redistribute it. So, and I think this is going to be where I'm going to get into his contention with him. Because I think, and like, I actually had an argument about this with a friend of mine who disagrees and think like, because it's all based on utilitarian philosophy.
I love that I can see you working in this while you're doing it. Yeah, keep doing that.
I have ADHD. I love moving over this. Like with this specific argument, I don't think Destiny like actually cares about that. He just cares about the individual system. I think at the end of the day, the more oppressive a system is, he would say that he doesn't like it because it's simply oppressive and or brings forth worse outcomes. I'm curious if he would accept that, like, because there's two sides of it. If he says that he no longer thinks that, like, he would only advocate for capitalism because it brings forth more wealth, then you switch to, I have it further down where I think it's much more of I forget which one it is, but then I have the opposite side where I have to argue that that's a bad thing, that you're not just going for the unlimited accumulation of wealth, because then you would not be arguing from a liberal perspective.
Well, hang on though. Like, here's one thing I want to pose. Like, would capitalism work without socialist countries to exploit?
It kind of depends from that angle.
That would be a good question to ask because we get a ton of our resources from China, right?
Yeah.
China is inherently a socialist or communist country. And in order for our capitalism, in order for American capitalism to work, we have to rely on Chinese communism in order for our capitalism to work, because otherwise the goods are too pricey and it would price capitalism out of existence.
Potentially. There are a bunch
according to the people with wealth. Now, mind you, that doesn't have to be the case, but because we have people who want to hold on to their income and their revenue and hold on to their money so bad and don't want to redistribute the wealth like Destiny thinks is going to just happen miraculously because companies are so willing to do that. The simple fact is that they had to exploit somebody else to do that. They had to. That means that capitalism is functionally not working. Because if you have to exploit somebody for it to work, then capitalism doesn't work in a society, because you're still dependent on a lower working class, whether that's abroad or within your own country, no matter how you slice it.
I don't like. It's difficult because I don't know to what degree Destiny would have a problem. Like, I don't think he inherently has a problem with that. Could you specify the person in the chat? What do you mean by bubble movement specifically?
Like the housing bubble?
Yeah, I'm like curious. Like, do you mean like where systems should be mainly economically dependent, like they live in their own bubble almost, which is kind of what we're getting to? I'm curious what you mean by bubble movement. And like to that specific argument, yeah, that's absolutely true. I refrain from calling. This is just me. I refrain from calling China communist or a socialist country, just because I define it as the I like go from a very Marxist perspective, which would like then disagree with like China being a socialist state. But yeah,
well, it's authoritarian. It's authoritarian pretending to be a socialist state, you know. But for people in our country, they would call it socialist or communist. And so you can use the rhetoric as such, but you know, like, does that necessarily accurate globally? Maybe not. Maybe I'm making a bad faith argument, but you know, a lot of the other side will make the bad faith argument too, you know. So they're going to say that communist China is exploiting their workers. Well, okay, communist China exploits their workers. Guess what? Capitalists make their money off communist China exploiting their workers.
And to the person's question in chat, my specific reason for why China does so well specifically is because it has a specific resource that almost no other country has except for India, And as you can see, India is massively on the rise as well. It has the most labor force that you could ever want.
Yeah. Manufacturing is huge.
Mm-hmm. So like when you have that many just people at your disposal, you're able to grow massively. Now there's also like economically, there's an interesting thing when you see economies switch from a middle income economy to like a high income economy. So like when you see that move, we'll see if China successfully makes that move. I think that it most likely will make it to a more successful like economy like what we've seen like America become. But at the moment, it just has access to so much labor. That's why it's so much more successful.
Well,
so
they have more people. I mean,
Yeah.
that's inherently going to be the case when you've got that many people in a country where there's a lot of impoverished people. Yeah, they're going to be able to create more labor. I think that definitely, I agree with you that they don't represent communism or socialism because those workers aren't adequately compensated. They aren't provided a share of the resource that they create. So thereby, it's not inherently a communist or socialist country. It's what I would refer to as an authoritarian nationalist country with a centralized economy.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Trying to answer the person in chat, I wouldn't like say that China is necessarily better. Like it depends what you mean by better, obviously. But I wouldn't say China is necessarily better than the United States. If you like take it from a
well, I think the question is, so what's better than capitalism? What's better than capitalism? I would propose a Nordic ideal. I think Nordic socialism with a tinge of capitalistic market is not a bad thing. I think that people should be motivated to want to do more and excel and move past, but they should all be provided the basic essentials that they need in order to live and survive, and nobody should ever worry about where they're going to eat, whether they're going to eat, where they're going to sleep, or whether they're going to have heat. And I think that's a basic thing that everybody should care about. Like, that's humanity. Like, and if we're not there by now, damn, dude, what have we been doing for 2021 years? You know, like...
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that.
I mean, that's post-Christ.
And like, to Mike's question earlier, like, yeah, I can agree with, that's why, and this is going to be the part that I get into when I'm talking about how to like achieve my system. And Destiny's immediately going to take a problem with my like first prescription, because I think the first prescription that we have to make is we have to make Republicans electorally pretty much non-existent. Like we need to eliminate their chances for the presidency. We need to eliminate a lot of their seats in the Senate. In fact, we need to do like so much stuff to extend democracy that it would make them like non-existent. Destiny, being the neoliberal that he is going to take a huge problem with that. And like that's one of his main criticisms of lefties, is that they spend too much time trying to demonize the other side than actually advocating for their movement.
I agree. We spend so much time like hating on people, and we just need to like put out what we want to do. Let's fix the problem, you know? And we've been jaded, and I mean, I understand everybody's pissed, dude. Like, I'm pissed. You know, I'm pissed at like how I guess you want to say the Republicans. I don't think it's just them though. I think it's also some corporate Democrats too. We get treated like shit, you know, and it's like you're even fighting for some of these people, and they still treat you like shit. You know, Kirsten Sinema. I'm gonna say that. I actually advocated for her to win because in the beginning, bro, like she was saying all the right things. Her campaign was telling the story of like a little bit more moderated, but kind of a Bernie philosophy, and she sold us all out. She sold all of us out. She sold all of her volunteers out. She sold all of the people that said, "Hey, we'll compromise for you and we'll go along with it for you." She sold everybody out, dude. She sold everybody out. She became so morally bankrupt. Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and I'll quickly get to and I guess I'd get your opinion on this since you live in her state. Would you still prefer her to a Republican?
Yes, because the Republicans in this state are like QAnon status Republicans. They're so bad that's what we're left with.
Yeah,
However,
I make the same argument with that. Yeah.
However, there are some people on the left. There are some people on the left that want to run to the left of her, and they've got the support of the state Democratic Party over her. And so if the state Democratic Party chooses to endorse her, and if she doesn't go along with Biden's agenda, like she should, like a good loyal Democrat should, I think that she's going to find herself on the end of a primary, and she's not going to be in Senate very long.
We can only hope, right?
Even if she wins the primary, I'm going to tell you this. If she doesn't do what the working people of Arizona want, I'm telling you, like, they're mad, bro. Like, they're at her office, like, weekly. Like, they're pounding on her doors. Like, she's had people arrested. She had Jesse Jackson arrested, dude. Like, they're aggressive. Like, people are really pissed off at her, dude. She's not going to win either way unless she makes a sharp turn to the left. She's seriously damaging her career unless she plans on going and getting a job with ExxonMobil. Because people are furious. Like, bro, I mean, it's not even just the left. There are right-wing people here that are mad at her over the same things, dude. Like, that's the thing that gets me is, like, these are working Arizonans, like, and we are one of the poorest paid states in the country. And when she did that $15 an hour minimum wage thing where she thumbs downed it, like, you have no idea what that did to the communities in Arizona. Like, people all over the state, like, just were, like, flopping out. Like, left, right, independent. Everybody was like, why the fuck would she do that? Like, why? Why that? Like, why would she do that? You know? And I'm telling you, she's gonna lose her ass in this state. She's gonna lose.
I can hope so. My goal at the end of the day is that we get so many Democrats in office that it doesn't even matter that we're gonna have the Christmas symbols. That's my hope at the end of the day. That even when you run into those right-wing or Democrats, that we're gonna have so many that it doesn't even matter.
So Casey Jana, thanks for following, by the way. I appreciate that. I just wanted to answer your question real quick. You said, is that a problem with all sides, though? No sides push real ideas? No, you're right. They don't push real ideas. But the problem is that the right is so good at pushing the anti-idea. They're so good at pushing the negative to what could be a good idea that when good ideas present, they get shot down right away. Marketing, everything, lobbyists, they push the good ideas to the bottom, and then we don't get to benefit from the fruition of those ideas because there's a lot of interests at play. There's a lot of economic interests at play that try to keep us from what will benefit the whole. Because you know what? When we're divided as a nation, when we're divided economically, when we're divided racially, when we're divided ideologically, the people that win are the people who have a monetary interest in our society. And those are major corporations. Those are politicians bought by corporations. And those are other major corporations. That's it. Did I miss the mark at all?
I would also say, like, it depends, like, who you're saying doesn't have real ideas. If you mean, like, the Democrats and the Republicans, like, just don't, I would say generally do. But, like, there are some real ideas being pushed right now, like, especially as we've been talking about from Bernie, who I wouldn't, like, say that he doesn't have real ideas.
He has great ideas. AOC, like, I mean, I'm with, you know who actually really has some of the best ideas that I've heard out of the left? That's actually in a position of power is Rashida Tlaib.
Yeah, I think she's the one that, like, of the squad, she's the one that's pushed for the most she's gotten the most of her legislation passed.
Yeah, and she's the one pushing heavily. She doesn't want a $15 an hour minimum wage. She's talking $20 an hour minimum wage. And it's not just that, it's that she's got some major workers' rights initiatives. Obviously, being from Michigan and in Detroit, I think her district's like in or just outside of Detroit. Workers' rights are a big deal to her, and she's got some major initiatives there. Like she's very sensible in her approach. Like she's good, man. Like I mean, AOC is always going to be good, but she's that talking head. You know what I mean? People need her to be the voice while other people do the little wonky policy shit behind the scenes.
I think, like,
not that she can't do that too. She can. She's very capable, but she's very good at being the mouthpiece. You know,
as good as whatever Kyle Kalinske did, because he was in like him and Jank originally like did the Justice Democrat stuff.
Right. Yeah.
I'm upset every time I see him like saying how upset he is with AOC, because like I don't think, and this is my opinion, I don't think AOC's goal, well, she does some stuff, but I don't think her goal is to be the legislative masterpiece. The thing that at the end of the day, and like I love Bernie Sanders for all the stuff that he pushed through, but the best thing Bernie Sanders has done is popularized his ideas,
right,
and gotten them like to a larger audience.
I
think what AOC is great at doing too.
And I think she's great at it, and I think she's perfect for it. That's what makes a good president. I would vote for her for president. Believe me, I would vote for her in a heartbeat. I think she would be excellent, because the president is the person with the bully pulpit. They don't necessarily push the legislation. What they do is they drive everybody else to push the legislation. They force it. They, use that standing that they have to do that, I think the reason that Bernie never won, I'll be honest with you, I think it had to do with his age. I think if he was younger, people would have voted for him. I 100% believe that, especially after his heart attack in 2020, because I think he was well on his way. And when that happened, I think people were like, I'm questioning his health. Even my uncle said that. He's like, and my uncle's a huge socialist, big time socialist.
KC, they're streaming right now. I don't know who they are. Let me look them up. Okay, they were on were they on Prime now? Oh, I don't know. I'll pull them up. Yeah, I mean that's like absolutely a problem that like we're running into. The main reason that I like attribute, I think, because like a lot of people disagree with, this, I think that like the reason, and like I find that Bernie Sanders did a lot better in 2016 than he actually did in 2020.
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
It's kind of sad, but I think the main reason that we lost in 2020, not 2016, but the main reason we lost in 2020 was because the impending threat of Trump. Like, somehow the media...
Give me the safe bet. Give me the safe bet. Please give me the safe bet. Give me the safe bet. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what it was. It was that argument.
But like in 2016, it could absolutely make the argument that he was just too old. Because that does play a large part into it too. Like one of the things that I think about that would unfortunately limit Bernie is like I would love to see potential legislation to limit how old you can get while you're in office.
Yeah.
I think some of that's going to be like super important. Not to like, because on one hand, Bernie, who is like one of the oldest people in government, is one of the hardest advocates for what we believe in. But I also feel bad that it has to be Bernie being the one doing the advocacy.
Well, like term limits, like what, that should be a real thing. And it's like, damn it, dude. Like, but I don't want Bernie out. It's like, I'm not going to vote for term limits until he decides he wants to retire. But, like, what do you do? Because, I mean, there's a philosophical take that you have to be consistent with at some level, and like, I think even Bernie, though, if you talk to him, if you were to talk to him and tell him, hey, what do you think about term limits? I think he'd probably even be on board with it. I think he'd be like, yeah, there's too many people that are here for too long,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, and that's the nice thing that what Bernie managed to do, because I think because if I'm being honest, like, let's say Bernie Sanders wasn't as popular as he was, but he managed to win the presidency, right? I would say that we're probably worse off for it. The movement that he managed to create and the people that he managed to inspire is way more important than actual things that he probably would have been able to do in office at the end of the day.
Well, they would have become apathetic because they would have thought that everything was done.
Yeah, and as great as having him in office,
Bernie's in office. Everything's fixed, And that's not how it works, man. It just isn't, unfortunately.
If you live in a liberal society, then you are a liberal. Does that Hitler lived in? I hate to push it there. Hitler lived in a liberal society before he became. Does that make Hitler a liberal? I'm just curious.
Well, technically, Hitler was a liberal.
Well, he was.
See, the problem with the idea of liberalism is that it stops at conservatism. It does not.
Well,
like there are neoliberal societies where like the whole existence of neoconservatism is actually a subsect of neoliberalism.
well,
and that's the whole thing.
I think like I define it a little bit differently because like I guess I go by like the original liberal kind of area. So like some parts of liberalism being like such a wide ideology plays into everything. Like as socialists, we'll say that we are the ones that want to fulfill the end goals of liberalism, right? That's one of the main things that we say. So it's like to that degree, liberalism kind of feeds into everything. But I don't know if I would like go and call Hitler a liberal to that end though. There were definitely aspects of what he was saying that would play into liberalism. But at the end of the day, I hate titles. Yeah. Wait, wasn't he, wasn't Hitler like, I could be wrong with this, I thought he was absent, or not absent. I thought he was like, refrained from ever drinking alcohol. I don't remember. Okay, as far as I had just heard that he never drank. That's the big thing that I heard. It could be true. He just didn't have to drink. But he was definitely high on other shit. It says that you're apparently muted. I don't know. Oh, okay.
Boop. Now you can hear me. They just want to hear me when I mute myself.
Wait, why do I have headphones? I don't need headphones on. I've been like wearing the headphones this entire time, and I was like, oh wait, I'm not streaming.
I really don't need them either because I don't need to hear myself. I can hear everything else pretty clearly through my headphones. I just wear them because I'm so used to it from work because I've worked in a call center for so long.
Like, and Michael, I guess I'll leave this up to you. It seems that MC, I think it's Casey, Jana keeps popping in and out. If they want to like hit us up, I'd be fine with like having them talk. It's fine with me. They seem to be like jumping around a bunch. I don't know.
Are they trying to get into the Discord?
I have no idea. They kept joining. I pulled up their stream because they said they were live, and they keep going back to our show.
Oh, well, they can come on if they want.
Yeah, that's fine with me. So like to that end, I guess I'll get back to like the document a little bit because I was talking about it. So I'm like writing out this very specific document. Oh yeah, if you want to come in, I'm fine with me. I was just talking about the document that I sent. So like there's plenty of it that I still have to write. Like the section that I'm on right now, which I'm dreading, is I hate writing about the prison system because there's so like you can see in like the law section there's the prison system.
Here, let me pull it back up. I keep having to like switch screens because I'm waiting for this new person to pop in. Sorry, let me pull that over. Hang on just a second.
So like the one that I was talking about, the prison system specifically, it has so many different sections that I'm like taking forever writing it.
Well, that's got to be the hardest one because our criminal justice system is the most flawed. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. But like I have all these like different sections and like I haven't like fully switched to writing them yet.
What is the what is probably your key? What would be the major takeaway from criminal justice if you could surmise it in a more condensed version?
Oh, well, if you want to like really push it, it's that our current system currently much more favors like punishment than actual rehabilitation.
Oh, I agree. Oh my God, I agree 100%. 100% Dundee.
That's like to summarize it really specifically, but then you get into the minutia. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get in the thick of it. The National Socialist German Workers' Party and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics see any similarities, socialists? No, I don't, because National Socialists of Germany were not socialists. They actually murdered the socialists within their own organization. They were fascists. They were 100% corporate fascists. But if you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. Because I love talking to shitty ass Nazis or people who conflate Nazis with socialists. Because it's like one of those idealisms where like you didn't understand the context of what you read in history. But feel free, you've got our Discord. I will give you a chance to come on here and you can talk to me and Sen.
Oh well, I'll also say like if your point is that. Like, it depends on your point. If you're saying that because we're socialists, we're also Nazis, I can agree with that. But if you want to say that, like, Russia has been also very bad and also has a lot of fascistic tendencies, I'd agree with that too. So, like, it depends where you're taking that point. If you're using it to attack the USSR, I don't know if I would necessarily disagree.
Well, yeah, the USSR is shit. I mean...
Mm-hmm. So, like, trust us.
There's a whole reason that socialists call those kinds of people tankies.
Mm-hmm. And, like, if you read my specific document, which I've, like, laid out here very specifically, and, like, that's pretty intricate, I would like to say, you can see very specific differences about what I would want and what Lenin and Stalin and Gorbachev
Cheka is a bullshit argument because you know what? Those people were starving before the Bolsheviks even got into fucking that part of Russia. That's a crap argument.
We got ooh, a Nazgul. Ooh, we get So wait, are you calling us is he saying that it's a good thing that they're both Nazis? I'm confused.
Because they won't jump in the Discord because they're cowards and they don't want to have their voice online or be seen because people will know exactly who and what they are. But please, I would kind of enjoy the conversation just to own you.
I was debating that, I don't know why, but like I hop in the chat like when I rated you because I was like, you seem pretty cool on the panel, and Mike was like, destroy this anti-vaxxer, and I was like, okay. I just ended my stream, and I was like, all right, I'll have a little bit of fun. I didn't get to do any arguing in that stream, so I'll do a little bit here.
I kind of had no argument, no problem with that shit. I like getting into heated debates and shit with people. Like, and Mike will tell you, people will come on here and because you know how it is, they see your political shit and they're like, "What's your political ideology?" Dude, I've swayed libertarians, I've swayed all sorts of people to my side just by being really nice to them. But if they come in aggressively, oh man, they get hit from all sides, dude. Don't come in here like that, man. We gotta get rough with that.
One of my favorite conversations that I had is, and I'm probably not going to see this person again because my channel nuked all my followers. But I had a British dude come in who was like specifically interested in like hearing about like because he hadn't talked to like a true socialist before, and he was like curious about the changes I would make to the EU, and we had like a lovely conversation. And he was like really surprised that I came off as reasonable. So that was like one of the best things that I've had. Nice. I love those kind of conversations. They're all the right wingers. I've never had a true right winger in my chat. in my Discord call, I've had plenty of conversations with libertarians, with like centrists, with liberals, all those kind of people. But anyone right of neoconservatism never jumps in.
No, they won't, because when it comes down to actually having to exercise their argument, they can't. It's because it's not feasible, it's not tenable, it's not scalable. It doesn't revolve around a solution that could actually provide for what we would call a civilized society, you know.
Okay,
not in
I
any
just
sense.
don't know what this is. What the fuck is an anarcho-nosbol? That sounds like the most contradictory shit I've ever heard.
Anarcho-National Bolshevik Party. The Nazbols went out of existence in 2007, so like good luck with that.
God. But yeah, I mean, like, you run into like my goal with a specific document, because you can see like there's a bunch of stuff with it. My end goal is I just want to like iron out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to iron out everything.
I'll pull it back up.
That I'm going to do. I'm going to have someone like run a contrary argument, and then I'm going to build like essentially run through the dialectic, I guess, where like someone will propose an argument against the systems that I would like to see, and then I'll address those arguments. So it'll be a long process to iron it out, but eventually it should be ready to just I can defer to this document whenever I need an argument, I guess. Not that I would need to, but it's useful, you know.
Oh, for sure. Is it okay if I link your doc again? Somebody just asked for it. They wanted to check it out. Casey, Jana wanted to check it out.
It's also not done. I was not like this was not. I just wanted to talk about it, but I just wanted to prep writing it out
for Destiny. You know what though? Maybe some people can give you some really good counter arguments to it. This might be a good opportunity just to like air it out a little bit. You know what I mean? So you can figure out your arguments on it. So.
And if you have, I don't know. I'm just gonna say Jana. I'm not sure. If you want to jump on, you're welcome to. This is just the thing that I've been writing out. I've been writing it for like a few months now, but I've been taking breaks of it recently. But I'm gonna be getting back into it soon.
Yeah, and we're always open to have you on the channel here. No, it's no worries. Like, you can have differing opinions and stuff. We welcome it. Like, as long as you're respectful to us, we'll be respectful to you. So feel free to join. I'm gonna go ahead and post the Discord server again, just in case.
And like, actually, I'm like, because the part that I don't like, that I need to revise a lot, is the realization section. Because I thought I was ready to the realization section, and then there was so much more that I had to write about in the section above, right? And so I had to go back to it. So the realization section is still a little bit crusty, and it's not done at all. So like, there's so many sections, and like you were just talking about people who think Bernie Sanders isn't left enough, and then I have that exact topic addressed. That's enough. The exact topic addressed, where I have the section talking about anti-electoral lefties, and like people that are going to say, don't do anything. Participating in the system is wrong, and we need to do a revolution now.
Right.
And like, I just have I have the arguments that I just took out there right in that section.
Which section was that? What's it called?
Oh, it's gonna be on page 15.
15. Let's scroll to it. I love giving smart people a platform, damn it. Okay.
Well,
let's start with thank yous to those who I previously said. Yes.
It's gonna be the bottom paragraph.
So this one right here. Let's go. In order to disenfranchise these lefty groups, here are the steps that need to be taken. Once right-wing electoralism is all but gone, these four groups will seek to co-opt our existing movement. A rebranding of actual socialism is necessary. We must separate ourselves from the authoritarians and gulags of the past and push people to think of socialism as the movement that advocates for personal autonomy. Once this rebranding is completed, we can distinguish ourselves from these authoritative movements of the past and cast them in oblivion. I agree. Into oblivion. In the case of anti-electoral leftists, the argument must be made on how it is possible to achieve socialism by using democratic means. Once that argument exists, the liberal marketplace of ideas will give us more success just by virtue of having the political soapbox to speak on. Additionally, we should advocate for electoralism as hard as possible. Finally, to discuss leftists, in quotations, that advocate against leftism, they need to simply be proven wrong with time. These people thrive on a system that does not provide help to its citizens. They will be proven as long as we achieve basic helpful policies such as universal health care, free transportation, free college, creating a large social safety net, and fixing the homelessness issue.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty much. Like, the part that I was like addressing specifically is there are so many people that, like I have at the bottom, yet there are people who identify as leftists that advocate against supporting people such as Bernie Sanders, either saying they aren't left enough or are corrupt without providing any evidence. The proof is, the problem with these people is while their arguments are unsubstantive, the rhetoric they say is very appealing. The rhetoric that they use is the same rhetoric that we advocate against neoliberalism, and thus sounds appealing to the unaware leftist. The difference is the conclusions we come to are very different. People who use this rhetoric are the furthest left. The people who use this rhetoric on the farthest left political candidates are puppets for the capitalist.
Yeah, it's a gimmick. Like Jimmy Dore, I think he's a right-wing plant. I'll tell you that 100%. I've said that for a long time. I think Gabbard's a right-wing plant. They have no intention of pushing leftist policies. Their goal is to make the leftists look crazy, to make us look insane, to make us look like we are completely irrational, lunatic people. And in doing so, it delegitimizes our movement and allows them to continue to profit off people like who Jimmy Dore was profiting off, Syria. You know, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's very evident in the way in which they position their avenues towards political gain, right? Like, they pretend like they're really, really for something, and then they do everything that counters that. Like, Nina Turner was running for a congressional seat. That's a left candidate. Like, that's a far left candidate. I mean, that's a left candidate. And him and Breonna Joy Gray, even though the Working Family Party actually helped fund her campaign, some of the two biggest advocates for the Working Families Party or you know, the movement for a new political party, I forgot what they're calling themselves, came out against her publicly with their rhetoric. She would have won. I'm convinced she would. And there's a lot of people that are like, well, you know, I wouldn't really have that big of an impact, like even Sam Cedar and shit. And it's like, no, you would have, because every single vote matters. You know, like, I'm with Tim Black on this. I don't know if you listen to Tim Black at all, but he's a really strong left-leaning kind of Black Lives Matter type of speaker that is just, he's amazing. And he hit the nail on the head. He's like, these people are taking away from the left that can actually make the left happen. You know, they're deliberately like pushing her out. Who the fuck would say no to Nia Turner, man? She's more left than Bernie.
The big thing that I like her a lot too. I would have actually, of all of the VP candidates, I would have liked to see Bernie take. I would have loved to see her be the candidate.
Me too. Anybody that's on the left is like, yeah, go Nina. And the fact that Jimmy Dore came out against her because she ran in the Republican Party instead of the Movement for a People's Party, that's ludicrous, man. That's insane. That is the most stupid take that you can ever freaking take. Are you kidding me? Because she didn't run for the people under the People's Party? They still helped fund her campaign. They knew she wasn't going to run under that. Why did the talking heads come out against it? It's disgraceful. Like this, I mentioned this in one of my first posts, and Counterpoints was the very first person to add me on Twitch. Like after did my first stream, he literally was after my first stream, and I even told him about that tonight on the panel. I was like, "You're the first streamer that ever added me," and I know exactly why, because I posted a whole thing about how the left eats itself, how we cannibalize ourselves. And that's a prime example. Nina Turner is a prime example of how the left cannibalizes itself.
I absolutely agree. My calculus on that as well was probably she had a bit of a problem with her anti-Joe Biden statements as well. Like, I don't know how well that would have played off in her district. And that was like my calculus for that.
It didn't play off well, and I don't listen, I think she would have had a hard time winning. However, when you have the people on the left that are supposed to be supporting her, even dogging her, you're really poisoning the well. Like, you know, you're adding the extra bait for the piranhas. You know, like it didn't make it easy. Yeah, I don't
disagree. Like I think it's weird because like I guess I try and this might be my hypothetical world where I try to imagine Jimmy Dore doesn't have a massive platform, but he absolutely does, and I don't know why. Like, especially like not even his own audience, but the people that he's gotten like through his connection with Joe Rogan and stuff.
Well, and you gotta remember he's on Tucker Carlson all the time bashing the left. You know, I mean, he bashes his own all over Tucker Carlson. It's like, who else is going on Tucker Carlson to bash the left? Jimmy Dore and Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on the fact that he's not actually number one, you can't like call yourself like you can't say Bernie Sanders isn't left enough for you and then advocate for Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah. Holy shit. Like, no, wrong direction, bruh. Like, she isn't even for socialized healthcare. What are you talking about, dude? Like, that's your whole thing. That's your shtick. That's what he's been fighting for. And then he goes and like advocates a candidate that is not about it. What do I think about AOC's Eat the Rich dress? I fucking love it. Eat the Rich has been a saying since the 70s, since the 60s. I love it. Even if you look, there's an old hair metal band named Warrant, and they did an album called Eat the Rich. And if you look at the cover of that album, it's beautiful. Hold on, I want to pull it up. I gotta show it to people.
Were you on that panel? Were you on the Prime panel where we were discussing Eat the Rich?
No, I wasn't on. Maybe I was on that one actually.
I just remember that one because Hans. That was like the first time.
I think I was really drunk on that one. Actually, I was really drunk.
That was the first one I got on, and I was like completely foreign to what I was supposed to do. So I just remember that. And I looked at the dress. It doesn't even say "Eat the Rich." It says "Tax the Rich." So like this is like the lower, like even to the people that don't like the saying "Eat the Rich," it is the saying that we're okay with, like the least violent one, except like libertarians and shit. But
Right.
Who cares about them?
Oh
yeah, I mean, and dress
it was called
great.
Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. But they like watch. I'm gonna show you the album cover. You're gonna be like, oh, I get it.
Sure. Kill me.
Shit. Keep clicking on things. I'm clicking on the wrong things. Damn me. Me and my stupid brains.
I think Biden, he announced his plan, but he's only like half measuring the tax increase. Like Trump lowered the taxes, and then he's only raising them like halfway from what I've seen.
Yeah. There you go. Dirty, rotten, filthy, stinking rich.
Yeah. Love that picture.
But their whole message in that whole album, and I hate hair metal. I'm gonna tell you straight up, despise it. But occasionally they'll have a decent message, and there was some really good messages in that album about kind of like wealth disparity and shit like that. And it's like, wow, how? Like you go back and you think like glam metal singing that kind of shit. Yeah, sometimes, I guess so. You know. There's another big like 80s, well maybe the early 90s metal band that like did some shit like that I thought was really awesome. It's a band called Living Color. Have you ever heard of them?
No,
There's a show called In Living Color. There was a show called In Living Color, and then there was a band called Living Color, and they did this song called Cult of Personality and Glamour Boys and all these songs, and like dude, they were dealing with some heavy socio-political shit, but it was an all black like metal band, and they were kind of like it was a little bit glam metal, but they were more like their own thing. They were just really cool, and their guitarist is this guy named Vernon Reed. He is a world-renowned guitarist. The guy is just a phenomenal player. Like, I mean, extra special. Yeah. But yeah, very much sending the like socialist tinge messages, especially their first video that got big. This one called Cult of Personality. I think actually at my youngest age, that was probably one of the first things that ever kind of radicalized me a little bit. And if you ever get the chance to go back on YouTube and watch it, like it's worth the watch, because the imagery in the video tells a broader story than the music even does. But listen to the lyrics too, you know, like it's solid, man. Like I don't push music on people. I don't tell it, you know, whatever you listen to, you're into. But I think anybody that's a good Marx reading socialist would probably like get a kick out of Living Color. They had some pretty good shit.
Any Republican housekeepers stealing the Communist Manifesto, socialist Marx readers.
Right? Yes, sir.
I still can't believe that happened. Like the crazy, and like I would say this probably informs my politics a lot more than I'm willing to admit. I have a cousin who is also a democratic socialist, who is has a political philosophy doctor and teaches at one of the colleges here. And like I got that book from him because I wanted to, like, it was a really good copy and it had a really good title. But the thing is that the same housekeepers take care of his house. So I want to. It hasn't been available because we've been all like busy because a bunch of family came over because of the hurricane in Louisiana.
Okay, right.
But I want to ask him if he's ever noticed any like books missing, but the ones that are specifically like very clearly communist books. And like it's very strange because I also have several books that like immediately come off as like anti-Republican. I have like books with socialism on the title. I have a copy of the Quran on my bookshelf, and I'm just so shocked that it hasn't been. None of those got taken, but just the Communist Manifesto.
Right.
I'm almost happy that it got stolen because as much good as that book could have done me on that shelf, I now have the story that I can say my Communist Manifesto was stolen.
And maybe you radicalize some people with it. Maybe
We can hope, right?
That's where I'm at with it. You radicalize some people. Hey, you know what? Casey Jana followed me, and I forgot to do a dab for her. Are you okay with me doing a dab real quick?
Oh, sure.
Rock and roll. I smoke a lot of weed, actually, a lot. That's why I'm a huge. I spent time locked up for marijuana possession and shit. So I'm big into the idea. And I lost jobs and lost a lot of opportunities just because that shit was on my record. So that's why I'm big into the criminal justice reform for that shit, because I feel like I'm owed, man. Nobody should have fucking busted me for weed anyways.
Do I have that? I don't know. I don't think I included that. I think that's much more in criminal law, because I definitely need to talk about that in the doc.
I've always been big time for reparations for people who were convicted of nonviolent drug offenses, reparations for Black Americans, and reparations for Native Americans.
Speaking of that, that is actually the one topic that I am like dreading to have to address in this document, because I have no good solution for what to do with the Native Americans. Like, it's such a it's kind of like the most complicated topics that we ever discuss. I think that might be the most complicated to handle.
A massive return of land, like what they did in Oklahoma. Did you hear about that?
I have obviously heard about like return to land stuff, and I think that's great. But like
we don't have to return. We don't have to return all the lands, but what we need to return is fertile lands.
To kind of change this, well, I guess we'll finish up on like the Native American thing.
No, yeah,
like,
go ahead.
Like the reason that I have like such a complicated time like handling it, because like electorally the problem, and like this is the problem that you run into with the Native Americans specifically, like especially up in Canada, where when push comes to shove, the state seems to like push against like the rights of the Native Americans. Like no matter how like separate we make them, like what we'll see is the state will want to build over like pipelines that go through their territory and want to move them. And there's all these like the problems with having like essentially like an autonomous nation living with like that doesn't really have the ability to protect itself.
They're basically Palestine in the United States. They're Palestine in the United States. They really are. They're treated
I think it's
the
almost
equivalent.
even worse.
Yeah.
To a certain degree, because I would say like the Native Americans are one of the most oppressed groups, and even because they're all different groups.
Yeah, it's not centralized. There's a lot of them. Like, pick which one is more oppressed. Good luck. Because they're all in really shit shape, man. Like, you go on those reservations, it's bad news, man. Mm-hmm. They're rough. So I mean, you talk about the missing and exploited and murdered Native women. Like, that shit's out of this. There's documentaries on that shit for days that have just come out in the past couple, like within the past 2 years, about how bad we've neglected the disappearance and rape and murders of Native women in this country. I mean, you got to remember, Montana, up until last year, I think it was, you could kill Native people legally.
Oh, God.
Like, you could just see them and kill them. Like, there didn't have to be a reason.
It's such a weird balance, because, like, I don't see a because at least with Palestine, we don't have a good way to push towards a solution, right? But at least like we can focus on like a two-state solution that we would like to push for. And there always will be probably conflict between the two groups. But at least Palestine, if we can balance things out, could have an equal amount of power in that area, you know?
Right, yeah. I mean, there's enough of a citizenry left from the oppression, whereas with the natives, I mean, we need to call it what it is. It was a worse genocide than, and I'm sorry, like, no offense to Jewish people, but it really was a worse genocide than the Holocaust. Like, it was seriously
in its outcomes, not in its intentions.
Right, yeah, in its outcomes. The intentions, no. Like, I mean, I think that the Nazis clearly were trying to do some horrible, brutal shit that was for, oh my God, dude. Yeah, no, I can never justify either. And they were both horrible massacres that decimated a lot of really, really good people that had nothing to do with the conflicts that they were engaging in. And that's the sad part.
The big thing that I have a concern about is that's why I have such a difficulty on top of the what to like cause, like how to fix that solution, is I'm not sure if they can even be like held together sustainably anymore. Like I don't know what it would take for them to get back on track. Like, and then if they become like if individual tribes actually become strong and like strong-willed again, how will that handle when they're basically caught in these like small territories within a larger country that surrounds them on all borders?
Well, the Eastern Cherokee Nation is huge. It's massive, and it covers so much of the Eastern United States, you wouldn't believe it, man. And they are very powerful, and they have a lot of pull and a lot of strength within municipalities, within states, within regions. Because if you want to pass through their area, well, you got to pay your dues. You know, it's their land, it's their area. You know, they make the rules there. Yeah. So I mean, they do have power. What they need is more power on the federal level, right? Mm-hmm. But regionally, there are a lot of tribes that, oh my God, if you don't think they're wielding their power, like some of them have figured out a way to make money, like the tribes here in Arizona using casinos and things like that. You know, like, I mean, they figured out a way to turn their barren land into a profit. You know, and I don't blame them for that. I would do everything I could to take care of my family and my tribe if I were them. You know, I'd do it. You know. I'm actually glad they did, but here's the thing: they did that out of desperation, right? And then, in addition to that, now they have some success. Now they have some political capital, right? That's what we want them to have, right? And if they have political capital and they start making moves on the state level, which is what most immediately affects their nations, right? Mm-hmm. Then they're affecting the most of what they need to. Now, that doesn't take away from the national stuff, like the pipelines and shit like that. That's where you need some installation of some natives in our actual government. And guess what we got? We got Deb Haaland. All right. Working as the secretary for the Department of the Interior. And she's native, and deeply native, and from tribal land. And I think we really did good on that. I think a lot of change can be made through the Department of Interior and what she can propose and push. She can actually take care of a lot of this, the stuff with regard to the women who have been murdered and abducted, you know, on tribal lands and stuff. Like, she has an ability to actually use her pool to do that, and she can do it from her perspective as being somebody who is indigenous and grew up, you know, in tribes. You know what I mean?
It might almost be like because I will say, like, one of the biggest cruelties of our politics is how little we talk about Native American issues. I would say, like, two of my most under-talked issues are probably our meat industry and I will purposely say I don't talk about the meat industry because I don't want to bring vegans in the chat, but
right.
And also the Native American issues. I'm to a certain degree, I'm happy about all the discourse with the First Nations people that's happening in Canada right now.
Yeah.
But it's also so weird.
Well, it's really tragic, you know, because we're having to face some real consequences for actions that were done, and we're seeing those consequences play out. Like, they're talking about the boarding schools, you know, and I saw that thing with Lauren Southern and Lance and Two Rabbits or whatever it was. And I gotta tell you, man, like, I was really disappointed because Lauren Southern pigeonholed them into a conversation about whether or not there was a mass grave or there were mass graves, right? And the reason that I'm saying that is because, like, there could be many graves or one grave, right? But if there's a genocide that occurs, what difference does it make?
Yeah.
And that was my point. And they got caught up on that for half of the conversation.
That was such a like.
And it's like, this, somebody should have said, this is a straw man. This has nothing to do with, you're talking about the disposals of the bodies after the fact. I'm talking about the fact that they were killed in the first place. Somebody should have said that. And nobody said that. And that's all that needed to be said. It's one of the biggest problems I have when people start going into statistics, because here's the things with statistics. Statistics can prove anybody's argument depending on how they want to position them. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, a lot of times people use statistics to deflect from the actual argument. They'll start going off on some weird ass shit, just like she did. Well, technically, this is what you would call a mass grave by numbers, by this study and blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, dude. Who cares? Who cares? Was there more than one body in there, and were they discarded like they weren't cared about? And was there no gravestone? Yeah. No, I don't give a shit. You're a shitbag. It's horrible. It's you just killed a child. Like, what do you want? Like, you want a trophy because you like buried him individually? Like, I didn't understand what she was asking with that. You know, like
Everyone, like, it's so strange. Because I had a very different take on that entire debate. And it seems like everyone came away with, like, disagreeing how I thought that it went. So, like, I didn't think that anyone did fantastic in that debate, right? I don't think Lance did great, and I think, Two Rabbits did worse. I think Lauren Southern, as, Casper Music mentioned, is skilled in the debate. I thought in that specific topic, she added so much conspiracism to her topic, which I guess is not foreign for Lauren Southern.
No.
But for me, it felt like she added so much conspiracism to everything that she said. And like the only grounding part of it was counterpoints, that she was almost like losing that topic. That's just my take on it though. Which it seems like everyone disagreed with me on that. Oh, wait.
I gotta hydrate.
Okay. I'm getting audio from. Why do I have so many things open?
Casey Jana just redeemed Jason Hydrates for 269. Thank you, Casey Jana. Thank you for chilling with us tonight. It's good to have new followers and friends and people hanging out. We love just rapping it and talking a lot of shit. I'm actually really fun too when I don't talk politics. It's just watching old horror movies and shit. The other night, we watched The White Zombie, like the 1934 version, I think it was. I find all these the Creative Commons old school horror movies, and I'll just watch them and talk politics. It's fun, dude. Like, we just I haven't got like a whole lot of people to get into it yet, but I'm like, dude, it's so fun. Like, we just chill, dude. Like, I want to get somebody else to come in and just hang out with like another co-host or something, just to like bullshit, to have like the conversation on screen. But it's fun. It's just. Because, you already know it's going to be kind of a shitty movie or whatever, so you just get to, like, laugh at it, have some drinks or whatever, if that's your thing, and just...
That was actually what I was going to do before I jumped into doing politics. I had a friend, and what I was going to spend my time doing was critiquing awful movies, but not critiquing them because they're bad, but critiquing them because why are they so bad that they suddenly become great?
Right, like watch some old Ed Wood movies or something. Mm-hmm. I love all that stuff, man. B movies are my favorite. Like, I'm a huge Nicolas Cage fan because he is the B movie king. He can make B movies like a mofo, dude. Like, man, it's funny.
I'd love to do a movie night. As long as like I have no idea how movies and like all that stuff works with copyright, but I'd love to do it.
Oh, bro, if it's on Prime. If it's on Amazon Prime, it's 100% okay. You can do
really?
It's actually set up inside Twitch. You can hook it up to where you can do a watch party. And if you can find the movie in Prime, you can do a watch party and watch it with everybody, with like all your viewers and stuff. And it's easy. It's easy. It's a lot of fun.
That's not. I'm down. And to the Mike's comments earlier, where I really enjoyed this convo. One of the things that I'm currently trying to do right now is additionally incredibly important because I just happen to lose all of my following pretty much. I'm trying to do as much like reach out as possible. So like going on Prime is fantastic. Not like actually, I was actually doing decently on Prime last night for viewership, but I usually do terrible on Prime during viewership.
Really?
But going on Prime because I get to talk with other people and meet them. Like the first time I went on Prime, I got like a really good connection to Hans. I've been talking with Hans a bunch, and like Hans is like, you know how he's talking about doing the smaller creator panel. So like he came to me like immediately and said, "Would you be interested in like doing this?" And I was like, "Dope." So we had like a fun chat about that. And then like, who did I? Oh, thank you for the follow, Casey Jana. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it. And like the second night, that's when I met Fabian, whatever his name is, CTV. So whenever I'm ready, because I want to go on Ready, I'm gonna be having a talk with CTV. I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but at some point he's promised that he'll talk to me.
So I'll tell you how my interaction with CTV ended up. I had 2 viewers that I guess I don't know how they were able to get in CTV's favor like very quickly, because one of them I know had just started at Twitch because she just started just to like come on my channel and shit, and like between the 2 of them, like they had like CTV actually messaging me in Twitch like, "Hey, you gotta come over here," what? I'm like, wait, what? Like I was in the middle of a live stream and they're like telling me, "Hey, we're gonna put you on there. We want a WWE type interaction." I'm like, what are you talking about? What do
I've
you
said
mean?
this is the joke that I love making, that CTV may have the meme where he's gonna come in with the steel chair, but I live in Florida and I can always come at him with the elbow.
Right.
From the top.
You know what's funny though, man, is like I had a good time. Like we disagreed
say,
the
like,
whole time, but I was laughing and he was laughing, and his Glocculus or whatever the guy is, like was laughing too. Everyone was like it was a good conversation. There was some stuff that I got enlightened on that I wasn't aware of that, you know, I'm willing to learn from other people. You know, like I still may disagree with them, but I'm willing to take their insights and be like, "Hey, that's cool. You know, that's what's up." And you know, his buddy Glockosaurus, that's his name. He had some insights because of serving in Afghanistan that I didn't realize, and I was like, "Oh, well, that's some shit. I'm sorry to hear that," you know, type of thing. But I still vehemently disagree with you. But
that's one of the interesting things about,
I mean,
like,
they were so nice and cool about it. They don't even care, dude. Like they were just like, we just like laughed about the shit, you know, like it was like, whatever, you know, like you're an American, I'm an American, we love our country, we want good things for it, and that's what it is, you know, like we don't have to agree, you know. And but no, he was like, because I drank, like, dude, he drove me to drinking, man. I drank 2 bottles of wine on that shit, like straight up in 3 hours. I was plowed, dude. And he's like, "Oh, well, you know what? We're taking advantage of you now. You know, you're too inebriated, blah, blah, blah. You come back, blah, blah." And then, like, I see him, like, this weekend drink a whole bottle of salt watermelon whiskey. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here, man. What are you talking about, a clown? What do you mean? But you know, he's a nice enough guy, dude. No, he's always been very nice to me, and he gave me some really good advice about streaming and like different tools that I could use to like help my streams and shit. And I'm like, you didn't have to do that, you know. He's technically supposed to be the ideological opponent, you know what I mean? And
I think that's really interesting because like this is something that I would find true of Connor and Counterpoints and CTV, is I think like the internet goes through a lot of phases where people like, and often like the previous phase is a reaction to the next phase, you know. So like a lot of the Twitch leftist stuff is a reaction to all of the right-wing sentiment on YouTube, right? So I find it very interesting that it seems like the conservatives on Twitch that have managed to survive, besides Lauren Southern, because she kind of just came in with an audience, have like grown accustomed and like managed to survive in their very specific scenarios. Counterpoints is a mass. Like the more I watch Counterpoints, because I'm not sure if he's a liberal or conservative or something in between or whatever the hell.
Well, he's center right, and I can see that in his because his intervention, his foreign intervention approach is one that I agree with and disagree with. I made a point in my chat earlier because I couldn't get it in when I was talking to Prime. Is that he has some ideas that are correct, but there are some things that bother me. Because one of the things he talked about was wanting to contract the U.S. military to train police in other countries. And what we know is that is inherently a bad situation, because we experienced that here in our own country when we had the Israeli military train our police officers in the knee on the neck procedure that ultimately resulted in George Floyd's death. That came directly from Israeli military. So by doing so, by sending our military over there to train them, we're not teaching them policing techniques. We're teaching them war techniques, and those are distinctly different than what you do in a policing situation, right? And we don't want to teach people to police like they're in the middle of a war zone, because if we teach people to police like that, they're going to hurt their citizens. And
you cut off a little bit at the end, but I got most of it. And to the person saying Connor Def got coaching from Destiny, I don't know, like, fully. I think, like, the thing that's unique about Connor is because the more that I watch him, like, I watched him on Prime's panel, not Prime, Hans's panel the other day, and I, like, a lot of the times I'm annoyed with him because he does, like, whenever he's on a panel with someone, especially with someone a lot bigger than him, a lot of the time he isn't even saying anything, but what he spends his time doing is he's making these faces about how shocked he is at what the other person said.
Who is this?
Counterpoints. At least that's what he used to do. And it gets, like, especially, like, you remember the Lauren Southern debate. That's what, like, annoyed me the most, because he wasn't actually angry. He was just faking his anger the entire time and acting like he couldn't
feigning outrage.
Yeah, exactly. And it, like, got on my nerves, but I think he stopped doing that recently. And, like, ever since he stopped doing that, he's come across as, like, a much more skilled rhetorician.
Well, I really, yeah, dude. Like, aside from whoring out our military to train police officers in other countries, I really agreed with him on most of what he said. Like, I mean, I was probably 70-30, you know. We were 70% there, you know. I was 70% in agreement with him, and then he brought that shit in, and I was like, nope, hard pass. Pass.
Interesting, because, like, Connor is his name Connor? I think that's his name.
It is, yeah. Connor's his name.
Yeah. Connor, I think his goal is somewhat valid. Like, the goal that, even if I don't agree with him ideologically, I would prefer a force on the right that pulls other crazy types in, you know?
Yeah, he definitely makes the right more sane, and his arguments are sound, and they're justified, and he's got a background to speak on it. And you know why I like the way he speaks about it? Because he doesn't always agree with the cops. Mm-hmm. And he was a cop. You know what I'm saying? A cop that doesn't agree with the cops is somebody that's speaking some truth. You know, they're willing to understand that there's problems in policing, and if you got a cop saying that and they're recognizing it and owning that, I'm gonna listen a little bit more. You know? Yeah. Not everything, but
it's like a hard balance, because I think on one hand, if Connor could pull, like, Lauren Southern's audience more to the center, I think that's an admirable goal, right?
Right, yeah. I agree.
But at the same time, I would be, like, very upset if what he's doing doesn't actually pull them to the center, but it just normalizes their opinions. It's like it's a balance between those two things. And, like, I don't know, like, I go back and forth on whether the Republican Party needs to be redeemed or reduced.
I think the Democratic Party should become the Republican Party, and then there should be a progressive party. I think it should be the Democratic Party and the Progressive Party.
That wouldn't be bad. I think at the end of the day, what I want to push towards is much more of a multi-party system, but I think that has to come after the point that we're at currently.
It's going to be hard because we need to change some fundamental parts of our government to get to a parliamentary system, and I'm in favor of a parliamentary system, very much so.
I would also be, the one condition is I would not be right now, because I think if we made it easier for smaller parties to get access to government, all that would do was give more power to the Republicans at the moment. So it's like, I think until the Republicans get off of their crazy Trump bent, that they're like, it's time out time, you know? Like, no, we won't use spanking, but you have to go to your room.
Yes. Time out. Time out, damn it. Just give them a little whiskey
I
in
didn't
their
know that
bottle.
about. I guess, and I'm also curious because I want to ask like small people that do Prime as well. What do you think? What's your opinion of Prime's panel? Do you like going on it? Like, I know we all go on it because it's a
Okay, so
it's a great way to get an audience. But
hopefully I don't get in trouble. But I went on the Hippy Dippy recruitment panel. And I liked the organization a little more. It's very structured, and even Mr. Geek he's actually pretty forgiving, and you know, in his administration of the whole thing. But what I liked about it is that you had an opening everybody had an opening statement. Okay, everybody went around, had an opening statement. Then after they had an opening statement, you had that free conversation. That went on, I think he probably timed it, you know, for so many minutes, you know, where people could just kind of like call out each other. And then it would be like, okay, now here's your closing. You know what I mean? So it was way more formatted, which allowed you to really like sculpt your ideas even in the shape of the conversation, you know? Like you had the room to breathe a little bit in the conversation, maybe even make some pivots, you know, if you felt necessary based off of some of the rhetoricals or whatever that were posed. You know what I mean? And then you had your closing where you could be very clear and concise in what it was that you were trying to relay. You know, as far as like your overall message. You know,
I haven't been on the recruitment panel yet. I probably need to build up my followers again. I could have done it before, but I'm probably gonna like build it up a little bit, then I'm gonna take a stab at it. But I want to get on
I would do that. I heard a politically provoked can be kind of dangerous, and you could end up getting doxxed by a bunch of like Nazis and shit.
I want to do a bunch of prep and like know what I'm going into before I do it, but I would not mind doing politically provoked. If I know exactly what I'm going into, you know.
Just be very careful because they will dox the shit out of you, dude. Like, from what I'm understanding, I've talked to a few people that have gone on there, and they're kind of a haven for the far right.
Yeah.
Like, it's like far right and tankies, like, and that's it. There's no in between. It's like, fuck, man. Like, I'm like. Dude, I can kind of get down with tankies a little bit because sometimes I get extreme like that, especially when I'm listening to metal. You know, I can be like, "Fuck yeah," you know, like. But I always come back to center. You know, I remember no, having a total state communist government would be really bad.
As cool as it would be to use to own the libs, I think we gotta refrain for a little bit.
Right.
To the person's question, and I want to get back to like talking about Prime as well. To the person's question in chat about deprogramming, having conversations and deprogramming people who are MAGA. It's a incredibly, like, that's the question that we're all asking, right? That's where we're all here, trying to get at people. Like, at the end of the day, and like my personal stories are like, I can only really use anecdotes because like, this is all anecdotal. But like the people that I've worked with, I work with a lot of people who are MAGA or who like voted for Trump and like love the guy.
Right.
I've had to give up on a lot of those relationships, but I will say that's uniquely because of COVID. And if COVID hadn't happened, there might have been the hypothetical that I could have worked on them more. But like, I was not going to spend my time around people who were unvaccinated, or like purposefully like unvaccinated and like spending their time getting as much COVID as possible. But the key process that we've tried to figure out on, and like we're currently working on, is like, I think there's elements that you have to incorporate from each ideology. What Connor's doing, he may be spending his time de-radicalizing the alt-right. He's not like really de-radicalizing them towards us, but he may be like normalizing them and bringing them back down to earth to a certain degree. I think, like, because the process of de-radicalization really kind of works, at least the way that I see it working, is a very specific thing. It's that no one is going to change their mind in the middle of it. If they're radicalized to like Trump's group, they're not going to change their mind instantly. What you need to do is you just basically need to, the way that I see it, is intellectually you need to take a hammer to their ideology, and when they put it back together, you hope that it's a little bit more reasonable. Like, that's kind of what, did you track Hunter Avalon and all that happened with Flosh?
Oh shit, I didn't see any of that, dude. And I heard, I saw some little like things about it, like it crossed my screen, and you know, like, honestly, man, like, I try to stay out of the Twitch drama too much, and I usually stick to the actual politics, but like, I didn't hear about that.
Well, like,
not even drama or whatever, but you know, just the happenings.
Do you know anything about Hunter Avalon?
No.
So Hunter Avalon used to be a major right-wing figure on YouTube, right? And then he seemed to be having like some personal emotional trauma that was going on at the same time, and it happened to coincide where he had a debate with Vosh. And Vosh destroyed him in that debate. And you can't like attribute entirely his change to center-left or SocDem to just be from Vosh, but the cracking of his ideas certainly was a large contributor to what changed him, I would say. And one of the things I really want to do, I want to talk with Hunter Avalon, because now he's kind of turned into a cool streamer. He's not like as left as us, but he's like a SocDem type. And I really want to talk to him to talk about like what happened in his mind and what got him around. Welcome to the chat, Casey.
Oh yeah, thanks for joining.
Yeah. So I had like a few questions about like how y'all think de-radicalize people. Obviously this isn't tomorrow, so kind of simplify everything. Later today I'm gonna have a convo with a really young MAGA supporter, because I'm super interested in how like pretty much younger people can believe in like traditionalist ideas, and he's very pushing towards anti-abortion, which we are gonna have a convo about. But a lot of his things are kind of rooted in religion. How do you kind of pull religion away from like, because he uses religion as fact. How can you like separate those two things, or can you?
Do you want to go first, I guess?
Okay, so you can't entirely disconnect it. It's just not going to happen for people who are super religious. They feel like that is fact, right? So what you have to do is you have to play to the empathetic part of the religion, right? Like, so if you're a Christian, right, which I grew up in the Christian church, there are verses that talk about reasons for abortion, and it's not something that is totally unthought of in the Christian Bible. Okay, for one. The other thing is there's a lot of talk about God's love, God's ability to forgive, God's ability to accept people for their imperfections and their sins, right? So you can also appeal to that. And then if it's somebody who is a constitutionalist and a libertarian, you can appeal to the fact that a woman, just like anybody else, should not be conscripted to maintain life for another, right? Just like I can't be forced to give blood so that you can stay alive. You can't force a woman to provide a womb so that a life that could be unsustainable outside of the womb could live, right? So from the perspective of both the religious line of thinking and the perspective of the traditional constitutional libertarian governmental style of thinking, both of those indicate that abortion should be legal for a woman because she can't be conscripted, and the biblical law even allows for it within text. I wish I had the scriptures right in front of me, but there are laws where they talk about taking a potion in order to get rid of an unwanted pregnancy. So they're talking in favor of it, of course. So it's not just something that happens on the constitutional level. You can address it on the biblical level, and then in the moral level, you can just say, hey man, like, what if she got raped? What if she was molested by her father? What's that?
Well, he actually, because I try to kind of have like points that we're going to talk about, just kind of give him benefit of the doubt. I don't really want to throw stuff at him.
Mm-hmm.
He actually kind of brought that idea up. He said it was like too minuscule for it to matter, which I thought was kind of crazy. I was going to somewhat bring it up, but again, it kind of seems like that's going to be the same answer he gives. So do you have like any idea of, again, because again, I'm just trying to have a conversation, but he keeps reinstating that's going to be a debate.
Yeah.
I don't want, but I just kind of want to know how it would, like, not attack, but show him that it's not, even though it's minuscule, quote unquote, it's still like important.
You have to have arguments at your disposal, sir, and I'm glad that you're joining with us. Or what do you prefer?
Oh, like what do you mean?
Gender.
Oh, yeah, dude, sir's good. It's all
okay.
Good. You're good.
I just gotta make sure we get all.
You're
like,
fine. I get you.
I try to be
I
respectful.
just got harassed in my Discord for putting political ideologies, but you can't select your pronouns. So I need to add that today. So there's like a few elements to that where I've like, so it seems that the approach that you're taking is you would like to individually change this person's mind, right?
Well, for like my number one thing is just kind of understanding how they think. I grew up in a very religious household. I grew up in Peru, so Hispanic families in turn are very Catholic. They have those kind of beliefs. So I used to be kind of that, I guess, red-pilled, when I was a lot younger. I'm pretty young right now, but he's kind of the same age as me, and I'm kind of wondering how he sees himself in that quote-unquote traditional family, even though he's so young. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of what he keeps referencing, like the idea of a woman should always have the child no matter what. The woman chooses to have sex even if it's non-consensual, etc. So I kind of want to understand like how someone super young can have that sort of ideology. And number two, maybe hopefully de-radicalize some hot takes that he has, like the whole rape thing, which I think is really insane. Everything else I understand, religion's pretty strong, but I think when it comes to like that sort of thing, it should not be called like not important, you know what I mean? So I just kind of want to know how it would go at that.
Well, yeah. So like, I guess from the changing of the person's mind perspective, because like when you talk with people that are so young, it's kind of like, well, I'm young, but when you're talking to people that are even younger than I am, and like you feel bad for them, you can like, it's difficult because you have to balance the idea of not letting them just speak their mind hatefully on your platform, and also challenging their ideas, but not like challenging them too much to the point where they would like, they would then like no longer trust you.
Yeah.
So the one element of it that I can say is if your first goal ignored, like if you ignore your first goal and you want to just push that, you want to like maybe change his mind and de-radicalize him a little bit, the first step is it's not going to happen in one talk. So the first element of it is when you're going to talk with him, there's a few approaches that you can go with. You can either try and this is the approach that I see with everyone. Like I was just talking about the Vosh thing where you can de-radicalize. The best thing that you want to do, in my opinion, is you want to come off as reasonable. Like, nothing would do you more good than him coming in thinking that you're going to be crazy and like anti-religious and all this stuff, and coming across as a reasonable person. That's going to be like the number one thing. Because if he can't like dismiss your how you act personally, then he can't dismiss your ideas intellectually. That's like the first thing that I would say. Having arguments, like the specific gear of your arguments, when you try and tear them down, like let's say I was debating a MAGA type, and like they were saying that all abortion is bad and all this nonsense. Like I could call them that you're like, and they would say even when the mother's life is in danger, they should still shouldn't have an abortion. And like I could call them, hey, you hate women and you want like anyone who has sex to be punished. I could say that, but like in the de-radicalizing sense, that's not like the most effective strategy. You'd want to say, well, are you sure? Like, can't we like maybe work on this? Like I understand that we all want to protect the lives of the unborn when possible, but there's stuff that we can like do, and like we don't want to cause more harm at the end of the day. So like that's the strategy that like if you want to change their mind, you could probably take more.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I would like suggest specifically. Now like it becomes difficult because if you're trying to like because at the end of the day, the person that you're talking to is not the audience that you're going for. The people's minds that you're trying to change are the people in your chat. The people who stop by, the people who you're not directly talking to. So when I often bring in people, like I brought in a my favorite conversation, a flat earther ran into my chat, and I love that conversation with them, and like my goal wasn't to de-radicalize the flat earther, because at the point that they were at, they believed that the Roman Senate was still in control of everything through the means of the Vatican religion. So I was not getting through to that person. So my mind was to represent this person as like crazy to the audience, much more than actually changing their mind. Though I still came off as reasonable to them.
Well, here's what I can tell you can do if you care about the person and you want to change their perspective. There's a few things you can do. Number one, you need to be very empathetic, okay?
Mm-hmm.
These people feel this way because they deeply feel this way. This is in their heart, okay? Like, don't discount those feelings and the humanity behind it. Like, when you do, like, finally break the paradigm that they're stuck in, they're gonna be a little bit wounded, and they're gonna need somebody to be their friend, and to be there, because they're gonna have some real questions. And I'm not saying this in jest or in any kind of like I'm not saying this in any kind of facetious way. This is very real. Like, okay, because I've seen it happen to people who I've broken from the Trump train, right? And they start having a lot of questions, and they need answers, and they need somebody that will kind of hang out with them and how else do I say it? Re-educate them, But it takes a lot of time, and you've got to be willing to like not. Okay, so the biggest thing I could say, don't yell at them, don't insult them ever.
Yeah.
Never, ever do that. You want to approach them with deep compassion, but you need to you need to have your arguments in line. You need to know exactly, how to express like whatever it is, like abortion, for example. Have the biblical text, have all that stuff on deck, but that don't attack them with it all at first. That's something you slow play into the argument. Okay? Like, it may take weeks for you to decide to inject scripture here or article there. You know what I mean? It's a process, but it's going to take a long time, and it will not happen overnight. The people that I've turned are the people that I've welcomed into like my chat and my viewership that are not politically in line with me, that I just talk to them, and we find common ground on a couple things, and then I say, see, and so that's why now that we found common ground here, let me show you why else I feel this way, right? And then I can start slowly having them pull in, you know what I mean? I can pull them in to me, because I can say, listen, look, see, just like I said that this was like this. Now, if you look at personal liberties, now we can turn it here. You know what I'm saying? And slowly but surely, you start pulling them out of the radicalization. Even if you don't pull them all the way to your way of thinking, what you are going to do is you're going to put them in a way of thinking that lets them start thinking for themselves. And that's what you want.
And the other one thing that I would recommend, and like this would like go contrary to kind of the things I just said, but I would say when you're talking with them, it's important to have a bar to what degree they're willing to change. It's important to keep track of and you calculating in the conversation whether you think this person is redeemable or not to a certain degree. They're so young that it can be redeemable, but like you can run into like those really young people who are also like hard Nazis that are hard to deconvert. And like one of the unique things about MAGA types and the Trumpism is their ideology isn't really built on like a strong center point. Their ideology is built as a combative force against anything left.
Yeah, it's not. They're. If you actually ask them what their policies are or what they.
Oh, did your mic just change?
Yeah. Also, my favorite question that I love using, I'm going to use it against any debate where someone is coming off as completely unreasonable, it's the simple question of what could change your mind? What information would you need to
what have they done for you? That's another one I like to ask. So what did they really do? Like, can you explain like how you personally benefited? Because that's one thing that kind of hits people. A lot of things, it's about what happens around your kitchen table, right? Like what happens at home, you know? And it's like, did you get a tax break? Or do you still pay a bunch of taxes? You're a single dude. Did you still pay a bunch of taxes? What the hell did that guy actually do for you? He's just a big businessman sitting up in a tower somewhere. He didn't help you. And that's the truth, though. You're not lying. That's the truth, you know. But it's a framing that, especially for young people, especially for young single people, tell them to look at their paycheck and see how much taxes were taken out. See if there was any reduction during the Trump years. You know,
we're talking like super young. Like I'm 17 and he's younger than me. So like that's why he's kind of one of the. I don't want to label him, but I kind of see how I used to be, like the Ben Shapiro, facts and care about your feelings. You know, that sort of, I'm smarter than you. You know, that sort of a.
You see him as like a. Can I ask, because like the strongest thing that I have a difficulty writing against, because I saw you looked at my document a bit.
Yeah.
The most difficult thing that I have been writing against is religious fundamentalism, because with every other ideology, there can be people that at least want to adhere to my systems. So the problems that you run into is like I can argue that my systems would be better at getting to the goals that they want to get to than I do, but like when I was writing I have one on the death penalty on there, and some religious fundamentalists love the death penalty because it forces criminals to accept God before they die. I can't do anything to that. There's like, if your goals are so backward from mine, because that's the difficulty with religion, because their goals are separate from the non-religious a lot of the time, that it's often very difficult to work with. So like if they adhere to like catch them if they ever want to do any like adherence to logic specifically. That can be like a very good trick. If they want to like come off as the Ben Shapiro type. Because Ben Shapiro, in somewhat an intelligent fashion, separates all of his arguments from his religion to a large degree. And if he goes at it from that approach, you can tackle him. But if he delves everything in it because he thinks God says so, that's pretty difficult to work with, at least to change minds.
Yeah, also, like, one thing I worry about is if I even, like, try to attack him or even try to lead a conversation a certain way, he'll just kind of fall back to just verbal attacks. You know what I mean? Like, just random things. Because, again, I don't want to label him, but I accidentally joined his Discord server. That's how I met him. I thought it was a meme server because it was called Morons Talk Politics, right? So I just assumed it was a joke. And then I saw the stuff they were posting, so I just assumed they were just, teenagers on Discord, kind of just shit posting, right? And I started realizing that it wasn't a meme, and I was kind of super interested because I went through his YouTube videos. Cause I was like, wow, I have not seen someone like my age like voice these sort of ideologies, because to me it's not that it's insane. It's just again, I'm not gonna dox myself, but I live in Texas, right? So it's super conservative. So I've heard a lot of crazy stuff, but some of the stuff he just advocates for it all. It's like he just hears every single story that conservatives push, and he kind of just puts it all together, even if it doesn't match.
Is he a QAnon JQ type, or is he just a civil conservative?
Honestly, I can't tell. I mean, I could link you. Oh, I mean, I don't think his YouTube helps that much either. It's kind of just I don't want to start screenshotting the Discord.
Well,
kind of
I guess
right?
one of the most important things to do there would be to figure that out as
Yeah.
one of the crucial steps. And like that just takes a simple question of like, hey, are you like a QAnon supporter? And they're gonna try and hide it, but then like it depends on like it's hard. I guess instead of asking them if they're a QAnon supporter, just go ahead and ask them, do you think white people are being replaced? And that would be like a pretty simple one, just to like get an idea of where the person you're talking to.
Well, hang on. I want to tell you something though. Like, I was a big into conspiracy theories for a lot of time, for a long time. Okay, so these QAnon guys, like, let me explain something about like the mentality behind why they're the way they are. Okay, they're hurting, and they feel like the world is responsible for their hurt, but they're not responsible for their hurt. Okay, and so there's a lot that needs to happen. It's not just a political awakening. These people need a psychiatric and like a psychiatric awakening. They've got other things going on that are above and beyond the political sphere. Okay, so remember that when you're dealing with these folks, like, err on the side of empathy and be patient, but you know what? Don't put yourself in harm's way either. Some of these people will turn out to be like fucking crazy, you know? And you do need to step away. I'm not kidding about that, and I'm not trying to be like joking or whatever. Some of them really will. They'll get batshit crazy on you, and you got to protect yourself. You know, you got to protect the people that you love, and you got to protect the people you care about. So you do the best you can, but some of these people, it's going to take, especially when they're young, it's going to take several years before they get their shit right, before you can convince them and make them understand, you know? I mean, some people, they might not get there, but what you can do is you just put your best foot forward. You try to help them. You try. But bro, if you got to step away from them, you got to step away, you know?
And that's like also an important thing to keep track of. Like, I think you could, like, something that I would recommend before going into the conversation, because you know them better than I do, is maybe have some like just basic questions that you would ask them through the course of the conversation.
Yeah, I already kind of gave them like not a handheld, but topics and things I'm gonna.
Well, what I would say is like have these topics ready, and like these can be like testing questions. So like whether this person answers yes or no will determine whether you think that they're able to be reasoned with on this issue. You know.
Yeah.
I think that can be like a pretty useful thing to have there. Trust me, as a person who just before I started streaming, cut off one of my literal closest best friends because they pretty much refused to get the vaccine in any capacity. It hurts. So, and it's very difficult. And like one of the other things about it too, especially with younger people, you're going to find that it's not only that their ideology is like alone, but a lot of the stuff is like mixed together, and it would take a lot of untangling to get to. So like one issue might contribute to 3 others, and then it's gonna like you pull. It's almost like trying to pull one like string out of a knot of strings, you know.
Well, and the other problem that you're contending with at such a young age is they're still in their parents' home. You know, but I mean, hopefully they are at that young of an age. They're still in their parents' home, and if their parents are influenced that way, then they're going to be influenced that way, and it's going to be really hard to change that until they're away from a very strong system of governance, influence, and rhetoric that's been perpetuated throughout their entire life. You know. So if the institution in which they live, in other words, their home, their parents, their family, you know, if they're advocating and perpetuating the same viewpoints, it's going to take a whole lot more to get them away from that, you know?
I like how much we like started, we became way more contemplative as soon as this question came up.
No. Thank you all so much. Honestly, it's been super hard just to find places where I could just talk politics. Period. I've tried joining a lot of panels. They either kick me out because of my age, weirdly enough, and I'm not like there's smaller things, but and then I either do that or I come across people like this who are super. I don't want to say like they're radicalized because I don't believe like it's their fault, that they purposely want to believe this way, but they just do.
It's an out. It's a sociological. They're victims to their circumstance.
Yeah, and again, I was like this. I believed, the men commit more suicide. White people are going to be the minority in a few years. Like literally, if you told me this 5 years ago, I would have been like, oh my god, this is so true. And I got out of it because I started realizing how people around me kind of influenced that idea, and it actually wasn't what I believed.
You know what's crazy? Let me tell you a story. You're gonna flip out on this shit. I used to read conspiracy theories about people having conspiracy theories about white replacement therapy or theory. Yeah. Like they were talking about how this was going to be a thing, that this was going to be something that was going to be pushed to divide people in society. Like that was a conspiracy theory I was reading about that's actually manifesting itself right now. Like it was seriously, there was a whole thing. I got the book. It's called Behold a Pale Horse. It's sitting in my room. Bill Cooper was one of the original conspiracy theory guys, and he talked about how like there would be these like kind of like nationalist people that would come out with this whole and very forcibly push the white replacement theory, especially on the youth, and they try to push it through the conspiracy theory like kind of type of that community, and he's like, there's going to be a bunch of interlopers, there's going to be a bunch of people that are going to say all this crazy shit. Bro, I was reading about that in the late 90s, early 2000s, and you are showing that this guy actually is proving his point. It's manifesting.
Yeah, I was like, even again, I don't think it's doxing myself, but I was like in 8th and 7th grade. Like I was that young, hearing about like the Jews control all the companies, black people or black males are trying to have, relations with white women to remove all the white male population. Like,
I mean, hey, I'm a Jew, but I just want my little Twitch channel, and that's all I need.
No, but honestly, thanks, because like I said, it's been hard to find like people to talk politics about, but like people who understand, you know what I mean? Especially like the whole having a conversation, not like a debate, but having a good conversation with the other side.
My recommendation, like if you're interested in like finding these people, like you discussed, like you try to go on panels a bunch and you get rejected. If you do get to go on panels, my recommendation is don't go on them to have like an in-depth political discussion, because that's not what you're going for.
It's a blood sport. This isn't like real debates like you'd see like politically. It's a blood sport. These people are just like half the rhetoric. They're spitting out shit and throwing articles in chat, and you don't have time to even look them up to see what the hell is going on. Sometimes you do. And then the rhetorical arguments or the positions that you're put in are ones that are not realistic and can't be practiced in real life. That's the one thing I'll say sometimes about the Prime panels that are kind of weird, is that they kind of put you into a box where this is an unrealistic situation, and you're backed into a corner, and that's not a way to understand or have a conversation about real political movements and how to move forward. That's a way to just examine and understand, like tripped out individual philosophical idealism. It's not actively practicable. You're not going to change anything. You can't practice on a lot of it. It's just an argument for argument's sake. So I would tell you, if you want to get in the blood sport, it's fun, but if you want to have substantial conversations, like get into one-on-ones, talk to people who care. Find, like when you're in those panels, I've pulled people out of those panels to talk to. Well, Sen's here tonight,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like those panels aren't Like they're meant for a different reason than actually getting to the bottom of like discussions. But from all of those panels that I have, there's like numerous people that I get to have a direct conversation later. I liked how Jason did in our last panel, so I specifically sought him out, and that's how I ended up here.
Well, I mean, could you like write me a Blood Sports 101 tutorial then? You know,
It's,
like you did with your little government or.
oh, I'm not also an expert in blood sports. Like I'm relatively new.
I get you.
And I would say the key to blood sports is much more than anything else. It's more practice than anything else.
Yeah.
Just hop in and yell at people.
Yeah.
Like, I'll tell you, Hans of Akira, you know what? Like, he's on those panels all the time, and he gets muted more than anybody else. And the reason he's on there is because he creates content for those people. You get it? Like,
yeah,
he's creating a scene, and people like the scene, and so he gets invited back over and over again because when he's on there, they can look at their viewer count, and their viewer count spirals up, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I'm sorry if I'm giving away the secret, but
oh no, you're fine.
that's what's going down, you know? That's why they do that, you know? They want that. They want people to kind of rash at each other and, you know, gnash their teeth a little bit, you know? But
you do practice on that stuff. The other thing that I'm doing currently, because I honestly need, I'm good at these conversations, but like, the blood sports stuff needs practice. What I'm doing is I'm going on off days. So like I go on Wednesday to go on Prime's panel. Number one, I don't stream on Wednesdays besides going on Prime, so I'm going to be a little bit more better condition. And number two, typically you don't see the big wigs getting on Prime's panel on those days. You're going to see them on the Friday. Well, typically they're busy. They might be coming off of the Hippy Dippy on Friday. Hans will most likely jump in if it's a Saturday because it's after his panel. Monday is like the big one after I'm pretty sure Monday is when he hosts his Prime's big panel. So he's gonna have people come off from that. The best thing to do is like go on like a chill day. You can't like really pick the topics, unfortunately, but like you can kind of pick the people. If you see people that you want to talk to and it seems chill, you can go in then.
So like, how would you like recommend getting on these like sort of?
Dude, you just straight go up into Discord. Get in their
Really?
Discord. No, that's it. Like literally, Prime will take anybody in a walk on. Anybody can walk on there. Like I got on there. I've been doing this shit for 5 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, 5.5 weeks. No, I did a walk on and I did a couple walk ons and he's like, "Here, come on my main panel." That was that. And I've done 2 of the main panels, and then I did 1 Hippy Dippy recruitment panel, and then the rest have been walk-ons.
Yeah, but like if you're talking about like, as we were kind of talking about earlier, probably avoid politically provoked like it's hell.
Don't do it.
Yeah,
You're gonna get doxxed. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. I've heard from everybody. Don't do it. Like,
I also watch the big local streamers.
Hippy Dippy, like the main one, is way too big, so you don't have to worry about it until a little bit later. And then like Hans is hosting a new one, which I really like. And Hans is actually taking a large effort to make it a much more calm experience.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to be doing a smaller one, which I talked about it with him, and it's going to be like pretty great. I hope it goes well. He's like doing a lot to make sure it doesn't turn into blood sports, as opposed to what I run into. I'm excited to see how it goes.
I want to be on his panel. I even messaged him about it. I was on Discord. I was like, "Hey, dude, let me on your panel. By the way, what kind of whiskey you drinking?" Because he was getting plowed that night. It was that night. He was getting plowed when he was there in the apron.
And the other thing is, once you feel a bit more comfortable with it, if you really do want to experience, Saturdays are the best days to go on.
It's
Especially
so fun. Like, you know, like it gets to a point where it gets ridiculous and nobody gives a shit. Like, as long as you can be confident in your opinion and just kind of like bullshit with people, like they'll be like, "Yeah, whatever, dude. Just okay, say your piece." You know, like or jump in and yell at people. You know, like.
Here, wait. I guess I don't know if y'all saw it because it came entirely from the topic we had in that conversation. I am so happy with the meme I made for Hans. And that, did y'all see it?
No, did you post it? Where is it?
Yeah, I'll put it in general. This was the greatest experience that I had coming out of that.
Plus ultra.
So like, I didn't get to speak at all, and I had a freak out on that panel, right? But I still had a great experience, and I'm like I had a little bit of a breakdown because I don't know if you heard the beginning. I got a hate raid, and then combined with while trying to remove the hate raid, it kicked about 100 people from my channel, which was everyone. So I had to like go in the middle of that panel and like go fix it, which freaked me out. But I'm still happy that I ended up going on that panel, I guess. But I was like prepared to go in with Hans and crazy shit to happen, which it did.
Dude,
But, like,
him and Fnatic were just going at it, and I was like, I kind of agree with both of you, but if you'd shut up, I can explain how it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, and neither one of them would shut up for like 2 minutes. I'm like, dude, like, just shut up. Like, that's
Why
all I wanted.
So mad because like everyone that I brought with me is like used to my like practical approach, and like we go in, and we're like, okay, everyone in the comment is like making, well, if you say this, you could make these decent arguments, and then you have Hans going, we're gonna plus ultra these kids.
Well,
And
and Red Charlotte was out of control, man. Like, she was out of control. She went too far. Like, she is not using context. She is looking at, like, sure, you can look at empirical data, but like you have to look at contextual data too. Like, and that's the part that she was missing, and you couldn't have that conversation with her because she wasn't going to even approach it, you know? And believe me, no. Like I said, don't spank kids. Don't ever spank kids. If you never have to spank a kid, don't ever spank a kid. Don't touch a kid that way. Don't touch a kid without consent. You know, I'm a very firm believer in that, and that's because I'm a father of a daughter, and I'm a single dad. You know, I've got some context as to why I feel that way. But like, I like when American Nacho was talking about how his mom had 8 kids and they're running around the store going crazy, you know, and like she had to swat him getting him in line. I'm kind of like, whoa, but she had 8 kids, dude. Like, what do you do? Like, I mean, I don't know how I would control a horde in a grocery store like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's a fucking horde.
Yeah, it was such a weird, because I was like stuck in between, because I don't believe this, but like if you can't, this is an entirely different topic, but I was like stuck in between. Hey, if you're having like 8 kids and they're all insane, I think there's like a reasonable argument that you need to be in a better scenario to actually handle the situation. But I don't know how people manage with that. Like, I know people manage with that, but that wasn't. I could not imagine. I can barely take care of myself.
Right. No, I like I said, I got one daughter, and I even told everybody, and I've had other people, like other females, be like, "Hey, well, you know, like we don't have to be in a hardcore relationship, but would you just like, you know, your daughter's beautiful. Will you have a kid with me?" Like, no. Why the hell would I want to do that? Well, I'll just raise it as my own. No. I'm one and done. That's it. That's all that they're getting.
To refrain, like, do you have any more questions, I guess, while we're here?
Or can it be like super off topic?
Yeah.
Sure, say whatever you want.
I mean, do y'all have like any more? I guess tips, honestly, for like politics on Twitch.
Well, I'm very new, and I feel like personally, this is gonna be everyone's feeling. I feel like I've not done the best job. My favorite thing is when I get people coming in my chat that are crazy. I've had more experience with like insane people than doing anything else. Like I would do shit on my stream just to get people to come and say hello. My favorite thing.
Never douche on stream, bro. It's not a good look.
I cosplay a bunch, and I do a lot of feminine cosplays, and people come in my stream crazy.
Yeah, that's
Really
great.
hating on that.
My favorite thing. I'm not a like we were talking about. I'm not an ML or a tanky at all. But I found this game on Steam that lets you boot up a tiny dancing Stalin, and it is one of the favorite things that I have just to get conservatives mad and come in my chat. And like, it's awful, but I don't use it anymore. But like in the beginning, it did get people in. Not good advice, but you'll get the crazies in. That's what I used my book, my Communist Manifesto for more though. But then that got stolen, so I guess it worked. That's not like directly good advice, but I like getting my favorite thing.
No,
Is
I get you. It's more fun to rile up people. You see the reaction. That's totally honest.
So I'll tell you what's worked for me. I spent extra money to make sure I had a very good camera and a very good microphone. And Prime probably hates it because my audio quality is absolute gangsta. And there's a lot of people that's garbage on there. And it makes a huge difference though, because people can hear you clearly. They understand what you're saying. You get a good camera and a little halo light behind the camera. That's, I mean, I'm telling you the basics because this does make a big difference.
Yeah. I tried my best to replicate it, like lighting or ring lighting.
I suck with
camera,
lighting.
but
No, my lighting is terrible.
really?
But that does make a difference in terms of getting on like some of the other panels because they want to be able to see your face. They want like clarity there. They, you know what I'm talking about? They want a clean background. They want to know that you're not going to have any weird glitchy shit, you know, going on. Like, especially if you're looking at like Hippy Dippy or something like that. If you really want to build up.
I mean, what would you rate my camera one at a time?
I can't see you.
Let
me link you my stream. Man, actually, I don't know why my computer's taking a hot minute.
Oh, duh! I forgot you're streaming right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're good. No, you're fine.
Jason, we managed to outlast Prime somehow. I don't know how it happened.
Why didn't he rate us, jerk?
You know, right?
Bro, with my I mean 2 views.
I'm messaging him for that. He's getting a nastiest message.
What is your Twitch name again?
I linked it in general.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to it right now. Hang on.
But yeah, I would love to see that like the feminine cosplay stuff. That's
oh, I mean, you can look at.
Well,
my
I mean, like
TikTok.
in terms of like getting Twitch, like getting mad Twitch people.
Man, I had to purposely. I mean, you can look at my TikTok a month or two. Because if you don't know, the cosplay I had seen is majority like really young people.
Yeah.
So a lot of like the people who find me, they'll find like my followers, and they'll kind of go attack them. So I'm trying to assess how I'm gonna deal with that. You know what I mean? Because I kind of feel bad. But apart from that, usually it's just the message like you're gay, stuff like that. Even my girlfriend, me and my girlfriend, we cosplay like yaoi couples, yuri couples, stuff like that. You know, so I hope you all know what yaoi and yuri is, right?
I do. No, I'm.
Boom.
I don't know about.
Boom.
Jason.
Just followed you.
Oh, thanks, man.
Oh, I thought here. You get double.
Thank you. I get the double yell.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, other than like cleaning up the backspace a little bit, like
Drink
I have
some
the
water.
Oh shit, true. Dude, I actually have such a hard problem not drinking water. I used to stream when Overwatch first came out. I used to competitively stream it, but then my Twitch account got banned at like 300 subs. It was really sad. I wanted to cry.
No.
I shot up from 300. Oh, I shot up from.
Stop shooting up. That's bad. Don't ever shoot up.
Oh my gosh.
See, this is what I was talking about with that dad energy. This is what he brings to Twitch.
Hey, I have fatherless behavior to quote every Twitch. That's all good.
True. I get the advantage whenever I stream, and I made this decision very consciously. I just have a green screen background, and I put in a desk and like a professional office. And what I like to do, this is my tip for whenever I go on the panels. People that go on Prime's panels are always on at night, so everyone always has really dark settings. So if I have a really bright and like what looks like there's sun outside, I find that It hasn't paid off yet, but I'm hoping that it'll pay off eventually. That because I look so different and like I stand out from everyone else, that I might get more attention. That's
Actually,
like
your background is pretty sick, and the way your shit's set up is really clean, man. Like,
it's mainly
don't change a whole lot of it. I really would stick with that. It looks clean. You could go on Prime's panels just like that. People would be like, damn. I mean, I just put a bunch of pictures up behind me, and I mean, I have a lot of artist friends, and they paint pictures and stuff.
I mean, I would show my desk. Actually, it's pretty
That's
clean
all it
right
is.
now, but actually, I can't even aim it because my other camera. But there's usually bottles and shit all the time. But
other than keeping that clean, which is simple.
No, and plus I've been messing around with multiple different webcams and stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. But
Logi has these new Bluetooth ones, and I really want one. Like, but they're like $400 a piece, and I'm like, fuck that right now.
I mean, do y'all have like any, like, is my microphone dog shit, or do you have any like recommendations for that? Because I mess with it.
Your phone is a bit quiet, so you might want to raise your volume. But other than that,
oh, bro, why didn't y'all tell me?
You're not peaking or anything. It's actually pretty good. What are you using?
Just a blue snow.
A blue snow?
Yeah.
Blue, when I was like first singing in my band and shit, like we aspired to be able to get a blue, and those little blue snow capsules you're holding right there used to cost about $1,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn, I just bought this because this helped me when I first was like a few years ago. I just did a bunch of voice acting stuff to try to make a portfolio. So this is like the best cheap mic.
Yeah, they used to be super spendy. They were like the top of the line. That was like the shit. If you wanted a mic, it was all blue all day. That was it, you know. But with live, when I did live, it was always Shure, you know. You had your Shure SM7Bs, which were your, those would be your instrument mics. You know, you'd use those to like mic up to the house PA. And then you'd have your Shure Beta 58A. I think that's the one I have, Beta 58A, which is a vocal mic. And that's the one you'd use on stage. And I never used wireless mics. Or, that's a lie. I used a wireless mic for a very short time. But there was a lot of sound degradation. I didn't like it. There was something muddy in it. I just didn't like it. And it was always like a corded mic worked better. But SM... Hold on, I'll grab it. Hang on.
You good? Again, thank y'all for like actually talking.
Yeah, I am always in like need of conversation. So like I do that a lot where I'll just play a game and like try and get people on. So
just said that one. So the stream's super delayed. You're good. Oh.
SM Shure Beta 58A. These mics are great. These mics. You can throw these mics on a freaking ground and pick them up afterwards. Like I swung this shit over my head in concerts, like where I would like take the cable and just like this number. I knew I was working with a trash ass cable at that point, but yeah, I'd whip that shit around, bring it back down, and this mic, slam it on the stage, like slam it into people's heads. That happened a couple times by accident. It survived. They're tanks, man. They're good mics.
Just change the topic a little bit. I wasn't able to listen to it because I'm talking with Jason. I saw you looking through my document a little bit. Oh, what did you think?
I am, although I do consider myself like a lefty, I'm very pro-capitalism. I feel like competition is always needed, and I feel like it's not that competition can't exist in a like a socialist like environment. It's just it's hard to, I don't know how to say this, like transition. I saw at the beginning. It was kind of like these things that need to happen in order for like the transition without a revolution. But I felt like a lot of it was.
Oh, I'm not. I don't. No advocacy in that document is for any kind of revolution.
Oh no, I'm saying like against revolution.
it should be through electoralism. That's the way that you do it.
I was trying. Sorry, my bad. I was saying like without using revolution, the ways that you like put like through policy and like changing positions of power. Again, don't take this as rude. I just think it's kind of like a fantasy, which I wish we could do. Agree if we could. I don't want to say like we live in that perfect world, right? But
pineapple or blackberry.
Pineapple.
Oh yeah.
Pineapple? I don't have a girl here though.
No, but
yeah, I can understand some of it.
I just believe competition's always healthy, and so this is only in like the U.S., right? We're not like, or are we advocating like the idea like the U.S. would change all the?
It's phrased in the form of the U.S., but like the next step, like I would like to see a push, like generally, that we try and uplift all forms, like everyone in the.
So like the U.S.
Every socialist wants every other country to be socialist, just like every capitalist wants every country to be capitalist.
I frame this specifically in the United States because making a push for international electoral politics would make this document so long.
Also, the only other thing,
because otherwise we'd really have to talk about the exploitation of the global south, and then we'd be getting into some real shit.
Well, and also I will say, like, nothing that I've said here is specifically against competition. There's like,
no, I understand.
If you consider like some of the stuff like removing, like if you consider like universal health care, the removing of competition, then I suppose that's the removal of competition. But I'm fine with that, I guess.
It's mostly just I believe like restricting competition is like putting more laws or more policies in place for companies, but I'm for that. I'm for like safer work environment, stuff like that.
You saw I literally threw in the antitrust laws, like a lot of the section in the legislation area, like go a little bit up for the those for the kinds of regulations that no, sorry, for the regulation section. I think you're a little bit delayed. Here, wait, let me pull up wherever the legislation section I have is for whatever. Let me pull up my own document. I'll tell you the page. There we go. So like the section that I have in here, a lot of the restrictions that I guess I'd want to place in the market are actually to extend, are to reduce the potential for. Here it is, right at the top, page 3. A lot of the policies that I would like to institute are actually competition promoting policies that have had relatively difficult processes, but I believe would hopefully work. And if they wouldn't, then they don't, I guess.
Yeah, again, I don't want to say like the generic like conservative argument, like, well, if America messes up, then everyone falls, or like it's hard to convert like the quote unquote best country in the world.
Yeah. So like I guess this is like the fault of the part where I haven't fully fleshed out the incrementalism to get there, right?
Yeah.
So the part that I'm going to be writing on is I don't strictly advocate that we make these changes today. I was talking about
like over time.
Well, like not even over time. Like here's the thing that I would say, and I'm sure Jason would agree with me. I want a firm testing of these abilities and see whether they can practically be moved to.
Right.
So like
how far?
The big thing I want to see right now is how well a solely worker co-op society would run, where all the businesses in the area that they're mainly competing with are also worker co-ops. Yep. Because how legislation would affect that would drastically change as opposed to how it would work in our current system. So like, and what I'll be looking for is whether these certain outcomes will happen. Like what I'll say, and I always say, is if the outcomes do not happen, like let's say worker co-ops not lead to a higher median wage, or they don't lead to higher happiness in workers, then I'll go straight back to being a capitalist, because everything that I thought was like it's leading to worse outcomes. Why would I keep advocating for that?
Also, one thing I love that you bring up UTEL, I don't think it's brought up enough, and it's such a simple idea that just conveys like a lot of meanings. And again, this might be different on the political sphere, but especially in where I live in Texas, anything that's even touching socialism is essentially bad. People don't even understand the definition.
For a long time, that was Arizona. Like
Really?
it was so hard in Arizona. No, my God, dude, are you kidding me? Like this was like a ruby red state, bro. And
Remember, I'm like a little baby boy.
and like basically what happened was, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and like I hate it because every time I say it on the left, it sounds so fucking cheesy. But Bernie Sanders happened. Bernie Sanders happened to Arizona. Like that's what happened to Arizona. I'm gonna be straight up. Bernie Sanders was like Arizona was never purple. Well, it was purple for a time, but it was never like more blue than purple than it is now. And that's purely because like that guy knew how to appeal to working class Americans. And so it sounds cheesy as shit, dude. I hate saying it because it's just like the same thing. Oh, the left say, oh, Bernie, blah, blah, romanticize. But if you look at the polling and you look at the studies behind all of it, we moved left after Bernie started coming here all the time. Truly. That changed the tides in this state.
Yeah. And one of the things that I also like advocate for is I call this like a push for market socialism, right?
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that I think needs to happen, no matter what you do, is we can like either socialism as the term needs to be rebranded, which is Bernie Sanders is doing, but hasn't done fully, or we need to create a whole new identity for like what we go under. So like one of the great things that I love is I love the term economic democracy because it gives an entirely different context for what we mean. As opposed, if you go up to a right winger and saying, "Hey, I would like economic democracy," as opposed to, "Hey, I would like socialism," that entirely changes the perspective.
Or a resource-based economy.
I mean, I know this might like be like a very bad example because I was in speech and debate and I used to do the same exact thing because when I didn't have like a professional judge and I would have like a random walk-in, they would hear socialism in Texas, even though I didn't mean it in that way or like utilitarianism, they would immediately like shut down your. And it was I had to learn like a lot of these other.
But see, that's a
same
fundamental problem with the structures because then the structures that were there to allow you to express these ideas in a debate scenario weren't fully allowing you to do so. And you were staying within the structures of the rules of the debate, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, it's
Then,
when it's not a like a professional environment, it's completely like biased towards very conservative beliefs.
and see, that's a problem. That's a systemic and an endemic problem because what it does is it thwarts voices and it allows a certain political persuasion to create a vacuum type atmosphere in which they can perpetuate that even at a young age, like what you're talking about.
Yeah, well,
and that's kind of a problem. It's a soft form of indoctrination. It's a soft pedal of indoctrination.
At the same time, speech and debate format's very flawed because it can radicalize you very easily. One case I was because you have to write a pro and negative in simple Lincoln Douglas debate. So one case was pro-socialism, and the other, so it was about women's getting paid different, right? It was very simple. So that's why I didn't go to like a national or the state level. But my whole like affirmative case that was like, say women get paid the same was literally just saying, literally just saying the reason why women quote unquote get paid less is because they go on fraternity leave. And I won. Well, I didn't win, but I got second place at that tournament of over like 200 students because I just went with this idea of just women get pregnant, and it's like I can't blame other people to like get indoctrinated in that way too, because it's just you're getting promoted for having these really insane ideas. And again, I kind of feel bad that I did that, but at the same time it was like I went to a really poor school, and this was like the only elective or sport that we actually did good in, so I was very
that fly in Texas if you did that would not fly in any kind of college sphere.
Yeah, I know. That's why I love my current because I'm going to college right now. I love it so much, even though it is very conservative in its beliefs. It has pushed some progressive ideas like masks and stuff like that. But the Lincoln or speech and debate over there is way better because everyone is in like a professional.
It
yeah,
changes it. Yeah, it changes the
Yeah.
environment a little bit. You know, you're dealing with a different caliber of judges and people who are intellectuals. Even
Yeah.
if they're intellectuals that don't agree with you, they still understand the importance of the exchange of ideas.
Hmm. Also, I don't like bringing up speech and debate
Mm-hmm.
much because I've heard so many other people bring up like I was in speech and debate. I'm a debate lord or god. You know what I mean? So I
I
usually don't
think
bring it up.
it's not a.
I'm just a debate brah.
Oh, okay. Facts, debate.
I mean, when I was in school, I did choir, I did music. I was a music nerd. I was
I
all
was
into everything music.
Hey, better than me. I was in everything nerdy except like music. Grateful.
I think like well to the point of like the academic debate sphere. I think the big thing that like the debate spheres that we're currently missing is kind of, in my opinion, that academic approach. I never did academic debate, but there's a lot of sophistry that we get away with, or like big streamers get away with, because it looks a lot better than it actually turns out.
All
That
they've got to do is sway the opinions of the people watching.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess no offense to y'all, but I do like a lot of not rallies, but I talk a lot of like about current things happening in my city specifically, especially my campus. And again, if y'all don't do this, it's not like attacking you, but I firmly believe if you have a political belief and you don't advocate for it in some way, shape, or form in your community, I kind of think it's redundant to like even I don't know how to explain it, but like have quote unquote radical beliefs. Like I fully believe.
Bro, you are preaching to the choir. Oh my God, dude, you are preaching to the choir. Thank
I mean, do
you.
y'all agree?
Thank you for your
Thank
voice.
you, dude, people
Yes,
tell me
yes, yes.
dumb, 'cause I see these big
Oh, my
streamers.
school administrators hate me here. They hate me. They hate me so bad. I'm up in their shit all the time. I go down to the mayor's office. The police know me. No, no, no. I'm not shy. I am not shy at all. They all know me. Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness. Yes.
All right, dude. I have so many conversations, and it's again. I'm not saying big streamers irritate me, but like at the same time, when I see these big streamers advocate for like these very radical beliefs, and they don't like even fund their party, kind of crazy how no one
Well,
can
like,
call you out on that.
house thing, right?
Sorry.
You mean like the Hassan House drama, right? Kind of.
Oh, yeah, true. Actually, yeah, that was only I never watched a video on it, but
Well,
I
like
actually
the,
don't care that Hassan about the house, honestly. I feel pretty good about it. I'm kind of like,
Doesn't he, like-
whatever. A socialist came up, right on.
doesn't he like fund his parties though? Like I don't know.
He
I
still
don't
gives a
know.
lot of money away, and you know what? He's changed a lot of people's political views.
Yeah.
So why am I mad at him? He's not saying he wants to be a communist. He's saying he wants to be a socialist.
I'm saying for people that like they I don't know how to explain this. Like they've ran for office before, or and then they just completely quit funding their. Sorry.
Can you give an example of a person? Sorry, it's just
You're good. I recently haven't been. Does Mike from PA actually do anything?
oh,
Does that guy actually still exist? I'm
Used
super
to as
old and stuff.
Republican.
Really?
His
Yeah.
troll account's awesome. Mike from
Wait,
PA
are you-
Parody?
I
That
thought you
counts so
were
good.
a Republican man.
Yeah, he used to be a Republican.
Oh, okay. He used to be.
Well, he's not anymore. But Mike, if you want to call Mike I don't care what you talk about Mike. Anything you say against him, I'll say it's probably true. He was a Republican. I think he was a Democrat, but switched as a Republican to run against the person who, as far as
I thought he was like a big meme that just he ran
Yeah.
for office and says all this shit and doesn't do anything.
he
That's
doesn't
what I
know what
assumed.
he's talking about. But yeah, he's a joke. Don't worry. Like if you want to criticize Mike from PA, I don't worry. It's not, I'll join you right there. I can't hope I get to talk to that man.
Ditto.
No, but it's cool. 'Cause I've heard a lot of people saying like political beliefs should be different from your like what your actions are. Like you can critique capitalism by participating in it, and which I somewhat agree. But if you don't try to promote any change at all, and I guess conversations always change. But to me, it's like take that next step forward if you can. Obviously, you know,
So-
if you're not, of course.
I'm like,
So my view is like, as a socialist, I'm not living in a socialist society. I'm living in a capitalist society. As much as I want it to be a socialist society, it's not. So you're telling me that because I don't live in a socialist society, that I should live on the street and starve and hope that eventually the government's going to take care of me?
Well, like I said, if you like promote like you said, you promote discussion in your community, like actual conversation, and I consider that like helpful. Like talking online, I
Right.
would consider helpful. And like I said, if you work like a 9 to 5 job, and if you miss a day, all you can do is watch your favorite streamer or like favorite YouTuber, that's fine. I'm just talking about like the very radical people that are like very outspoken but don't do anything with that. Because I feel like the
Radical?
biggest.
Curious what your line is. Like with what you read.
Sorry,
Would you consider me radical?
y'all radical? I guess from like a right person would, but I personally would.
Okay.
Yeah. Just someone like very outspoken that don't do anything with it.
We're definitely not tankies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like maybe someone on the right would easily call you radical just for even saying we should be socialists. But personally, I understand. And another thing too, I hate calling myself a centrist because so many people hate it, but it's like the truth. I believe for most people it is. At least in some ways, like normal people. Y'all are actually smart, so.
Well, I here's what I think it is. I think when you're searching for a political identity, the middle is easy, and it's not because you want to be in the middle. It's because you're saying you're in the middle because you want to learn. Like you just want to know people's ideals and like how things work and how the political system works and what you think about things and what other people think about things, and then you develop your idealism off of the influences that you're able to garner that you think are really productive. You know what I mean? And like that's how you are able to fundamentally make a difference and make a difference both in yourself and in your community as well.
And that's another reason why, like, especially for later today, I kind of just hope it doesn't turn into like a debate. Because again, I'm not like, again, even though I say he's like radicalized, but I still want to understand how he did that. Even though I might not understand it personally, I want to try my best. So it's kind of like
I guess to that topic, because this is kind of, I guess, my arc for how I ended up here. I grew up in a very kind of strange, I guess, circumstance, where I grew up in a essentially very liberal household, and was never really exposed to the like. I would like watch all the news, like I would watch some of the news every once in a while, but I was never really exposed to the opposite idea. So when I got a little bit older, I was like, okay, plenty of people for some reason think like Republicans do. Let me try and like figure out why the hell they think that they do. And that was, I guess, how I spent when I was 17 years old. That's how I spent my time, purposefully falling down the right-wing rabbit hole to try and just get a grasp on like some of these ideas. And so to that degree, I can understand why some of these people like these. Like if you like listen to like the Jordan Petersons of the world, they can come off as like really intelligent kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So like I can understand why some of these people like them. At the end of the day, I ended up realizing the reason I was not okay with where I currently was is because I was feeling like to be consistent, I needed to move even farther left, which I didn't even know was an option at the time. So that's how I ended up here. And like some of those people, I can like sympathize with a lot of the problems that people have, but at the end of the day, it can really just be about how they personally feel about this stuff. So like the important thing with that, like you want to detach. Like I don't make like the facts don't care about your feelings argument, but you want to like detach the feelings of how people are acting away from their personal beliefs and their practicality. Also using a lot of like shifting it into like how would you feel if this is directly applied to you? Like say you were a woman and you were pregnant, would you want like you got raped and you became pregnant from it, would you not want access to an abortion method? And like also one of the great things for abortion specifically is you can bring up that a lot of very basic modes of contraception are not actually like 100%. So like condoms, a lot like the pill, they don't always work. So like in those circumstances, the person tried as hard as they could. And also, I guess you have to find out if they're okay with contraception in the pill first. But a lot of that stuff you can kind of just appeal to reasonableness much more than fact or logic or reason, I guess.
Ask them if they want to have a kid at 16. Sorry.
They haven't told me their
Sorry,
age, but
sorry.
they probably are 16. You know what I mean? So I mean, my too close to home. But they believe in abstinence.
Oh, well, that's might be a good thing, but and that could be a reason that it's shifting their worldview because they don't, they're in that position of like, well, family has taught me we aren't even supposed to be touching our peepees.
Well, I mean, the way they
I'm not trying to be a dick about it, but I mean that's a reality for some cultures, and that's something you have to consider. You know what I mean? So,
and I guess one more question is how can you like say, because so what I understand and what I've done in other conversations is whenever the conversation of like SJW gets brought up, right, and they bring up all these crazy videos, and I say like, well, I'm not like this. You can't judge one person, right, by the whole group, and then they bring up like you can't judge one white cop for the whole cops. You know what I mean? Is there any way to like to better word that, or is that just kind of something I have to take the L on? You know?
Well, you could just say it's a social justice warrior. Number one is a really like kind of pejorative phrase now.
Yeah, because
number one, I would say that that's a limited way to represent somebody who cares about other people. That would be my argument. I would say so. So what you're saying is that your argument is that you're mad that people care about other people.
I mean, couldn't they just do the same argument with like the cops? Like they want to protect people, like they consider safety over like another person's life. I don't know. Like I've heard some extremist arguments about police, so because I live in Texas.
The key to cops is you have to remember that your criticisms are not, and this will fall on deaf ears with them, but your criticisms are systemic as opposed to
the individual. But again, like I said, if I say that, then they're just gonna say like, well, it's not. I mean, I don't explain it, but they're gonna say, oh, look at these people attacking the cop. Oh, like the baggie thing. I think it happened like a few weeks ago, right? Or I think Vosh and a bunch of other people misinterpreted what the cop was doing, so a bunch of conservatives took that as like fire.
Yeah, when they're planting drugs on someone, when it looked a lot like it.
It looked a lot like it, but I don't know. It's like things like that. I know a lot of people use as like.
But the right wing would use the alternative the same way, and they do all the time. And so you have to understand that, and that's the whole point. And that's why I always tell people there's a tilt on the media, even in this media, even in this space. You know what I mean? There's a tilt on the media. No side is right. You need to do your own research and make your own decisions based off of the research that you do, not just in video, but in text. You need to read some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never watch one news report to make my determination about something. I watch a news report, maybe 2 or 3 about the same thing from different organizations, and I read some shit about it. Because I can't make my decision off CNN or off Fox News. Neither one of them is going to tell me the truth. They're going to give me a slanted view of the truth. So I need to understand what it is for myself. And the only way to do that is to watch both of them, watch a couple other ones, and then read the shit and parse it. Because none of them are going to give me the direct answer. I got to fish that for myself. Or you could just go to NPR and AP. But even then, I'd still look at the other ones just because you want to know what their perspective is for reference, you know, because you're going to get people that want to argue with you about it.
And also, like, to the specific cop things, you can also, like, this is much more work in, like, when you're trying to defeat the opponent intellectually. But what they're doing is fundamentally is whataboutism.
Yeah.
They're, like, ignoring their own problems in favor of criticizing others. So, like, you can just hold true to, like, hey, if they say that, hey, we're focusing on cops right now at the moment, so, like, let's stick to this. We can discuss what we want to do about SJWs later, I get annoyed by pink hair too. If you wanted to go there, you probably don't. I don't get annoyed by it, but it's something that you could say. But for now, let's focus on the cops as an example. It's an important thing to keep track of because they're just trying to do a trick with you.
Also, like, how should I brought this up earlier, but like, whenever, because I already know personal attacks are gonna happen because they're just gonna click through my socials, right? Should I just not even acknowledge it and just keep asking, like, can you answer this? Can you answer this? Because that's what I would do in like speech and debate, but that's pretty aggressive or like rude. You know what I mean? Even though they're being rude to me.
So if you're getting the messages through like Twitter or whatever, just don't respond.
I'm talking about on the panel itself.
Oh,
like, not
on the panel?
but on the conversation I'm gonna have with them. Should I just like end the stream?
No.
Kidding.
Depends. Like, if your goal is to be,
You just need to come with the facts and be legitimate and be honest. And you know what? Let the cards fall where they may. You've done your research. You know your shit. You've studied your rhetoric. You understand like the perspective you want to take on the shit. You know what? You sound like a confident young individual that's doing well for yourself. And I mean, I can see you're streaming like a mofo. So, you know, just hold on to that confidence and stay firm. You're doing and saying the right things. You know, like, just you got this. That's what I gotta say to you. You got this, and if you know what time you're gonna be on, I'll hop on the stream and I'll throw some shit in chat.
Sure.
I mean,
also, like, if you're getting to like the level of that personal attack, it's always important to make the calculation of like to what degree this person is actually like reachable. You know.
yeah.
So like, if it's like clearly evident that like they're like throwing slurs at you and shit, like some of them will do, it's not really even worth having the conversation.
Oh no! At that point, cut them off.
Yeah,
That's not. That's
if it went to the
not.
slur part, I would easily instead.
You're not making anything better for them or for yourself. As a matter of fact, it's damaging to you at the behest of them, and they win at that point. No, at that point, cut them off. You don't need that static. You don't need that damage. You know, they can go find somebody else to harass. And I'll tell you the truth, I had to cut off a right-wing friend recently because I would post some very, it was like what I would call, I was acting in good faith, you know, like I was posting some good faith things. Like I posted something about Bernie's 80th birthday and I'd post a couple other things. Mm-hmm. And this dude just like wanted to come in and talk shit, you know, and it's like he had done this for a couple of years before that, and he just never had these really good political takes. And I finally let him have it. Like I just laid into him, told him, listen, you know, like you don't really care about any of this shit. All you care about is like making other people upset. And at some point, you got to realize what's the good in that. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like your friend that you're dealing with. Ask him what the good is in making other people upset. Because it sounds, sometimes it's like chiding people. He's trying to get a reaction, you know?
Yeah, and it's, I don't know.
They like the spice. They like the spice of the Trump, you know, because it's like getting a reaction.
If you read the Discord server and what they said they would do to AOC, very horrible. And it's like
and that's a reaction thing because these are people that are very insecure, you know, like they just need, you know what? As a matter of fact, a lot of them probably need some positive role models in their life to make them feel a little bit better about themselves. And I mean that in the truest sense. Like, we got to stop treating people like just because they say this shit that they're inherently evil. A lot of times they just need some support and love and understanding. They're in a bad situation and they're deflecting on other people and other idealisms and other movements, you know.
So like there's also the element like, because whenever I do my talks on stream, not this stream, because like I knew Jason's probably gonna be chill going in, but if I'm purposely bringing on someone crazy, there's always the balance between like, because what I do, you don't have to do this. I make the balance between creating content as opposed to convincing the person. So like if I can, this is like just me, but I don't recommend this for changing anyone's mind. If I can make content out of a crazy person, that's like much more fun for me to do than desperately trying to convince them that of what should be. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like at the end of the day, if it turns out like this person is like beyond help, making an like it's a hard calculation, but like making an example of them to your audience and just proving their ideas can be helpful for the people that come across your videos and think like them but aren't as radical. Like the stuff that like Destiny's like 20% rule is kind of true. Like where it's absolutely true. Where like 40% on each side are gonna come in and they're gonna automatically float to the side that they feel is true. And then the 20% in the middle is negotiable.
And thank you a lot, Jason. It means the whole world to me.
Oh yeah, man. Happy
But
to
no,
help
yeah,
out.
I get you. I guess another thing, should I care about like platforming someone super hateful, even though like I would have like probably no more than 5 viewers on that stream?
As long as you challenge their ideas. I mean, like, don't let them.
Okay.
Well,
Don't let us talk.
here's the thing: if you're gonna have them on and they're super hateful, right? Make sure your argument's on lock.
Yeah.
Own them.
Just as like,
If you own them, no thing, just own them. You know, and you got this.
be like super cheesy because I know it's like what Vosh does. If you get the vibe that this kid is just being crazy for the sake of crazy, you could whip out something similar to the Alden's number thing. Like it works on younger people. It's great. Like
Hey,
it first
explain
came out,
Alden's number because I like see
Yeah,
this is
I was
why I
gonna
said
ask.
there's some shits that I don't know too. So what's Alden's number?
Vosh was in a debate with a 15-year-old Nazi, and the Nazi was just like prattling off on whatever the hell he like was thinking, right? And then Vosh was like very into it, and he says, "Wait, have you heard of Alden's number?" And then the kid, assuming that it's something important, goes, "Oh, of course I've heard of Alden's number. Are you kidding me? Are you dumb?" And stuff like that. And then Vosh like looks him in the eye and says, "I just made that up."
Oh, okay. That's good.
So like, if the kid's going crazy, like or something like that, you could use something like that. I think it's always really funny to use.
That's a great rhetorical device. That's the way to call somebody out. Yes, that's wonderful. See, and
Okay.
that's why you ask instead of assuming that you know. That's why I asked, what is Alden's number?
If you want to, it happened on a recent panel where who's that right winger? Rob Noor. He got Alden's number, and it was hilarious because he kept rattling. Because someone asked him, "What do you think?" Like someone super chatted him and asked him, "What do you think of Alden, like General Alden?" And he said, "Well, I'm very in favor of his plan, but we still need to get out of Afghanistan. Like, no, we shouldn't. We need to go back into Afghanistan and do all this nonsense." And he completely fell for it, and it was hilarious.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
I'll grab that clip. I love that clip.
What happened?
I mean,
I'm grabbing the clip. Here it is.
so how long do you usually stream for? Like, what time is it for you, if you mind me asking?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's 1:30. 1:36.
I'm up at 4:30. I just don't sleep.
Yeah.
I'm
same
in
here.
I'm in Arizona. Like I said, I'm a Cali kid originally, but I've been here since I was 12. So, did you post a link in the chat?
Yeah, I sent the Rob Noor going crazy over it. It was hilarious. I love this clip so much. Like, love him or hate him, you can't hate on the Alden number stuff.
It didn't show up. Ah.
I'm watching it right now.
It's not showing up for me. Do it again.
It's in general.
Oh, it's in the Discord. I was looking at Twitch. Sorry, my bad. No, that's my fault. Yeah, we're gonna run this shit. Here, hold on. I'm gonna pull this on the main screen for a second. Hey, it's StreamYard. I was on that today. On the Reverie. The Reverie is great.
I need to get on. I'm feeling Prime doesn't like me enough to bring me on the Reverie.
This one coming in from Daniel D.
I just need to get back
regarding
to
your
blood
withdrawal
sports.
from Afghanistan. Do you
It
believe
takes
that
a
General
minute.
Alden's
Just
plan
keep
could reduce loss of life?
keep going on the walk-ons.
But
You'll do
I
it.
will be honest, when it comes to the actual specifics,
You'll have that one night where you're gonna rock out all your points just like you planned, and you're just gonna rattle shit off, and he's gonna be like, "God damn it, he's gonna be on this shit."
Republicans and Democrats
Rob, do you have a
lied to us.
response?
I also like. I need to refrain from
Yeah,
going
if you let me
like
finish,
to,
maybe
like
I'll get to it. So that's
because
the
I
biggest
need to
thing.
like the big thing that I do is I need to realize that it's much more of like an like. There's a lot of arguments I can make, but I need to focus on specifically making my best arguments. So like,
Just make it theatrical. That's what he's looking for. I'm not gonna lie to you about that.
I tried and like I remember I probably would have done really well on my second panel that I did last Wednesday. But then some TV showed up and kind of stole thunder of everybody.
But it is quite simple that we shouldn't have let go of Bagram Air Base until we got our assets, including.
So the point of this clip and the reason that I love it is because Rob Noor is
That's
someone
common sense,
who
everyone
has his talking points
So
and
the
just
question
rattles them
was,
off no matter what you say to
Do
him.
you think General Alden's plan
So
would've saved
it didn't
lives?
matter what
I
he
didn't hear
heard, he just
mention of the
heard Alden's
details of that
general
plan
and
and how
assumed
it
it was
would save
something about the
lives or not.
military and just went
So,
off.
I asked when you were going to
Everybody's
use
laughing
literally
at
my
him.
Station
Everybody.
happened, and you said you
Just
would,
the
and
faster you
did it.
speak, it's called spreading.
So
And
could you
the faster
answer the
you
question?
speak, the
Sure,
smarter you
why don't you
sound.
explain to me exactly what
Mhm.
General Alden's plan was? How many pages was this plan?
I don't know what his
Which is exactly why my
I mean, I respect it, man. Everyone's laughing at him. He keeps a straight face.
Exactly why I said
That's like, I respect it.
People, it's bad when the moderator is dying.
Yeah.
I'm not making claims what his plan was. If you didn't know the details, that's fine.
Next up. Okay.
Oh, is the last image like a real person or just some random guy?
He doesn't exist.
Man.
It's a fake. That's a
Just
fake.
a random image? Okay, okay.
Yeah. But like, as I was saying, if you feel like he's too far gone, that's a great point you can whip out at any time. Just to like, if they ask, you can like, oh, say it was a joke, but it's pretty easy to get around. But if you know this person is like not caring about what you're saying, you can absolutely slip that
I
in.
can see when they reach that sort of mentality of just nonstop.
Yeah, you can pull some shit out like that for sure. Well, do you know about this? And then they're like, no.
Man, this
What?
makes me actually want to be a Vosh fan now. Man.
Dude, I love Vosh. Like, it's so weird because I have heroes now that are way younger than me.
Wow.
I'm not mad at it though, man. I love the tenacity and the boldness and the sheer aggressiveness of some of the young people on the left that are willing to like actually like say, you know what? Fuck you. Yeah, I'm a leftist. What are you gonna do about it? You know? Because it used to be leftists were kind of cowardice, like weak ass, like you didn't hear much from, like they weren't aggressive, you know, like, and I think that sometimes we need to get a little loud. Do it like the problem is that we've been too kind, we've been too nice for too long, and that's why we're in the place we're in, right? So we gotta get a little loud with it. We gotta turn the heat up a little bit.
Just speaking of Vosh, love him or hate him, like he's at the very least, like I've gone back and watched some of his debates that I think he doesn't like do is as honest as he could be, but I think his rhetorical chops are brilliant.
Yeah. I don't hate any of their
Yeah.
main beliefs. I think they're all like really intelligent people. I have just a huge bias. So when I was 7 years old, when I was 8 years old, I was watching Destiny play StarCraft 2. Okay, so I think I'm super biased with our debate lord, but probably not so much like the past year. But
Man, I cannot wait to debate that, man. That's what that entire document is there for prepping. And like a lot of it, he's not going to disagree with a ton of it, right? There's a lot of stuff that he will agree with. But for those site things, I'm ready to have an 8-hour conversation with him. It's going to be beautiful.
Work it.
wait, so like Mike from PA is a meme, right?
He's a real person, but like there is a meme that's like a Mike from PA parody, and that one is freaking hilarious. That's one of the best shits on the internet. He's on Twitch.
Mike, he goes by another name. Like his Twitch channel is different from Mike from PA, but he is a real person, and unfortunately, he has real. And he might be the person doing the most harm to the left in the entire Twitch debate sphere.
Movement for a People's Party. That's failing miserably.
I get a lot of his stuff in my recommended, and I read some of, and I don't know if they're like clips and they're purposely like.
You're getting pushed with all the extreme shit, man. Like you're getting all the like really extreme shit.
I mean that's.
And I'm a leftist. I'm a leftist saying that.
It's literally either like meltdowns from Mike from PA or just like him ranting. That's literally all my recommended on YouTube.
Well, that's like pretty much what he does.
Yeah.
So guys, I'm sorry. I don't usually show off drip because you know I'm a socialist and all. But like I said, I'm living in a capitalist society, and these are drip. These Sakai's are drip. Yeah, listen to the music while I spin the shoe around for a minute.
Oh, also, I've been watching your music time go by in KC. I've great music taste. I agree.
I literally listen to it.
What is it?
It's almost every random genre stuff mixed into whatever my.
Oh, your playlist?
Yeah. Actually, I lied. This doesn't have any of my music, but apart from that, it's pretty mixed. But I have it kind of quiet, sadly.
Do you don't worry about copyright or nothing like that?
I don't repost anything.
Oh, okay, that's why. So it's like live stream and then you just let it go.
And sometimes, like for later today, I'm not gonna play anything that's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you're gonna have the person.
Yeah. But like I have it on and off sometimes. I used to do like skirmishes for games and stuff where I would want to like rewatch the VOD or post the VOD, etc.
I just have a bunch of friends that make music, and they're like, yeah, you can use our shit on your stream.
Oh.
And then, like, when I'm not playing their shit, like, I play Pretzel Rocks, and just throw on lo-fi or some shit like that. Actually, their industrial and metal shit, there's this band, or this artist called Cell Dweller that I'm really into, and he's, like, all up on that shit. He's all over it, and it's like, wow, and it's free. So I'm like, all right, cool, dude. Like, let's play some Cell Dweller, you know? Yeah, so that's my jam.
And I gotta say, if we keep working on you, we'll eventually de-radicalize you from your radical centrism. And we'll
Actually, I always tell people I could have easily fell down the like alt-right rabbit hole if it wasn't literally for like the shows I watched when I was a little kid. I watched in Peru. We didn't get much like different cartoons, but I got a lot of Sailor Moon, and I got a lot of the non-American version Sailor Moon. So
Sailor
I started.
Moon's the shit.
Yeah, I know, man. Hold up, I have like
yeah.
I have so many figurines of Neptune and Uranus. At my job, I get so many benefits, so I just like waste half my paycheck there all the time. But man, I love. If it wasn't for Sailor Moon, I'd hardcore be alt-right and hate everyone. I kind of associate that because, dude, out here in Texas, it's really brutal out to. I don't know. I say that and like all my friends are like on the left, but still, like, just even at my work, if I wear anything that has like pride on it, people piss. People will call my manager and ask for me to be fired and yell at me in the store. Crazy.
I get to Dallas. Isn't that like a nice place?
That's some punk asses right there. That's some bullshit.
You gotta make your way to Austin. That's like the cool part of Texas.
Bro, I used to live in Peru, then I lived like in Cali. Those two weathers, dude, I don't know how people can live out here in Texas. It's fucking moist. How does a place be moist?
Dude, I live.
Comfortable living here.
It makes me moist.
Ugh,
It makes me moist.
dude, I can't, man.
Hold on.
California weather, I miss it.
Hold on.
Out here in Florida, you don't escape it. I was born in the moist. I was molded.
Dude.
So yeah, I guess like, well,
Hold on.
you got any questions for us? I guess before we, I'm probably gonna wrap up soon. I've been on. How long have I been on here, Jason? When did you
Hold
wrap
on.
up?
Hold
your
on.
show?
Hold on.
Oh.
I cannot hear it here. I'll unmute. Here, on.
I like love y'all. But God, you can survive here without sweating. It's your monsters. I don't know. You're just built different, honestly.
Oh well,
God.
No, I've been streaming for like 8 hours now. I should hop off totally. I didn't plan on being on this early though. It was because Prime pulled me on that
Hey
panel.
everyone, fair warning before we get started.
I
This
mean, I
season
just
will
like
be
pulled you up
different
for a
from the episodes
conversation
you're
because I
used
wanted to see
There
you.
may be
I
explicit
need
language
to
and adult
talk
themes
with
in these
Study
episodes.
Mate because we both got Brandon in that panel as blue shirt guy and red shirt guy.
Who was it?
Study Mate. He's in,
How do you say his name again? Because I saw it. I'm sorry. Like you said it really fast.
Study M8.
Oh, Study Mate. That's right, Study Mate. No, I need to add him on Twitch. I kept forgetting to add him, and I was like, he made really good points. Like I actually was interested in his more what he had to say, even on the spanking thing, because he was a kid that is growing up like my kid, where like she really hasn't got spanked. Like not like how like they're talking about getting spanked. You know what I mean? Like, he never got spanked. His dad just, I was like, And then he made some good points about it, and his rhetoric is good. You're like, I think he's an interesting cat. I'd have him on my show.
I hit him on Discord, but I want to get into his stream.
What's that?
I hit him up. We've talked on Discord, but I want to slip into one of his stream at one point. That's how I love talking to people. It's not like I can send them messages on Discord all day, but it just sounds so like nothing's different from just getting in and talking with someone.
No, it's better, and these environments make it good because you put it in the public sphere where other people can kind of chime in and be a part of the conversation too. You know what I mean? Like we can share it with one another. You know what I mean? And kind of kick around these ideas a little bit broader. Maybe get some insight, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in a debate kind of sense. More in a like we're just friendly chatting. You know, like. Let's kick around these concepts a little bit and just, bounce them off each other and see what we come up with. See what we figure out or what we determine about the world or the universe, whatever it may be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's like the whole idea of my document, right? It's gonna be torn apart and built back and all this nonsense just from talking to people. So like, yeah, if you want to give it a read through, because it's a lot, definitely.
I'm gonna give it a read through this week, and I want to try to have you back on the stream within the week, possibly if I can finish it. I have to write some. I have to write these documents for like technical documents for work. It's really mundane shit, but I think I can probably read that while I'm actually writing those, so I'm gonna do that, and then hopefully either Thursday or Friday or maybe early next week I'm gonna pull you back on. Well,
I'd
you can
love to.
come back on actually whenever. To be honest, you can always come back on. If I'm streaming and you want to hop in the Discord and be like, "Hey, dude, I'll pull you back in." It's never a problem. I pull everybody in.
I wish I didn't wrap up my stream, you know, because like I was playing Minecraft for 2 hours, and like no, because this is a symptom of my chat, like my audience like shrinking, but no one showed up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, let me just wrap up. I'm gonna like get to work on doing some promotion to get back to where I was. I saw you were on, and I rated you, and you got up to like 10 viewers, and that was cool.
Well, yeah, and keep coming back, and like it doesn't even have to be like that. Like I mean, I'll raid you likewise. You know, let's help you build back up.
Prime absolutely should have rated you.
He should have. We didn't call him out on that. I'm gonna tell him, hey, why don't you raid me, fool? I'll have my look sound like this, so I look all thuggish and shit. I'm actually like a really kind person, but I've seen some hard shit, man, and I ain't gonna lie about it. And I hope that nobody ever has to go through some of the shit I went through, or have to see some of the pain and struggles that other people went through that I had to like kind of bear witness to, because that shit's rough. But KC,
Yeah.
you got this shit tomorrow. You got this shit. I know you got this shit.
What time are you planning to do it? If I'm streaming from 5 to 9 tomorrow, so if I'm not streaming, I'll pop by.
Yeah, I can always hop in.
PM, EST. And that's what I'm planning to. But that is. He seems pretty like antsy about it, right?
Yo.
Might like honestly back out. But I don't know yet. He seemed pretty into it until like today, because we talked about it for a few days. It's whatever.
Well, I'll tell you, that's what always happens with right wingers. They always big game.
Well,
No,
this is empathy though, okay? Like I know it's easy to be like, oh, all these right wingers, and I feel that way too. Don't get me wrong, okay? So, Sam, don't get me wrong. But just keep in mind, like, we're all humans. Maybe they had to take pause to be like, maybe I am wrong, you know? Not likely, but you know, err on the side of like goodwill, right? Like err on the side of goodwill. And then if he comes out swinging whenever you guys like get into the conversation, you got the ammo you need to take care of business. So you know, you're sure of yourself. Just hang on to that. You good?
yeah. Honestly, if he backs out, I wouldn't mind it. He's younger than me, so it's like, I understand. I'd be like horrified, honestly, thinking that there's gonna be like a debate bro first, you know what I mean? But, you know, it was fun. Thank you all so much, honestly. It means a lot.
Yeah.
For sure,
Also,
you're always welcome back. I'm glad you came on. It's good to have younger voices and stuff, and people that can kick around different perspectives. So I appreciate that.
You're also welcome.
You.
For popping up on my stream. I'm glad they have a talk.
Yeah, hop over on the Seinestream.
I need
If
it
you want
right.
to post that in the chat, post it so they can
I
do
already
that.
followed like you both on also.
Oh, hey!
I don't use Twitter a lot, but I'm really trying to make myself use it more.
Yeah, Twitter's annoying.
I don't use it much. I just usually post my like when I'm gonna go on Twitch. Other than that, I don't use it a whole lot. You know what I do use it for? The news feed. I look at the news feed on there. I don't. You'll never see me hardly post anything on there or like comment about anything, but I'll read shit off of there for sure. Oh yeah, their news feed's great.
Right now, for me, I'm just trying to. I'm debating whether I should like rebrand a lot of my stuff, like my panels on Twitch. Kind of how I carry myself on other platforms as well. It's like, I don't know. I'm kind of sporadic in all honesty.
I will say,
you know what's cool about the debate bro circuit, if you want to get into that, is you can put forth whatever image you want and it don't matter because there's all types. I mean, there's a fucking monarchic frog on half of the fucking debates, dude. Like, are you kidding me? I'm not kidding about that. Like, Sen's seen him. You've seen Doobie. It's a
Doobie's
monarchic frog.
And I will say, if you do want to brand yourself, if you want to go with like the femboy look, that's not a bad look.
Okay, chill. Alright, chill. I'm talking about my panels because they kind of look goofy because they're
Here,
like
hold
really
on, let
old
me look.
commissions for my friend. No, cringe. Don't look at it. Kind of cringe. They're like not even the right size. I have my friend and I commissioned her. She's like my bestie. But yeah, it was cool at the time. But I
Are you
literally-
talking about down your Twitch or just on your stream? Your
like
stream
my
looks-
panel, like my not my panel, like my about me, my about. Scroll down. I don't know.
About?
It's like
looks-
your.
It looks cool. It's like it's fitting to your style. Like I wouldn't be mad at that.
I think it might about me. That looks fine.
That looks really good. No, why are you upset about that? That looks great.
I don't know. Y'all look like serious.
Because we're doing super politics stuff and we don't do cool shit like awesome cosplay, you know, like the only thing we got's the politics, so of course it looks all serious, you know.
I don't
Like,
know if I get. I might. I'll see it
Stardust
later.
don't look all serious either. Go on Stardust. She's a political commentator. She don't look all super serious, you know.
I mean, look, if you want to pretend to be serious, like just look at Mike from PA. You don't need to be serious to succeed in politics.
Yeah, true. Alright. Well, I have to wake up for my college class and I'm paying way too much money for, so that's one thing I agree on your paper that you wrote, free college. I have to
You got him.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
no,
yeah.
I agree. I've somehow made enough money through scholarships that I completely lied about, and they haven't said anything. So I'm fearful for my life right now that they're gonna take it away from me, but they haven't yet. So we're rolling. But yeah, thank y'all. Means a lot.
Oh yeah, come back on anytime. You're always welcome. 100, always, every time.
And do you always do like announcements? Is that what your bot does on here when you go live?
On my Discord, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I try to post something like early in the morning before I go on. I'm pretty static. It's usually 7:30 p.m. Pacific and 10:30 p.m. Eastern. It varies sometimes. Like if I get called onto a panel, I'll go on earlier. But you know, or I decide I want to play Psychonauts too. Because it's my jam right now.
Alright, sure. Well, it was fun. Thank y'all for talking to me again, and I'll keep y'all posted about tomorrow.
Rock and
Or
roll.
today,
Have a
I
good
guess.
night.
Good night.